In 2012, in Gaoqian City, Huaxia, a figure in black was standing silently atop a television tower over 1,500 meters high, her cold eyes gazing at a cruise ship slowly gliding along the Huangpu River. This red-haired girl was Huang Beiwei, a modern-day assassin and super thief. There was nothing she couldn't obtain. It was only a matter of whether she wanted to or not. And specifically, an auction by the Bay Financial Group was being held on this luxurious cruise ship, featuring many priceless treasures. Realizing the time was right, the corners of her charming lips curled up slightly, and she dove straight down. At the same time, a pair of enormous black wings appeared behind her back. Her figure quickly approached the cruise ship. In an instant, the small figure landed silently, without alerting a single guard. The black wings on her back suddenly transformed into a fierce hawk and flew into the darkness. She carefully assessed the situation before her, but accidentally made a noise that caught the guard's attention. But luckily, she managed to move in time to avoid their gazes. After they left, Huang Beiwei tiptoed inside, heading straight for the auction room. Inside, there were quite a few people. The crown just now had been sold for an astronomical price. The items being auctioned today were rare and exotic treasures, each sold for a very high price. Up on stage, the auctioneer began to announce, "Esteemed guests, the final item for today is a piece of ancient jade from the mysterious East. Look, even its tray is made of precious jadeite. It is called Wan Shou Wu Jiang. On this piece of jade, about an inch in size, are carved the forms of 10,000 beasts, looking incredibly lifelike, a work of divine craftsmanship. According to legend, this piece of black jade possesses a mystical power that can transcend life and death and reverse time and space." As soon as he finished speaking, a laugh rang out from below, and several people began to criticize. So, it's just a piece of black jade with an inflated value. With today's advanced science and technology, who would believe in such baseless magical things? Huang Beiwei overheard this and couldn't help but think to herself, to think that no one knows its true value. What a bunch of fools. From the moment she entered, she had felt an incredibly powerful energy pulsating from within the black jade. Thinking of this, she immediately took out her gun and took action. A man who had just been pushed aside turned back to grumble, but as soon as he saw the gun in her hand, he screamed loudly. Realizing the danger, everyone scrambled to flee. The auctioneer realized there was a problem and ordered the girl to quickly take the treasure and leave. But it was too late. A stray shot hit her shoulder, sending the black jade flying. Just in time, she caught the Wan Shou Wu Jiang in her hand. The guards also noticed and rushed over. At that moment, to his surprise, Huang Beiwei leaped into the air, using the guard's shoulder as leverage to smash through the glass and burst outside. She nimbly dodged the volley of bullets from the guards. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled her. "Huang Beiwei." As expected, the Wan Shou Wu Jiang was able to lead you here. Upon seeing the person, she was very surprised by the appearance of the man behind her and called out the two words, "Lan Si." "Huang Beiwei, surrender obediently. Over 100 countries have issued a warrant for your arrest. You can't escape. If I surrender obediently, how will your country treat me?" To this question, Lan Si gave a vague answer. "If you agree, I will help you." And of course, Huang Beiwei did not agree to that. But Lan Si basically gave her no other choice, as countless gun barrels were pointed straight at her. "You're surrounded. With your innate special abilities, the country will value you." Hearing this, Huang Beiwei couldn't help but scoff. Before Lan Si could continue, she cut him off. "Back then, my parents were loyal and dedicated, going through life and death situations. But what was the end result? They were exterminated, and after death, they were branded as traitors. You want me to sell my life for your country? Haven't I killed enough of your people? If I surrender, can I still survive?" As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward, grabbed a man by the neck, and threw him hard towards their group, successfully breaking the formation the guards had prepared. Taking that opportunity, she leaped into the air to avoid the attack. The hawk also arrived just in time to grab her sleeve and fly away. "Lan Si, if you want to catch me, you'll have to wait another 100 years. In this situation, he could only watch helplessly as she flew away. Her figure flew further and further away, and the bullets became useless. At this moment, a notification came from headquarters. The higher-ups have decided to eliminate Gauchian City to destroy the target. Beiwei, I told you, there would come a day when you would pay the price for your arrogance. I've been chasing you for so many years, but in truth, I never had the heart to strike the final blow. But this time, it's a real farewell. A ballistic missile had been launched and was heading towards the magnificent city ahead. It immediately created a mushroom-shaped explosion. Gauchian City, on the border of Huaxia, suddenly experienced a massive explosion. All residents had been evacuated beforehand, so there were no casualties. But at the moment of the explosion, a black stream of light that looked like a dragon shot out and headed straight for the sky. Late at night, in the capital of the Southern Wing Nation, this stream of light flew directly towards the princess's residence. It headed straight for the ancestral hall and flew inside, immediately entering the body of a woman lying motionless on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, she opened her eyes and woke up. Looking at the scene before her, Huang Beiwei was a little dazed and realized something was wrong. Could it be that I've come to another world? To confirm her thoughts, she searched through her memories to understand everything. So now, I, Huang Beiwei, am the older cousin of the current emperor, the daughter of Princess Huiwen. Well, that's lucky. Such an illustrious status. Yet she was the laughingstock of the Southern Wing Nation. Weak, ignorant, and unable to practice martial arts. Huang Beiwei herself knew well that in this world, martial strength determined one's status. On top of that, the imperial physician had even predicted she wouldn't live past the age of 18. As the only daughter of the princess, she was bullied by her half-siblings to a state worse than a dog-like servant. Her father also grew to despise her because of this. Moreover, she had to deal with an arrogant and domineering concubine. It had been 4 years since Princess Huiwen passed away, and her status had plummeted. This time because she had misspoken and offended concubine Xin, her father's most favored concubine. She was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for a day and a night, starving and thirsty the entire time. She had been frail and sickly since childhood, and now, after kneeling for a whole day, her soul had left her body. No one would have expected that the person known as the ultimate weapon would transmigrate into her 12-year-old body. At this point, Huang Beiwei began to wonder, could this be my past life? Although you are so small, frail, foolish, and ugly. Now let me fix your fate in this life. Thinking this, she resolutely sat up and walked towards her mother's memorial tablet. Rest assured, since I have replaced your daughter, I will not let her die in vain. Hearing her affirmation, the light in front of the memorial tablet immediately vanished, as if it was the very thing that had brought her to this place. With that settled, Huang Beiwei turned to leave. On her way, she happened to overhear voices nearby. Damn it, there's someone in the ancestral hall. What's there to be afraid of? What can that sickly ghost do to me? She's just an idiot, even lower than a servant. Looking at this man, she immediately remembered. He was the one who had beaten her on concubine Xin's orders, and he had beaten her mercilessly. The girl next to him was no better. Do you want some? Sister Bei Xiang. She's the young miss, the daughter of the first wife. So what if she's the young miss? In this residence, her status is even lower than mine. So it's these two servants who often bullied me. I must punish them. Thinking this, Huang Beiwei took the initiative to approach them. The ancestral hall is a place of tranquility, not a place for you to cause trouble. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Bei Xiang was too startled to speak. Too suddenly, the male servant was grabbed by the neck by her, and she decisively snapped his neck and threw him aside. Witnessing this scene, Bei Xiang's body began to tremble uncontrollably. If you want to die, just keep screaming. Has the third young Mrs. Ghost come to claim my life? Huang Beiwei denied it. I'm not a ghost. If you dare to reveal even a little, your end will be the same as his. Don't even think about running to concubine Xin to complain. I am no longer the Huang Beiwei of the past. Bei Xiang thought to herself, this third young miss must have been possessed by a ghost. Just now, she looked like a reincarnated Azura. Thinking this, she immediately kowtowed repeatedly. Third young miss, this servant was wrong before. I beg the young miss to spare my life. This servant won't dare to do it again. If you want me to spare your dog's life, I'll have to see if your mouth knows how to obey. This servant will definitely obey. All right, dispose of that corpse. After giving her instructions, she left. To think that the rumored waste of the princess's residence could be so domineering. At this moment, she detected someone's presence and turned her head to look. A handsome and dashing man's figure appeared. This person was clearly not in her memories. He wasn't from the princess's residence, and definitely not from the Southern Wing Nation. To be able to appear beside her without a sound, this person was definitely not simple. Huang Beiyue then reminded him, "You'll live longer if you mind your own business." Looking at the woman before him, he assessed, truly a cold and arrogant little fellow. Huang Beiyue, I didn't expect this trip to the eldest princess's residence to yield such an unexpected harvest. Thinking of this, he quickly flew away. His identity was unknown, but someone was heard shouting the name, "Your Highness." Returning to Luyun Pavilion, this was a desolate building in the eldest princess's residence. This place had been abandoned for a long time, with weeds growing everywhere. Because I had a serious illness, my father was afraid it would be contagious and moved me here. This Wei was where I used to live, but now it is the residence of concubine Shui and a second young Miss Xiaoyun. According to my memories, concubine Shui did not abuse or beat me like concubine Qin did. When I was sick, she would bring food to visit me every day. Looking at the pot of medicine, Huang Beiyue realized something wasn't quite right. Bringing her nose closer to smell it, she immediately recognized the problem. This medicine contained a minuscule amount of poison. Using it once or twice would be fine, but if used over a long period, the body would grow weaker and weaker until it had no strength left. If not dead, she would be bettered in for the rest of her life. What a good concubine Shui. The eldest princess never treated you poorly. If not for her support, you would just be a lowly servant girl with no name or status. Not only were you ungrateful, but you also used such vicious methods to harm her daughter. At that moment, Huang Beiyue added this mother and daughter to her blacklist. There's no hurry for now. I will punish these people one by one. But death would be too lenient for the two of them. It's still early. I should circulate some spiritual energy now. Thinking of this, Huang Beiyue sat down seriously to calm her mind and meditate. After a moment, the expression on her face became one of utter surprise. How could this be? Every time the primal energy entered her dantian, it would immediately disappear. Truly useless. It's one thing to be frail and weak, but to not even be able to condense primal energy. In this era that esteems martial arts, where powerful nations stand side by side and wars are incessant, strength is the sole standard for determining a person's status. No wonder Princess Beiyue, despite her illustrious status, was the laughingstock of the entire Southern Wing Nation. No one would side with the weak. Only the strong are respected by everyone. At this, Huang Beiyue became determined. She reviewed the information about this world. The Cao continent had gone through a chaotic period of 100 years. It was because of the wars that martial practitioners in this era were respected by everyone. As long as one was strong enough, they could roam freely in any country. The chaotic wars had given rise to many professions, among which those who cultivated the martial path were the most numerous on this continent, accounting for about 80% of all cultivators. The remaining professions, such as summoners, alchemists, and illusionists, had very strict requirements regarding talent and bloodline, so their numbers were very small. But for that very reason, anyone with even a small achievement in these other professions was a formidable figure on the continent. They were all classified as high-level professions, while cultivating the martial path was a common profession, just enough to get by. And the family of Huang Beiyue's father, the Shao family, was a great family with a martial arts heritage in the Southern Wing Nation. The current old master is a highly respected 7-star summoner, possessing the spirit beast Raging Flame Leopard. However, Prince Consort Xiao Yuancheng, who married the eldest princess, was nothing special. His martial arts were very powerful, but he still couldn't become a summoner. On the contrary, second young Miss Xiao Yun inherited the old master's bloodline and had shown her talent as a summoner since she was young, now possessing an illustrious reputation in the Southern Wing Nation. This type of profession was very similar to the former Huang Beiyue, except that in this era, summoners would sign a contract with a spirit beast to coexist, which was a form of symbiosis. Whereas in the past, when I subjugated spirit beasts, I made them willingly obey my commands. Although both involve cooperating with spirit beasts, the difference between the two methods is clear. If this profession is so renowned, then I don't need to agonize over this weak constitution that cannot condense primal energy. She decided to rest for a moment and took a sip of tea to clear her head. But just as she picked up the teacup, a sudden commotion was heard from outside. A young woman had just entered the door when she fell to the ground, unconscious. Huang Beiyue recognized her at a glance. "Is that Dongling?" She hurriedly helped her up in this eldest princess's residence, filled with internal strife and conflict. Only Dongling had never abandoned me. At this, she asked worriedly, Dongling, how did you end up like this? Young miss, it's good that you're all right. This servant was afraid something had happened to you, so I went to ask concubine Sheen for help. But I didn't expect her to have her people beat me like this. Hearing this, she recalled that concubine Sheen was extremely arrogant and tyrannical, relying on being favored by Xiao Yuansheng and having the eldest son, Xiao Zhongqi, to always consider herself the mistress of this family. The original Huang Beiyue was tormented by her for so many years, finally dying in that cold ancestral hall. For today's hatred, I will definitely repay it 100-fold in the future. Thinking of this, she carried Dongling to the bed and carefully laid her down. At the same time, she instructed, just lie down and rest. Don't talk. Let me go find some medicine for you. Looking at the person before her, Dongling felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Why was the young miss suddenly so strong? Was this really her young miss? Meanwhile, Huang Beiyue opened the wardrobe, took out a set of black clothes, hastily threw them on, and quickly flew away. The scene changes to a moment later. Linhuai, the capital city of the Southern Wing Nation, was a large city with a long history and an extremely dense population. Indeed, the roads were very wide, and the streets were lined with bustling and prosperous shops. Huang Beiyue couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Buyao was the largest trading market here. Inside, not only were various medicinal herbs, crystal stones, and treasures traded, but the mercenary guild was also located here. Every day, hundreds of thousands of mercenaries came here to accept missions or to sell the various materials they had obtained. Seeing her small stature, a few nearby men started to mock her. This is no place for a snot-nosed kid to play. She paid them no mind and quickly slipped past their line of sight. Walking past a nearby apothecary shop, Huang Beiyue took notice. I need medicinal herbs to treat Dongling's injuries and some special herbs to treat this body, which has been weakened by long-term poisoning. But when she looked at the price list above, she reconsidered. Why is it so expensive? I only have a few copper and iron coins left. Make money. Make money. I must make money. Without much thought, she headed straight for the mercenary guild. To avoid being recognized, she kept a low profile. A moment later, at the guild's mission board, she directly skipped past the low-level missions and stopped at the high-level mission board. Her appearance also caught the attention of a man nearby. Hurry, come over here. This is a mission issued by the Xiao family's young master. Our mercenary group is looking for a warrior who uses a short sword for close-range combat. If any of you are interested, come try out. The reward is extremely high. The nearby crowd heard this and began to discuss it. It was a mission to go to the mist forest near the capital to find the biling fruit, a fruit that can enhance one's strength. The biling fruit is a medicinal ingredient used to consolidate primal energy. Eating it during cultivation can increase the cultivation speed by 1.5 times, but it only bears fruit once every 3 years, making it extremely precious. A short sword for close-range combat? I was already an expert at this when I was 10, Huang Beiyue thought to herself. At this, the whole crowd rushed to push in and sign up, and she was of course among them. However, she was looked down upon by the crowd. Don't mess around, kid. We're doing important business here. The whole crowd burst into loud laughter. While they weren't paying attention, Huang Beiyue quickly drew the knife from one of the men's belts and simultaneously slashed out a warning strike. Afterward, she returned the knife to him. At this moment, the crowd looked at her in a completely different light. This little fellow has such incredible speed. Could they be a high-level warrior? It is my fault. Respected warriors, sir, please forgive my rudeness just now. The strong are revered. I quite like the straightforward nature of these mercenaries, Huang Beiyue thought with satisfaction. The person at the registration counter was also drawn by the commotion and proactively approached her. Truly formidable warriors, sir. May I ask if you are willing to join our mission this time? Hearing this, she nodded slightly. As long as the pay was high, she didn't care where she worked. Then may I ask, warrior, sir, what is your esteemed name? Before she could answer, a group of people suddenly approached from a distance. The man also introduced him. This is our captain, the young master of the Xiao family. Huang Beiyue herself didn't expect such a coincidence. It was unexpectedly Xiao Zhongqi, her older half-brother, and the only son of concubine Qin. His strength was quite high. At 18, he was already a silver warrior of the empire, had achieved many military merits, and had a handsome and dashing appearance. So he was pursued by many girls. When we were young, he liked to tease me, and as we got a little older, he often bullied me. In the past, I was very afraid of this older brother. I would burst into tears just at the sight of him. Since I've run into this bastard, I must teach him a lesson. With a doubtful expression, Xiao Zhongqi asked, Xiao Fan, is this the high-level warrior you found? Xiao Fan also approached, leaned close to his ear, and whispered. It's unknown what was said, but he became unusually friendly. I am Xiao Zhongqi. I have been rude. But what surprised him more was that Huang Beiwei didn't show the slightest bit of interest and walked right past him. She climbed onto a horse's back, ready to go. The fame and power of the Xiao family in the Southern Wing Nation were so great, yet this person showed no surprise at all. I wonder what this shorty's abilities are like. I'll have to pay a little attention later. Thinking of this, he decisively gave the order towards the mist forest. Let's move out. With great momentum, they all galloped quickly out of the city. On the way there, the group accidentally encountered another party coming from the opposite direction. Looking at the group ahead, there were at least 5 summoners among them. There were also 2 summoners with flying spirit beasts soaring above. Leading the way was His Highness the Crown Prince and the Xian Fire Qilin. Our Crown Prince Huang Zhanye, at only 16 years old, is already a 9-star intermediate summoner. Not only that, his summoned beast, the Purple Flame Fire Qilin, is also one of the 5 spirits of the entire continent. To become a summoner is the dream of countless people, and one who can summon a spirit beast is an expert among experts. The Crown Prince is the foremost genius summoner of the Kaur continent in the last 100 years. He is the pride of the entire Southern Wing Nation. Hearing these words, the expression on Huang Beiwei's face did not change at all. Facing the crowd before her, she also began to release her oppressive aura. It quickly made everyone take a step back. However, Huang Beiwei remained standing in place, not moving an inch. This also caught his attention. Xiao Zhongqi respectfully spoke up. Your Highness the Crown Prince, since we parted in the northern lands, it is only today that I have the chance to see you again. Long time no see, young Master Xiao. Are you also heading to the Mist Forest? I am under my father's orders to come to the Mist Forest to find the biling fruit. He thought to himself, being able to speak with His Highness the Crown Prince will let everyone know that I am not an ordinary person. That way, I won't have to worry about them not listening to me anymore. Just then, a cry came from the distance, making everyone become vigilant. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it seems something has happened. Hearing this news made him anxious, and he quickly moved away from there. Let's go see what's happening over there. It was known that the Mist Forest, located outside the imperial capital, was not small in area, but because it bordered the floating light forest, the place where magical beasts ran most rampant on the continent. The Mist Forest was also very dangerous. An ordinary expert would absolutely not dare to enter it alone. But to her, that was nothing, because she was the king of all beasts. Upon reaching a place of ice and snow, the horse refused to go any further. Huang Beiwei decisively leaped down, heading straight inside alone. To be able to emit such an earth-shattering cry, it must be a divine beast on par with the blazing flame Fire Qilin. Coincidentally, she happened to run into His Highness the Crown Prince passing by. He proactively extended his hand, inviting her to go with him. And of course, Huang Beiwei didn't mind, decisively taking his hand and carefully getting on. She also didn't forget to instruct, don't get too close. When I say stop, just stop. This attitude surprised him a little. You're the first person who dares to give orders like that in front of me. Putting that aside, the two of them began to venture deeper inside. A moment later, she leaped down, regardless of how His Highness the Crown Prince called out to her. As soon as she set foot in the snowy land, she stopped in her tracks. At the same time, she proactively introduced herself. My name is Huang Beiwei. And what appeared before her eyes was a colossal ice-type divine beast. With each beat of its wings, it created an immense pressure, causing the ice beneath her feet to gradually crack. It also replied, my name is the Ice Spirit Illusionary Bird. Little girl, you want to sign a life-bound contract with me, don't you? She thought to herself, the Ice Spirit Illusionary Bird is the proudest among spirit beasts, and it's also extremely ferocious. No one has ever been able to sign a contract with it before. A life-bound contract? You haven't signed a life-bound contract with humans, so why would I sign a life-bound contract with a beast? Thinking of this, she said decisively, "I want you to submit to me." Hearing these words angered it, and it flapped its wings, soaring high into the air. "Just a tiny human, yet you dare to be so insolent." Huang Beiwei, with her nimble movements, dodged its attack. "Little girl, are you trying to escape?" "Escape? In a moment, we'll see who's the one escaping." Running to a cliff, she leaped off. The ice spirit illusionary bird, still not realizing the problem, continued to chase closely behind. Timing it perfectly, she grabbed a vine and swung on the cliff face. My feeling was not wrong. This is the time to use the myriad beasts limitless. Holding it in her hand, she continued to leap down. She successfully landed on top of its head. At the same time, she placed the myriad beasts limitless on it and declared, "I will let you taste its power." Say it again. "Submit to me, ice spirit illusionary bird." As soon as the words were spoken, a very special aura emanated from the myriad beasts limitless. It quickly spread and took control of it. In an instant, the look in the ice spirit illusionary bird's eyes changed completely. Seeing this, Huang Beiwei couldn't help but feel satisfied. Any spirit beast I want is only two choices: either submit to me or die. Once a life-bound contract is signed, if the spirit beast dies, the summoner dies too. I, Huang Beiwei, will never make such an unreliable exchange. If I hadn't sensed the aura of the myriad beasts limitless, I wouldn't have risked trying to subdue it. "Master, I will submit to you." "Master," the ice spirit illusionary bird affirmed. "If I had known Master was so powerful, I would not have resisted. Please forgive my insolence." Huang Beiwei then spoke the truth. "My current body is very weak. You must have sensed that there isn't a trace of primal energy in my body. Therefore, until I fully recover, I will need your protection. Master, rest assured, I will definitely protect you." I thought Master was just hiding her strength. I didn't expect you to truly have no primal energy at all. "What, do you regret letting me be your master?" Hearing her ask, this made it start a panic. No, not at all. A summoner without primal energy cannot use the beast taming art, which means that just now, Master made me submit using only her will. A master as powerful as you, of course I must submit. Normally, you can hide so others don't discover you. Only come out when I call. On this strange continent, danger can appear at any time, so I must leave myself an escape route. Without heaven-defying strength, I'll have to avoid attracting attention for now. Looking at her own fiery red hair, Huang Beiwei also realized, ever since the myriad beasts limitless appeared, my appearance has become more and more like my previous life. Fortunately, as long as I block the power transmitted from the myriad beasts limitless, I can return to my previous frail appearance. Meanwhile, below, this scene was noticed by His Highness the Crown Prince and an old gentleman. It seems something is flying this way. The powerful aura it emitted startled the Crown Prince. It even scared the old gentleman's spirit bird so much that it fled back to its summoning space. "Your Highness, that is one of the 5 spirits, the ice spirit illusionary bird." He looked at it and began to ask his purple flame fire Qilin. "Yin-Yin, between you and it, who is stronger?" "Unless the summoner who signed a contract with it is stronger than you, I will not lose." Looking at him, he seems to be 12 years old at most, yet he could be a 9-star summoner. Such talent is too terrifying. And what struck his eyes was Huang Beiwei's fiery red hair. The old gentleman standing behind also anxiously reported, "Your Highness, the ice spirit beast has appeared. We must quickly inform His Majesty." "Mr. Shun, you are incredibly knowledgeable. I wonder if you can identify his rank?" Huang Zhanya asked seriously. "I cannot determine her strength, but the ice spirit illusionary bird is one of the 5 spirits, on the same level as your Highness's purple flame fire Qilin. So her strength is likely no less than 9-star. Just then, Huang Beiwei landed on the ground. Seeing this, he proactively approached to start a conversation. "Lord Summoner, may I ask if this is your first time visiting the Southern Wing Nation?" She gave a slight nod to confirm. Just as the old man was about to ask for her name, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from afar, shouting loudly, "Lord Shi Tian." Xiao Zhongqi ran over with a fawning expression. "Lord Shi Tian, it is a great honor to be in the same mercenary group as you." Huang Beiwei let out a cold snort and thought to herself, if he knew that the Lord Summoner he reveres is the useless little sister he often bullies, I wonder what his expression would be like. "Lord Shi Tian, please stay in the Southern Wing Nation for a while. Our Majesty will surely welcome you warmly, Mr. Shin suggested. I will be staying in the Southern Wing Nation for this period of time, she said. I am Huang Zhanya. On behalf of the Southern Wing Nation, I welcome you. Faced with his respect, she also replied courteously, I am Shi Tian. My thanks to your highness, the Crown Prince. Then where are you currently staying? I have just arrived in the Southern Wing Nation, so I have not yet found a place to stay. Before Huang Zhanya could say more, Xiao Zhongqi suddenly cut in. If Lord Shi Tian doesn't mind, you can stay at my house. My parents will definitely welcome you. In his heart, he thought, if I can befriend this powerful summoner, father will surely be overjoyed. By then, that little brat Xiao Yun will be furious. And of course, Huang Beiwei refused immediately. Thank you, young Master Xiao, but I prefer peace and quiet by myself, so there's no need to trouble you. She thought to herself, I can read you like a book. You're lucky I didn't give you a beating today. In contrast to his disappointed expression, Mr. Shin warmly asked again, Then, how might we be able to contact you, my lord? I will frequent the Mercenary Guild. If you have any business, just leave a message there. When I see it, I will proactively find you. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she was called back by Huang Zhanya. From his storage ring, he took out a bottle of medicinal liquid and threw it towards her. Your hand is injured. It needs to be treated immediately. She was also stunned and reached out to catch it. But before she could say anything, she saw that he had already left. The group of mercenaries standing nearby recognized it at a glance. That's jadeite liquid, as expected of His Highness the Crown Prince. So generous, even with a casual gesture. On the continent, a 6th-grade spirit medicine like this was already very rare. Huang Beiwei clasped her hands respectfully and said, Mr. Shun, please help me convey my thanks to Crown Prince Zhanya. As soon as she finished speaking, she and the ice spirit illusionary bird quickly departed. A while later, in an open field near the capital city, she had it land there. Right now, I cannot condense primal energy, so I don't have a summoning space for you to stay in. I can only temporarily trouble you to find a place for yourself. It also understood and affirmed that it was always ready to obey its master's command. If only I had a storage ring like the Crown Prince, that would be great. Inside is like another dimension where you can store items at will, but storage rings are too expensive. In the modern era, I had countless assets and was used to spending money like water. Now that I've transmigrated to ancient times and have to live such a destitute life, it's hard to adapt in a short time. I must find a way to make money. Returning to the eldest princess's residence, Huang Beiwei's hair had turned black again. Because I cut off the connection with the myriad beasts limitless, I returned to the appearance of that sickly third young miss. Approaching Dongling's sickbed, she carefully took out the vial of jadeite liquid that Huang Zhanya had just given her. Just by applying this ice-like turquoise liquid to the wound, the effect was visible to the naked eye. Indeed, there are many unimaginable things on this continent. Just then a knock came from outside. Third young miss, it is I, Bei Xiang. Huang Beiwei immediately remembered upon hearing the name. Could it be the servant girl I met last night? As soon as she opened the door, she saw a fawning expression. Third young miss, I know Dong Ling is injured and couldn't go to the kitchen to get lunch, so I personally brought it for you, young miss. I deliberately saved some food that the chef made specially for concubine Qin. Please have a taste and see if it's delicious. You steal food like this. Aren't you afraid concubine Qin will find out? Huang Beiwei questioned. Third young miss is joking. You are the true master of this eldest princess's residence. Before, I was too foolish and dared to offend you, young Mississippi. I beg for your forgiveness. As she spoke, Bei Xiang kowtowed on the ground to admit her fault. I'm not afraid you'll poison it. Even if you had the guts of a tiger, you wouldn't dare to do so. After chewing for a moment, she said, If I were to hold a grudge against you, Bei Xiang, for past matters, I would have killed you yesterday. These words frightened her so much that she didn't dare to move. Yes. Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life. Get up. I have a few things I want to ask you. Please ask, third young Mississippi. I will answer everything I know. For the past few years, who has managed the taxes from my and the eldest princess's fiefdoms? Faced with her question, Bei Xiang found it a bit difficult to speak. This is a long story. The fiefdom of Huiwen eldest princess is in Huiyang, and the annual tax revenue is a huge sum. As for you, young miss, when you were born, His Majesty the Emperor personally decreed Qinghe Prefecture to be the fiefdom of Princess Beiwei. At that time, everyone said you were the wealthiest child in the Southern Wing Nation. Not even the Crown Prince could compare. When the eldest princess passed away, you were still young. So Prince Consort Xiao Yuansheng managed these taxes. But the master is a martial artist with no interest in these account books. After being flattered by a few concubines, he handed over the Huiyang account books to concubine Shui to manage, and the Qinghe Prefecture account books to concubine Qin. After the two of them started managing this enormous sum of money, they became the two most famous concubines in the Southern Wing Nation. Wherever they went, they were welcomed. They spent money extravagantly, and many official wives from other noble families couldn't help but be envious. At this point, Beixiang also revealed a rather interesting fact. Actually, the second young miss, Xiao Yun's talent, is quite ordinary. It's all because concubine Shui spent a lot of money buying spiritual medicines for the second young miss to cultivate that she has achieved her current level. The money spent on elixirs alone accounts for a large portion of the tax revenue. At 15, she became a 3-star summoner. No matter how formidable the eldest young master's martial arts are, he cannot compare to her. Hearing this, Huang Beiwa thought to herself, becoming a 3-star summoner at 15 to 16 years old means she will become even more formidable later on. That Shen Yin I met today also broke through to 3-star at the age of 15. Now he is already a 6-star summoner, respected by everyone wherever he goes. Beixiang also reminded her, right now, the second young Miss's strength is very powerful. The master also dotes on her very much. If the third young miss wants to take back this household, you cannot make a move against concubine Shui for the time being. Huang Beiwei didn't seem to care much, as she was only asking for information. Not having it now doesn't mean I won't have it in the future. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will not treat you poorly in the future. Hearing this, Beixiang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yes, I will definitely be loyal and devoted to you. While on the topic, she asked further, is it true that on the 15th of this month, the Empress Dowager and Princess Shiha will return? Yes, as soon as they both return, they will summon the third young miss to the palace. The Empress Dowager and Princess Shiha have always been your staunchest supporters. I don't want to find a backer to reclaim the family fortune. I only hope to seek justice for the deceased Huang Beiwei. Moreover, the death of Huiwen eldest princess was also strange. She was in very good health, with a gentle, mild, and elegant temperament. Yet she suddenly fell gravely ill and died an untimely death. Since I have taken over Huang Beiwei's body, I must help her investigate this clearly. After a while, Dongling woke up. Young miss, I heard Beixiang's voice just now. Did she come to bully you again? Rest assured, no one will dare to bully me from now on, Huang Beiwei affirmed. By the way, are you hungry? Beixiang brought some food. Hearing this made Dongling so worried she started to cry. Why would you eat it, young miss? Last time, she also pretended to be kind and gave you a piece of meat. After you ate it, you vomited continuously. Seeing this appearance, she was very satisfied. What a silly girl. Although I'm not a good person myself, I cherish and find ways to repay those who treat me well. Thinking of this, she said caringly, Dongling, listen to me. From now on, no one will dare to bully us. I have grown up and know how to protect myself now. Don't cry anymore. Look and see if the wound on your body has healed. Hearing that, Dongling finally noticed and looked. The wound had healed, and the skin on her hand was even smoother than before. Young miss, what on earth happened? Dongling wondered. At this, Huang Beiwei revealed that she had now officially become a summoner. Hearing those words, she was so shocked she couldn't believe it, and she pinched her own hand to confirm whether this was a dream or not. Perhaps because I was young before, I couldn't grasp the key principles. Last night, I had a bit of a breakthrough, and now I have learned summoning arts. Hearing her master reveal this, Dongling was still a little surprised. That's wonderful. As long as you become a summoner, young miss, even if it's just 1 star, no one will dare to bully you. Hearing this, Huang Beiwei thought smugly, 1 star? If I can summon the ice spirit illusionary bird, my strength must be at least a 9-star like Crown Prince Zhanya. Well, it's best not to be ostentatious for now. Here, she reminded her, Dongling, because my current strength is still very weak. To avoid trouble, we shouldn't reveal this matter for the time being. She understood and nodded in confirmation. The young miss now is truly completely different from before. Not only does she think things through carefully, but she also has her own opinions, completely different from the weak and ignorant young miss of the past who would only cry whenever she encountered a problem. The young miss has truly truly grown up. If the eldest princess were still alive, she would surely be overjoyed. After she left, Huang Beiwei took out the myriad beasts Limitless and placed it on the bed. She tried to use her spiritual energy to slowly inspect the situation inside the black jade. But every time, it was like hitting a great wall. No matter how she focused her spiritual energy, she couldn't break through. She vaguely sensed an incredibly powerful force moving inside, like a stampede of 10,000 beasts. If this force were to be released, what kind of world-destroying devastation would it cause? As she was thinking about this, Dong Ling's knock suddenly came from outside. "Young miss, the master has summoned everyone to the front courtyard." Huang Beiwei hurriedly put away the myriad beasts Limitless and asked what had happened. Dong Ling replied sheepishly, "I don't know either. The servants in the residence are all a bunch of sycophants. They're afraid of being associated with us, so they didn't tell me anything. That's not very important." She hurried them to get going so they wouldn't be late. It's time to meet the people who drove Huang Beiwei to her death. And on the way there, she happened to overhear the conversation of Xiao Zhongqi's group. "What? The ice spirit beast appeared? Who on earth is that great lord who could form a contract with the ice spirit illusionary bird, one of the 5 spirits?" That lord's hair was as fiery red as flames, making it impossible for us to look directly. That is a very formidable lord. Although that person decided to stay in the Southern Wing Nation, you probably don't know this, but that person is a friend of the eldest young master. Of course, today, the eldest young master even intended to invite that person to stay at our residence, but that lord prefers quiet and declined. Hearing him boast, the servants erupted in cheers. The eldest young master is so amazing. We're basking in his glory. The more Huang Beiwei listened, the more annoyed she felt. "Friends with you? It's lucky enough that I don't know you." And her appearance was noticed by a few people. "Look, that piece of trash dares to come out of her room today. She has to come out because today is an important day for her. Like master, like servant." Xiao Zhongqi also condescendingly struck up a conversation. "Has third younger sister been feeling better lately? If you're not feeling well, don't come to the front hall. What if you happen to be angered to death? What a disgrace to the Xiao family. The master is about to be embarrassed again. It's better to be dead than to live like this." Hearing them say this, Dong Ling couldn't contain her anger and pointed at them, telling them to shut up. Well, daring to yell at the eldest young master. This damn girl must be tired of living. However, just as they were about to get physical, Xiao Zhongqi personally stepped forward to stop them. But in reality, he had no good intentions. If third sister gets angered to death in a moment, at least there will be someone to collect her corpse. This sarcastic remark made them laugh gloatingly. No matter how worried Dong Ling was, Huang Beiwei remained very calm. After a while, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the front courtyard. "Why are you so late? Do you want the distinguished guest to wait for you alone?" The one shouting loudly at the door was Butler Zhu. He pushed them both inside forcefully to avoid further delay. Inside the main hall, the fat man, sitting with her father, was today's distinguished guest. Perhaps it was something important that all the female family members were present like this. Scanning from the left were the eldest young Miss Xiao Ling, the second young Miss Xiao Yun, concubine Shui, and finally, concubine Qin. At this point, her gaze also swept over the group of people sitting over there, likely brought by that fat man. As for this one, he must be his son. On his clothes were 4 flame-shaped emblems. He was a 4-star summoner. After a moment of observation, he silently appraised them. Although the female members of the Xiao family were all beauties, each with her own charm, the second young Miss Xiao Yun was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Sensing this gaze, Xiao Yun shyly turned her face away. But that was only before Huang Beiwei appeared. The moment she entered, she captured his attention. Could this girl be the Beiwei commandery princess? It's only been a few years, yet she's become so beautiful. It's just a pity she's a good-for-nothing. Even if she's beautiful, it's useless. A woman like Xiao Yun is more interesting. She just walked straight inside like that, plopped down, and didn't bother to greet anyone. Seeing this, Xiao Yuancheng could only be the first to speak. "I made a fool of myself before the Dukevan. That is my young daughter, Beiwei. So that's her. She is indeed as stunningly beautiful as the Huiyuan eldest princess." Concubine Qin also added sarcastically, "That's right, but it's a pity she only inherited the beauty. That's truly a pity." The Dukevan also chimed in with agreement, thinking to himself that he was one of the most powerful figures in the Southern Wing Nation. The experts under his command were as numerous as clouds. The air Xie had already reached the 4-star level at just 19 years old, which could be considered quite an achievement. Back when the Huiyuan eldest princess was still alive, with the Empress Dowager's protection and the Emperor's favor, the engagement between Che and Huang Beiyue was arranged. He had thought this marriage was excellent and would bring many benefits in the future. But unexpectedly, the eldest princess passed away suddenly at a young age, leaving behind this good-for-nothing child. How could a sickly, good-for-nothing laughingstock of the Southern Wing Nation be worthy of a 4-star summoner with boundless prospects like the heir of the Duke of An? To avoid letting the Shao family lose face, he had secretly negotiated with Shao Yuancheng to choose another daughter to marry into the Duke of An's residence. The second young miss, Xiao Yun, was already a 3-star summoner at just 15 years old. This was clearly the best choice. This girl's future would surely be a dazzling star, bringing many advantages to the Duke of An's residence. Thinking of this, the Duke of An began to get to the main point. I have come to your esteemed residence today with a matter to discuss. A few years ago, thanks to the Emperor's favor, an engagement was arranged between the Commandery Princess and Che. But now, perhaps it's better to let the boy speak for himself. As soon as his words fell, he saw him proactively stand up to speak. I'm already 19 years old, so I hope to be able to decide my own marriage. I hope Father and Uncle Xiao will forgive me. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood the situation, so he came to break off the engagement. There's a good show to watch now. Their laughter gradually became strangely twisted. The servant girls standing by the side couldn't help but snicker. Huang Beiyue is so pitiful. On the surface, Xiao Yun showed no expression, but inwardly she was extremely smug. The high and mighty feeling of pitying others was truly enjoyable. Dong Ling felt all of it, her whole body trembling with anger. How could they humiliate the young miss like this? But why was the young miss still so calm? What's so great about being the heir of the Duke of An? The young miss is no longer the good-for-nothing she used to be. For him to come here today to break off the engagement with such fanfare, he will surely regret it in the future. Dong Ling thought to herself. Just then, Xiao Yuancheng also admitted, with the heir's current strength and status, it's true that Beiyue is not worthy of you. Uncle Xiao is joking. The Beiyue Commandery Princess's status is extremely noble. It should be that Che is not worthy of her. He said in a sarcastic tone. The Duke of An on this side also added, the Beiyue Commandery Princess is only 12 years old this year, while Che has reached the age of marriage, so this union is indeed a bit inappropriate. But because of the marriage contract with the eldest princess, I dare not cancel it on my own. If the Shao family has a daughter of suitable age, the Duke of An's residence will bring a grand sedan chair carried by 8 bearers to marry her. Xie also openly cast amorous glances at Xiao Yun, a truly sickening sight. Just then, Huang Beiyue also stood up on her own initiative. Heir Che, you want to dissolve the marriage contract with me simply because I am incompetent and will cause you to lose face in the future. Therefore, you want to marry someone who can give you that. And my second sister is the logical choice. Xiao Yun, annoyed, immediately questioned, Beiyue, what nonsense are you talking? Second older sister, did I say something wrong? You are as beautiful as a flower, and Heir Che is handsome and dashing. You two are truly a match made in heaven. How could I compare? Hearing this praise made Xie smile inwardly. This good-for-nothing is somewhat useful after all. He then proposed on the spot. Uncle Xiao, Yun'er is intelligent and talented. Che has admired her for a long time. I ask for your blessing today. Xie, you've got some nerve. Your current fiancé is still sitting right here. The marriage contract hasn't been officially dissolved, yet you dare to cast amorous glances at another. Contrary to her expression, Xiao Yuancheng was very pleased. As long as Yun'er likes him, it's fine. Concubine Shui similarly said that she would leave it to the master's discretion. How about this? Since Yun'er and Heir Che both study at Lingyang Academy, they can get to know each other. Once the two are familiar with each other, we will decide on the marriage. What does the Duke think? Good, of course, that's good. It is Che's great fortune to be able to marry Xiao Yun. Xie also respectfully thanked everyone for agreeing to this marriage. At the same time, the Duke of An also gave a hand signal. Immediately, a guard brought in a box. This jade lock was the betrothal token from back then. At that time, the old Duke of An also gave the Beiyue Commandery Princess an heirloom jade pendant. Since the marriage contract is dissolved today, this Duke will return the golden lock. The Beiyue Commandery Princess should also return the jade pendant, shouldn't she? At this moment, the two words annulment letter caught Huang Beiyue's attention. The servant girls, upon seeing it, huddled together and snickered. She's really been dumped. How pitiful. So what if she's a commandery princess? A good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. Now, there's no one to help her. She thought to herself, I don't care about dissolving the engagement with that Xie, but that doesn't mean I want to be the one who gets dumped. At this, she proactively walked closer, simultaneously taking the annulment letter in her hand and asking back. Could it be that the Beiyue commandery princess doesn't know? If you don't know, Che can read it for you. Hearing him say that made her snort coldly. What right does Che have to dump this commandery princess? Duke of An, don't you forget that I am the Beiyue commandery princess, personally bestowed by the emperor. In terms of rank, I am an official second rank, just like you. Your son is merely a fifth rank captain. It's already a crime for him not to kneel upon seeing me, yet he dares to dump me? The moment she spoke, the entire hall fell unusually silent. Could the shock have been too great and driven her mad? If she angers the Duke of An, she's in for it. Xiao Yuancheng slammed the table and shouted, Beiyue, what nonsense are you spouting? Get back here now. What did I speak wrongly? Everything I said is the truth, Huang Beiyue retorted calmly. The one who has lost face for father is you, not me. In the beginning, it was father who wanted to marry the eldest princess. Now, it is also you who wants to support the Duke of An in breaking the engagement. It is also you who wants to matchmake Xiao Yun and Xie. What does any of this have to do with me? Isn't it enough that you've made me lose so much face? I'll beat you to death today. Xiao Yuancheng trembled all over with anger. Concubine Shui rushed over to advise him. Master, calm down. Don't let this wretched girl provoke you. The people from the Duke of An's residence are still here. We can teach her a lesson after they leave. Hearing this helped him calm down somewhat. The marriage with the Duke of An's residence was more important. Your Grace, the Duke, that girl doesn't know any manners. I made a fool of myself before you. It's fine, it's fine. Children often speak without thinking. The Beiyue commandery princess's status is very noble, so it should be us who cannot afford to offend her. He thought to himself, that girl's backers are the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. I can't act openly, so I'll have to do it covertly. But we came here today to dissolve the marriage contract. Could it be that the commandery princess does not agree and insists on clinging to our Duke of An's residence? Clinging? The Duke of An is quite humorous, Huang Beiyue replied sharply. Do you think everyone considers your son a treasure? In my eyes, he is nothing. Then why won't the commandery princess hand over the jade pendant? What jade pendant? I threw it into some pawn shop a long time ago. According to custom, whichever side loses the betrothal gift is considered to have voluntarily given up the marriage contract. Therefore, I am the one dumping Xie. She also slammed the annulment letter down on the table to affirm it. Good, very good. I never expected the Xiao family to have such an arrogant daughter. Consider my eyes open today, Duke. You flatter me. I am arrogant because I have the right to be. Unable to win the argument, the Duke of An was out of options. Prince Consort, since the matter is settled, this Duke will take his leave. My young daughter was ignorant and has offended you. Before leaving, Xie didn't forget to leave a message. Beiyue commandery princess, I will remember this day. Of course, I will make sure you never forget it for the rest of your life. With the matter concluded, Huang Beiyue and Dong Ling turned to leave. This made Xiao Yun watch with curiosity. Why is that girl acting so crazy today? It's like she's a different person. Concubine Sheen came up from behind and made a snide remark. Yunner, you stole her fiancé, of course she'd go crazy. What does it have to do with me? What ghost would want a sickly, useless thing like her? It was bad luck to be engaged to her in the first place. Xiao Yin reacted this way because she didn't like her much. Putting on an act. You're clearly thrilled, but pretending otherwise. Yunner, you will be engaged to the heir. In the future, you will be the official wife of the Duke of An's residence. For her entire life, she can only be a concubine. Hearing the 4 words official wife made Concubine Sheen leave in a huff. Concubine Shui also instructed her daughter, Yunner, don't bully that sickly ghost anymore. She's a good-for-nothing. Besides, mother, you saw today too. It was clearly she who was deliberately trying to annoy me. It's true that girl was a bit strange today. But it could also be that the shock was too great. Don't you know that this girl has always wanted to marry into the Duke of An's residence early, so she wouldn't be bullied anymore? But now that her beautiful dream has shattered, of course she'd go crazy. Mother's right. What else can this good-for-nothing dream of now? How ridiculous. I still have to coax this girl for now. Next month, the Empress Dowager will return to the palace. If you can get her to tell the Empress Dowager to have your father promote me to the position of the official wife, then you will become the true young miss of this residence. Hearing her say this, Xiaoyan also thought to herself, a true young miss? Although I'm considered a genius, here in Lingyang, whenever I face those noble young ladies, I still feel inferior to them. Although no one shows any contempt, they probably speak ill of me behind my back because I'm the daughter of a concubine. If mother becomes the official wife, perhaps things will be different. I might even get to meet His Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yun, understanding the meaning, affirmed that she would definitely be able to coax her. Returning to Luoyuan Pavilion. Young miss, you might have gone a bit too far just now. That Duke Oven doesn't seem like a good person, Dong Ling thought to herself. The Duke Oven has a whole bunch of subordinates who are all experts. If he wants to harm young miss, there would be no way to resist. Don't you worry, Huang Beiwei said confidently. Since I dare to do that, I can naturally handle it. A mere Duke of Un, at best his most powerful subordinate, is only a mid-level 9-star summoner. Moreover, he definitely doesn't have any high-level spirit beasts. If two summoners are of the same level, the difference in their strength depends entirely on their summoned beasts. Now that I have the Ice Spirit Phantom Bird, my strength is definitely much greater than that of summoners of the same level. To me, a Duke Oven is nothing. Just then, she also noticed Dong Ling on the side. Dong Ling is only 1 or 2 years older than me, but for the past few years, it was because she took on sewing jobs to earn money that I was able to live a little more comfortably. She then asked, do we really not have anything of value? Hearing this, Dong Ling was a little surprised and tried to think back. It seems there is a jade flute left by the eldest princess. When she was alive, she loved it very much, so this servant didn't dare to take it to sell. As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Ling turned and walked towards the cabinet. She removed a brick from the wall and then took out a long box from the gap inside and brought it over. Inside was a sparkling jade flute. Its material was top-grade white jade, shimmering and translucent as if it were condensed from ice and snow. Upon seeing it, Beiwei was so surprised she exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." In her memory, it seemed she often saw Princess Huiyuan playing the flute under the moonlight. Looking at the eldest princess's back, no one knew who she was playing for. Here, she also hummed an impromptu tune. Witnessing this scene, Dong Ling couldn't help but be surprised. "Young miss, when did you learn to play the flute?" "Why didn't this servant know?" "Ah, mother used to teach me occasionally. It's been a long time since I played, so I'm a little rusty." Saying this, she walked straight to the wardrobe, putting on a set of black clothes and giving instructions. "I'm going out to test the sound. I'll be back in a little while." After speaking, she leaped directly outside. A moment later, in the quiet night sky, Beiwei was sitting on the back of the Ice Spirit Phantom Bird, taking a tour. Originally, she hadn't called to hear it all, but when it replied that it came because it heard a call, she guessed it was because of the Van Thursday Vo Kwong. "Master, the people in the eldest princess's residence treat you like this. How about I?" Knowing its intention, Beiwei immediately stopped it. "No need. I have my own thoughts on that matter. You just need to stay quietly nearby and be ready to appear at any time." The two of them flew through the forest, slowly heading towards Linhui City. When she flew to a certain place, she happened to hear the sound of a zither. Down below, a man was intently plucking out a melody. The sound of the zither was like that of an exiled immortal descended to the mortal world, carrying a sense of pride, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Huang Beiwei was stunned and ordered the Ice Spirit Phantom Bird to quickly track this zither sound. It absolutely had to be found. The huge figure silently disappeared into the darkness, soundlessly entering the capital city. Just then, the zither sound suddenly hit a high note and then fell silent, which couldn't help but surprise Huang Beiwei. She clearly hadn't stopped playing her flute yet. The Ice Spirit Phantom Bird flew to a somewhat desolate place, then circled a few times over a slightly dilapidated building, confirming that this was the place. She looked at it with some suspicion. This building was clearly uninhabited. Did that faint, ethereal zither sound really come from here? Who on earth was playing that zither? Huang Beiwei's heart was filled with curiosity. Her personality was usually indifferent. It was rare for her to develop such great interest in someone she had never met, like today. Returning to Luoyuan Pavilion, after letting the Ice Spirit Phantom Bird leave, Huang Beiwei accidentally discovered someone hiding in the courtyard. To a genius assassin from her previous life, like her, this method of concealing one's tracks was too amateurish. I just humiliated the Duke of In and his son today, and they already can't hold back and want to make a move this quickly? Since you dare to come, don't even think about going back." Her figure flew over swiftly without a sound. The man in black stealthily approached Huang Biyue's room, took out a bamboo tube, quietly poked a small hole in the door, and blew knockout smoke through it while revealing a disgusting smile. The Duke of N had really offered him a huge reward this time. Although this young miss was young, she had an exquisite face like Princess Huiwen. Although she was a bit young, it happened to suit his taste. He just happened to have a thing for Lolas. Just then, a hand gently landed on his shoulder, catching his attention. Huang Beiyue, dressed in black, stood beside him, making him think he had seen a ghost. Seeing the young girl who should have been unconscious in the room suddenly appear in front of him, he was so scared that he took a step back. He quickly calmed himself down. No need to be afraid. She's just a 12-year-old girl. Even if she isn't unconscious, could it be that a mid-level warrior like me can't defeat her? Thinking of this, the man in black straightened his collar and said loudly, "Commandery Princess Beiyue, be a good girl and listen to this master. Maybe this master will spare your life." His words made Huang Beiyue let out a cold snort. "Have you heard that a red-haired demoness with the strength of a 9-star summoner, who commands the ice spirit phantom bird, has recently appeared in Linhuai City?" Of course I've heard of her. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing what she meant by that. However, the news of a 9-star summoner has already spread throughout Linhuai City. It certainly won't be long before it spreads throughout the entire Southern Wing Nation. At this, Huang Beiyue gave a strange smile, and her ink-black hair instantly turned a fiery red. This scene made the man in black's eyes widen, a chilling sensation shooting up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The figure of the ice spirit phantom bird also appeared right behind her. Let me make it clear for you, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to die with your eyes closed. Immediately after, only his cries for help could be heard in the quiet night sky. How'd it taste? Huang Beiyue wondered. The ice spirit phantom bird chewed a few times and complained, "Not good, tastes awful. Don't worry, if you follow me, there will be plenty of meat to eat in the future. No one who has dared to mess with me has ever lived in peace." Upon entering the room, she saw Dong Ling had been knocked unconscious by the smoke. Huang Beiyue carefully checked her pulse and found that it was just ordinary knockout smoke, nothing to worry about. Holding the Van Thursday Vo Quang in her hand, she knew that as long as she had this, she would definitely become stronger and stronger. However, this black jade was too mysterious. She still hadn't discovered anything about it, which made her feel a little frustrated. A 9-star summoner on the Cart Continent is considered an expert, but that is only limited to this continent. The scene changes to the next day in Linhuai capital city, where Huang Beiyue also appears. After the events of that day, the reputation of a 9-star summoner, Shi Tian, had spread throughout Linhuai City, so as soon as she was seen, countless people paid attention to her. That's Lord Shi Tian, the ice spirit beast contractor. That fiery red hair looks so stylish. If you're scared, go home. With such a petite figure, could it be a sure old man? However, on the Cart Continent, strength is paramount. Even if it's just an old man, as long as they are powerful, they will be respected. Huang Beiyue walked straight to the mercenary guild like that, and someone immediately came out to greet her. "Lord Shi Tian, what brings you here?" "I want to earn money. Give me whatever mission pays the most," she shared frankly. These words couldn't help but startle him. Earn money? The status of a 9-star summoner not only represents status, position, and strength, but also wealth. How could she be short of money? "Please wait a moment, my lord." He didn't dare to be disrespectful and immediately went to prepare. Very quickly, he brought over a high-level mission sheet. The content written inside was as follows. In Moonfall Valley, there's a lightning attribute Hong beast, nicknamed the Red Spider, guarding a crystal fruit. Whoever can obtain this item will receive a reward of 1 million gold coins. Seeing the generous reward, Huang Beiyue's eyes suddenly lit up. "I'll be back very soon." Taking the mission sheet in her hand, she left immediately. "That's 1 million gold coins. If I'm slow, someone else will snatch it." After taking a few steps, she immediately summoned the ice spirit phantom bird, leaping into the air and landing on its back. "Here!" She signaled for it to fly quickly to Moonfall Valley. It understood and flapped its wings, flying there at full speed. It is known that Moonfall Valley is located in the center of the forest. Flying down from the cliffs, The area below is a dense thicket, large plants of all kinds, ferocious beasts running rampant. It was truly a perilous place. The location where the Hong beast resided was at the bottom of a chasm. There wasn't a single blade of grass around. The ground was scorched to a faint red, and black smoke billowed in all directions. With such an attractive reward, many mercenaries were already here early. It's too strong. What level spirit beast is that Hong beast? At least 10th rank or higher, because there's a 10th rank blue bat tied up in its web. Useful information. Spirit beasts, like summoners, are also divided into ranks, from 1st rank to 20th rank. Of course, the purple flame fire Qilin and the ice spirit phantom bird do not belong to this class. The 5 spirits represent the strongest spirit beasts on the continent, second only to divine beasts. They're the supreme beings of the 5 attribute types. Their growth potential is immense, so they're not ranked like ordinary spirit beasts. I give up. Fighting a spirit beast of 10th rank or higher is no different from rushing to one's death. It's hopeless. My 1 million gold coins. Just then, a man suddenly pointed at a white shadow flying in the sky. Look quickly, what is that? The ice spirit phantom bird. Lord Shitian is here too. With each gasp of astonishment, the pressure it emitted made the entire group unable to stand firm. As soon as it saw the ice spirit phantom bird, the Hong beast immediately became vigilant. It let out a screech, and a lightning blast shot out from its mouth, striking towards the ice spirit phantom bird. Huang Beiwe also noticed this. A dense black aura swirled in her palm as she slowly pulled out an ice feather from the ice spirit phantom bird's back, using it as a sword to directly slash down. The black aura freely emanated from the ice feather sword, forming a long whip that struck forcefully towards the Hong beast. In just a moment, it struck directly into the Hong beast's mouth, which was its weak point. Just a moment ago, it was fierce and arrogant, but now its entire body was stiff, its breath shallow. To defeat this spirit beast above the 10th rank with just one move, her strength was truly formidable. The group of mercenaries watched with envy. After the lightning blast dissipated, beneath layers upon layers of spiderwebs, a small plant was revealed. A single fruit, shimmering and glossy all over, grew amidst a cluster of lush branches and leaves. Huang Beiwe also flew down, heading towards the crystal fruit. Just as she was about to reach out and pick it, someone ran over to stop her. A young boy with pink lips and white teeth, delicate and lovely, appeared, breathing heavily. The crystal fruit cannot be touched directly. If it touches a person, it will immediately vanish. In fact, Huang Beiwe didn't know this. Luckily, she withdrew her hand in time, almost losing 1 million gold coins. It was fortunate that he reminded her. At the same time, she took the small piece of cloth from him, not forgetting to say thank you. Holding the spoils of war in her hand, she proactively suggested, "You helped me, so let's consider this crystal fruit as something we picked together. When we get the reward, we'll split it evenly, all right? Together with you?" These words kept circling in his head, making him ecstatic to the point of madness. "Lord Shitian, I actually don't want the gold coins. I just want," at this point, he pointed to the ice spirit phantom bird. "Can I touch it once?" This request seemed difficult, but for a poor wretch like Huang Beiwe, it was different. She thought to herself, just for a little touch, I'll get a full 1 million gold coins. Why would I be stupid enough to refuse? No problem. She waved her hand and happily agreed. These words made the young boy so happy he could cry, his mouth endlessly repeating thank you. In contrast to his joy was the ice spirit phantom bird's less than friendly attitude. With its master's command, it retracted all its extreme cold chi, so the young boy's hand wasn't injured. Still, letting this stinky brat grope it a little. Thinking of this, the ice spirit phantom bird let out a soft snort from its nostrils. "Master, this little brat's flesh is soft and smooth. He must be delicious to eat." Huang Beiwe immediately reminded it, "Don't cause trouble. I'm afraid this kid's background is not small." After that was settled, the young boy became serious. "Lord Shitian, how do you plan to handle this Hong beast? Do you have any suggestions?" The young boy nodded. "Although it's still alive, it has been defeated by you, so it can be tamed as a spirit beast and sold at auction. The price will be very high." Hearing about money, Huang Beiwe became interested and asked, "How high is very high?" Because the higher the rank of a spirit beast, the harder it is to tame. And if a summoner wants to increase their strength, they must form a contract with a spirit beast of a higher rank than themselves. If a 3-star primary summoner has a 5th-rank spirit beast, their strength will be promoted to 4-star or 5-star, depending on their luck. However, high-rank spirit beasts will absolutely not seek out summoners of too low a rank to form a contract. But there is one exception, and that is after a spirit beast has been defeated. They will completely submit to the one who defeated them. If that person doesn't want to form a life bond contract, they can transfer it to someone else by selling it at auction. The more the young boy spoke, the more excited he became. The Hong Beast is a spirit beast of the 10th rank or higher. It's practically the type that money can't buy. The information was very useful, and Huang Beiyue took note of it. But she didn't know anyone from an auction house and was still afraid of being cheated. At this, the young boy took out an invitation card and said, "Lord Shi Tian, if you don't mind, you can use my family's auction house. I won't take a transaction fee from you. Today, my family will help you announce it to everyone in advance. There are quite a few wealthy people in this city who want to buy a spirit beast. When you come to the auction house tomorrow, just give this card to the guards, and they will immediately inform me." Looking at the words Bogart Auction House also caught her attention. It was known that the Bogart family was the most famous family on the entire Cartier continent. In any country, they held an extremely high status and reputation. This was what people often called the nobility among nobles. Could this young boy be a member of the Bogart family? Just as she thought of this, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Young Master Lack, so you're here? We've been looking for you for a long time." A group of people with anxious expressions hurried over. These people were approximately at the level of high-rank warriors. He had a somewhat unwilling expression, having been discovered so soon. Huang Beiyue roughly guessed his identity and said, "Take care of this Hong beast yourselves. I will go to the auction house on my own tomorrow." After giving her instructions, she flew onto the back of the ice spirit phantom bird and left directly. "I can't believe it. Tell me I wasn't just dreaming. Young Master Lack, you worried us to death. The old master knows you ran away and is furious. You should hurry back." Lack raised his head and confidently asserted, "This time, Father will definitely praise me. This is a spirit beast left by the legendary Lord Shi Tian to be auctioned at our auction house." "Is it really that Lord Shi Tian?" The group of warriors immediately gathered around and exclaimed in amazement, "Young Master is truly amazing, worthy of being the top genius of the Bogart family." Returning to the mercenary guild, Huang Beiyue was there to turn the mission. "Lord Shi Tian, this 1 million gold coins is your reward." According to her memory, the currency on the Cartier continent consisted of 4 types: gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, and iron coins. 1,000 iron coins equaled 100 copper coins, which equaled 10 silver coins, which equaled 1 gold coin. If one carried too much money, they could use 10 gold coins to register for a blue card and store the money inside it. When needed, it could be withdrawn for use. The function of the blue card was similar to a storage ring, but the blue card could only be used to hold money, and its advantage was being much cheaper. Right now, I don't have much money, so I'll have to buy some basic medicinal herbs to treat my body. Just then, a call of Lord Shi Tian caught her attention. A person ran up from behind, calling out, "I finally found you." He then presented an extremely luxurious, gold-plated invitation. "His Highness the Crown Prince sent me to give this to you. Her Majesty the Empress is hosting a palace banquet, and you, my lord, are an honored guest." A palace banquet? From what I remember, back when eldest Princess Huiwen was still alive, I used to enter the palace frequently. But because my personality was too weak and timid, the Empress didn't like me very much. This palace banquet was hosted by the Empress, although it was said to be just a normal banquet. Just looking at such a luxurious invitation made it obvious that many important figures in Lin Huai City would be attending. The eldest princess's residence would definitely receive an invitation as well. However, the Empress Dowager was not in the palace right now, so I could use the excuse of being sick to not go. Taking the invitation, she didn't forget to say thanks before turning to leave. Following the sound of the zither from that day, Huang Beiyue came over to investigate. This place was relatively remote with few people, but this particular building was guarded with extreme strictness. Patrol teams passed by continuously, not relaxing for a single minute. As soon as she got a little closer, she was immediately warned by a patrolling soldier. "This is a restricted area, no entry." "Where is this? Why is it guarded so heavily?" Huang Beiyue thought to herself in confusion. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage was also moving towards here, surrounded by countless soldiers for protection. Startled, Huang Beiyue retreated into a corner and observed quietly. When the carriage stopped in front of the main gate, a soldier with a stern and righteous expression stepped forward and said in a serious tone, "The prince has returned. Please alight from the carriage for this subordinate to inspect." As soon as the words fell, the curtain was lifted and a man spoke on behalf of the person inside. "His Highness is ill. What else do you want to inspect? We've never hidden anything." He was Wu-Di. "This is His Majesty the Emperor's order. We are merely carrying it out. Please forgive us, Lord Wu." Hearing this, a voice came from inside. "It's all right. Help me out of the carriage. Princey, we have offended you." Hearing this name, Huang Beiwei recalled. Could it be the hostage that the Northern Brilliance Nation and the Southern Wing Nation exchanged 10 years ago to make peace? The hostage sent by the Northern Brilliance Nation was the 9th prince, Feng Lianin, who was only 6 years old at the time. I remember that year. Eldest Princess Huiwen personally led people out of the city to welcome this young 9th prince. Just like that, 10 years have passed. The little child from back then has now grown up. It's a pity he still has to remain a hostage in an enemy country. The Northern Brilliance Nation had no intention of bringing this 9th prince back, and naturally, the Southern Wing Nation had no such thoughts either. Since ancient times on the Cartier continent, emperors have always had many heirs. Therefore, once sent to an enemy country as a hostage, they usually have no chance of returning. If they don't die from resentment, they commit suicide due to the poor treatment from the enemy country, or they might be tortured to death by the enemy country when war breaks out. What will be the fate of this Prince C? Huang Beiwei herself couldn't predict it. On this side, Wu-Di carefully helped the person down. The first thing that caught the eye was a snow-white robe, followed by a full head of hair that covered his entire face. His thin figure was somewhat frail, like a banished immortal descended to the mortal world. As soon as he stepped down, he took off his cloak and gestured for them to inspect it. After a thorough inspection, the soldier let him pass. Before entering, he didn't forget to say thanks. Huang Beiwei stood to the side, thinking to herself, although I'm very curious about the person who played the zither last night, this 9th prince's treatment in the Southern Wing Nation isn't very good. I shouldn't cause him more trouble. Playing the flute in harmony last night. This memory is something I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Within that ethereal and graceful zither music, I sensed a hint of pride. If there's a chance, I hope I can play in harmony with him again. Behind the main gate of the hostage prince's residence, Feng Lianin had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, turned around, and glanced towards the gate, his eyes revealing a hint of unspoken thoughts. "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Wu-Di asked, puzzled. "It's nothing." Feng Lianin shook his head. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and he continued walking inside. Seeing this, Wu-Di was stunned. When there were no outsiders, His Highness never smiled, and even if he did, it was never such a gentle smile. What was going on? Tomorrow, the Empress is hosting a banquet in the palace. The invitation has been delivered, as usual. Does Your Highness wish to go? Wu-Di asked curiously. I heard that a 9-star summoner has appeared in the Southern Wing Nation, with strength equal to Crown Prince Zhangyi, their skills evenly matched. And their summoned beast is one of the 5 great spirit beasts, the Ice Spirit Phantom Bird. I would like to meet such an expert, Feng Lianin said coldly. Hearing His Highness say this, Wu-Di couldn't help but snort coldly. I don't know how the Southern Wing Nation got so lucky with 9-star summoners appearing one after another. Seeing this, Feng Lianin reminded him, there are always heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. Have you forgotten? Your Highness is right. No matter how formidable a 9-star summoner is, they are nothing before Azura City. At this, Wu-Di asked, this palace banquet is to win over that 9-star summoner. Does Your Highness need me to investigate a little? Hearing this, he refused. No need. Just let nature take its course. We only need to observe quietly. Returning to that night in the Beiwei Imperial Court, Huang Beiwei was also in her room, studying the new medicinal herbs she had bought in the afternoon. This small amount already cost several thousand gold coins. The more she thought about it, the more she felt the sting of the expense. In all nations, most of the materials are in the hands of major powers and great families, so it is extremely difficult for a person without a background to become an alchemist. Unless one has a fortuitous encounter, medicine refining and weapon forging have become skills reserved for the nobility. To improve my strength, becoming an alchemist is very important. Right now, I can't condense Yuan Qi, and my body is too weak, so I must recuperate my body. A moment later, she tried to absorb Yuan Qi into her body again. but it was still unsuccessful. Huang Beiwei angrily slammed the table. Why is it like this? Why on earth can't I condense Yuan Qi? Even if my body is weak, it's impossible for Yuan Qi to dissipate like this. Just as she thought of this, she realized something. She focused and tried to absorb Yuan Qi once more. Instantly, it was sucked into her body. At this point, all her doubts were cleared. It wasn't actually dissipating, it was being sucked away. Just then, a strange voice echoed. Ahaha, after so many years, you've finally discovered this secret. This startled Huang Beiwei, who quickly jumped up and demanded, Who's there? No need to look, you can't see me. Who on earth are you? She questioned seriously. You can call me Yim. This old lady isn't asking for your name. Get your ass out here for me. Huang Beiwei shouted coldly. It would be great if I could get out. Close your eyes, and I will let you see me. Hearing this, she decisively did as told. As soon as she closed her eyes, she suddenly felt her body sinking. Her feet seemed to touch the surface of water, making her become vigilant and open her eyes immediately. And what appeared before her eyes was an extremely vast prison, with 49 bronze pillars standing upright in front, each so large that it would take 4 or 5 people to encircle one. Above, countless strange talismans were drawn with a kind of dark golden ink, and Yuan Qi was also flowing slowly around, and the talismans gradually revealed a dazzling radiance. Yim said he would let me see him. Could it be that he's here? Unable to contain her curiosity, she tried placing her hand on a nearby bronze pillar. The moment she touched it, a dazzling golden light flashed, quickly pushing her away. Just then, a pair of large, somewhat murky eyes appeared from behind the bronze pillar, watching her actions intently. Without a trace of fear, Huang Beiwei asked, What the hell kind of monster are you? Its eyes narrowed slightly, and the head of a crimson beast slowly moved towards her. At the same time, it introduced its name, I am Yim. This old lady knows your name is Yim. I'm asking what the hell you are. Seeing this attitude, a look of astonishment appeared in Yim's eyes. This human girl showed no fear at all in front of me, and even used such an arrogant tone. She is indeed worthy of being the descendant chosen by that person. Huang Beiwei crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Cut the crap. If you don't talk, I'm leaving. Huang Beiwei, aren't you the least bit curious about me? Appearing so suddenly like this without any reaction, it hurt its feelings deeply. Ridiculous. You're just a beast. Here, she asserted, in my eyes, there is no beast that I cannot subjugate. Then don't you want to know where you are right now? Well, I want to know. I will naturally find out. Stop trying to act mysterious in front of me. Yim watched her back and said in a low voice, This place is the Blackwater Forbidden Prison. You can't get out. Even if this is hell, I will break through it to get out. Hearing her words, it burst out laughing. Break through? This is inside your body, Huang Beiwei. Its words made her startle and ask again. Seeing her lose her composure made Yim extremely delighted, and it cackled. I've been sealed in your body for 12 years. You've always wondered why you couldn't condense Yuan Qi, haven't you? That's because all the Yuan Qi you condense is absorbed to reinforce the forbidden spell on this Blackwater Forbidden Prison. The roaring voice caused the surrounding black water to start surging. In a quiet, dark space, the wind suddenly rose, along with a maniacal laughter that echoed throughout the dark space. Everything in front of Huang Beiwei suddenly turned black. When she opened her eyes, she found herself back in her room at Luyan Pavilion. Her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her already pale face was now completely ashen. Yim, get the hell out here for me, she roared furiously. Just then, a knock came from outside. Third young miss, Lady Shui is here to visit you. Huang Beiwei peeked out and saw several maids holding lanterns, leading concubine Shui in through the courtyard gate. It's the middle of the night. What is concubine Shui doing here? She slowly steadied her breathing, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then went to open the door. Upon seeing her, concubine Shui couldn't help but be surprised. Third young miss, where is that girl Dongling? Why didn't she open the door? Huang Beiwei replied, Dongling has just fallen ill. She deliberately spoke in a weak and feeble voice. Concubine Shui sneered inwardly. This sickly ghost is getting weaker and weaker. Her face is as pale as a corpse. She must have been hit hard by Erche's annulment of the engagement. Anyway, she won't live much longer, so I'll just pretend to be concerned for now. Third young miss, why do you look so unwell? Are you not feeling well? I'm fine, Huang Beiwei said, pretending to cough twice. Don't blame your second older sister for what happened yesterday. The Shui family suddenly made that decision. We didn't know about it beforehand either. How could I possibly blame second older sister? In the Southern Wing Nation, who doesn't know she is an outstanding talent among the younger generation? Not only does she have the reputation of a genius, but her appearance is like a fairy descended to earth. Her status is indeed a perfect match for the heir. Concubine Shui was a bit surprised to hear this, not expecting this piece of trash to be so articulate. Even so, she still feigned modesty. As you know, with your sister's status as a concubine's daughter, how could she be worthy of the heir? Why would concubine Shui say that? You are dignified and virtuous, and with second older sister's talent and beauty, father will soon promote you to the position of official wife. Don't tease me anymore. How would I dare to compete for the eldest princess's position? Your mother has been gone for so many years. The household cannot be without a matriarch. Hearing these words from Huang Beiwei, concubine Shui thought to herself, this girl has finally given in. Without the Duke of An's residence as backing, she can only rely on me. If I become the matriarch, I won't have to pay so much mind to that Xie. Although she was gloating inwardly, her face showed great sorrow. It's just a pity that your father dotes on that slut Qin so much, and she even gave birth to the eldest son. I'm afraid it won't be long before your father promotes her to official wife. It's nothing for your second older sister and me to suffer a little grievance, but concubine Shui is very worried about you. If she is allowed to manage this entire household, what will become of your life in the future? Huang Beiwei frowned sadly. A few years ago, at a palace banquet, concubine Qin brazenly seduced father. The Empress Dowager was extremely displeased about this. If father wants to make her the official wife, the Empress Dowager might not agree. But I don't know if the Empress Dowager still remembers. Hearing this subtle reminder from her, concubine Shui immediately reacted. We can't let the Empress Dowager forget. Not only that, we must make the entire city know. The prey took the bait so easily, which greatly amused Huang Beiwei. However, concubine Shui still hesitated. That slut has been enjoying endless glory for the past 2 years and has some status in the prime minister's residence. If she finds out that concubine Shui is behind this, it won't be good at all. It is known that concubine Qin is a concubine's daughter from the prime minister's residence, while concubine Shui is just the daughter of an ordinary family from Mayang. Previously, eldest princess Huiwen took pity on her and kept her as a servant in the residence. Unexpectedly, she deliberately seduced Si Yuansheng, who was not yet the prince consort at the time. With no other choice, he had to make her a concubine. If Xiao Yun were not a summoner, concubine Shui's status could not compare to concubine Qin's. If the prime minister found out about this scheme, things would become very troublesome. Once I set the trap, I guarantee she will happily and willingly jump into it. Thinking this, Huang Beiwei continued, concubine Qin has the prime minister's residence as her backing, but I have the Empress Dowager. She has abused me for so many years, I've had enough. If anything happens, concubine Shui can just say it was my idea. Hearing this, concubine Shui almost laughed out loud. This was exactly what she was waiting for. Third young miss, rest assured, as long as I become the official wife, I will definitely treat you as my own daughter. After being cared for by concubine Shui for so many years, I'm truly grateful in my heart. At this, she personally took the bowl of medicine from a maid. Right now, I only hope you recover quickly so we can eliminate that slut together. Only then will you no longer have to suffer. After all that talk, she still didn't forget to give me a bowl of poison. Truly a good concubine. Huang Beiwei also accepted it. If concubine Shui didn't bring medicine for me every day, I'm afraid I would have collapsed long ago. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately drank the bowl of medicine dry. She knew that this woman was extremely cunning and would only leave after seeing the bowl empty with her own eyes. Concubine Shui said politely, "This is what I should do. The third young miss is a person of great fortune after all." Her words sounded nice, but what she was actually thinking was completely different. Fortune to be with your mother in hell. After drinking the medicine, I really want to sleep. I'm afraid I can't see concubine Shui out. It's all right, you just rest. I'll come visit again tomorrow. Watching her retreating back, the tired expression on Huang Beiwei's face immediately vanished. She didn't forget to call her an idiot. Just then, ink-black poison was forced out from her fingertip, dripping drop by drop into the flower pot. Witnessing this scene, Yim couldn't help but exclaim, Ha ha, for all these years, I have underestimated you, little girl. Humph. When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. I don't even need to act myself to deal with those two. It's not good to be so vicious at such a young age. You haven't even seen more vicious. I'm the type of person who clearly distinguishes gratitude and grudges. Whoever dares to touch me, I will make sure their ancestors for 18 generations know no peace. And of course, that includes you, Huang Beiwei reminded in an ice-cold voice. Hearing this, Yim's heart trembled. Could it be that because I've been away from the real world for too long, the so-called views on life have changed? How can a 12-year-old little girl be so arrogant and fierce? I was sealed in your body by someone else. I didn't want it to be this way either. Hearing it say that, Huang Beiwei immediately questioned. Then who is the one who sealed you? I cannot say his name, but I can tell you one thing. He is closely related to that black jade piece of yours. You know about the existence of my black jade piece? This made her a little surprised. The existence of this black jade piece. I'm afraid even the ice spirit phantom bird couldn't recognize it. Yet this old monster knew. Yim then revealed this black jade piece belongs to that person. If it weren't for that black jade piece, I wouldn't have awakened from the seal. I sensed that person's power approaching, so I thought he had returned, not expecting it to be you. Then do you know what this black jade piece is used for? He sealed his entire life's cultivation inside this black jade piece. If you can open the seal, you will become as strong as him, Yim said. Sealing arts are a type of talisman arts. The so-called talismans involve channeling Yuan Qi into the talisman's body, creating a resonance with the rules of heaven and earth through the incantations. Establishing a pact, it releases all sorts of mystical abilities. But this type of magic art, for hundreds of thousands of years, no one has ever been heard to use it. And that person was the only one in this world who understood how to use talisman arts. He once looked down upon the world with disdain. In the past, Shura City and the Radiant Temple joined forces to hunt him down, sending out over 300 heaven-rank summoners, but all of them died at his hands. That was an earth-shattering battle. At this point, Huang Beiwei was a bit bewildered. Heaven-rank summoner? What a joke. On the entire Carta continent, no one had ever heard of a heaven-rank summoner's existence. As far as is known, the ranks of summoners are divided from 1 star to 9 star. Each star is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. After surpassing 9 star, one enters the 4 legendary ranks, known as Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. However, breaking through 9 star is extremely difficult. A person could be stuck at 9 star for several hundred years, unable to break through the seemingly fragile barrier separating them from the yellow rank. For hundreds of thousands of years, the highest ever heard of was a mystic rank summoner. And Crown Prince Zhang Yi of the Southern Wing Nation is the genius most hoped to break through the legendary 9-star gate. As for heaven rank, Huang Beiwei had truly never heard of it. Could this old monster be bragging to her? If that person was so powerful, why did he die? Hearing this question made Yim cackle. He died because he sealed me. You? Huang Beiwei laughed coldly. It seems being sealed for so long has caused your strength to decline quite a bit, hasn't it? When she first saw Yim in the Blackwater Forbidden Prison, the aura on its body was only on par with the ice spirit phantom bird. It was just that when it laughed loudly, she suddenly felt an incredibly powerful pressure. But no matter how powerful, it wasn't even worth a toenail of a heaven-ranked summoner. Yet it dared to brag that the great lord died sealing it. Only a ghost would believe that. Seeing that it was being looked down upon, Yim hurriedly explained, if you weren't being poisoned by that woman, concubine Shui, every day, I wouldn't be this weak. The more it thought about it, the angrier it got. Huang Beiwei laughed so hard she almost died and came back to life, but now it will be even more difficult for you to get out because I really don't like your old monster style. We can make a deal. You help me break the seal, and I will help you become a super alchemist. How about it? Yim proposed in frustration. You old monster, do you think I bought so many medicinal herbs just to look at them? Since I was young, I've been considered a super genius. Although alchemy in this era is a bit different, for me, it's just a matter of time. Sooner or later, I will become a super alchemist. These words made it doubt its own existence again. Why was this girl so abnormal? Such a noble profession sounded as simple as chopping vegetables when she said it. Helpless, it could only back down. Then under what condition will you be willing to help me? What was worried about was that the ceiling art was too powerful. These 49 bronze pillars were covered in forbidden curses. Moreover, they continuously absorbed yuan qi from Huang Beiyue's body to reinforce themselves. If this continued, it would be imprisoned in the Blackwater Forbidden Prison forever. At this moment, Huang Beiyue took out the black jade to examine it under the moonlight, the corner of her lips twitching up slightly. I want the cultivation method of the myriad beasts' infinite territory. Tell me quickly how to enter the space inside, and I might consider helping you. How would I know about that? Too bad. If you can't think of a way, then get lost. Wait until my body gets a little better. My ability to absorb yuan qi will also get stronger and stronger. We'll see then how I'll trap you, old monster, to death. This woman did what she said she would do, and moreover, she had a vicious and cruel heart, so her words were definitely not an ordinary threat. Yem was furious in its heart, but could only harbor resentment and hide back in the darkness. After chasing it away, Huang Beiyue began to experiment with the medicinal herbs she had bought. In her previous life, her master was a reclusive expert. He was proficient in all sorts of esoteric arts, and alchemy and weapon refinement were no exception. From the burlap sack, she took out a small medicine refining furnace made of clay, also known as a medicinal cauldron. This dilapidated thing cost a whole 50 gold coins. On the body of the furnace were 5 holes, each a channel for a different attribute. The arts of alchemy and weapon refinement were basically the same. It involved refining several materials of different attributes through flames created from yuan qi, then fusing them together. Finally, by activating the key formulas of alchemy or weapon refinement, one could obtain spirit medicines or weapons of different grades. Huang Beiyue took a deep breath, placed a stalk of isotribute snow ji grass into the medicinal cauldron through the corresponding attribute channel, then immediately absorbed yuan qi, circulating it in her palm. Next, she put in a fire crystal stone, and immediately sparks of flame began to appear in the vortex of yuan qi. It seems that even though the eras are different, the methods of alchemy are not that different. The rules are mostly the same. And the alchemy formulas I learned before are also suitable for the materials of this era. If you're called a genius, you must live up to the name. Seeing that the snow ji grass had been completely refined, Huang Beiyue was just about to put in a stalk of wind attribute greening grass when a crack suddenly appeared on the body of the medicinal cauldron. Before she could do anything, it exploded. But fortunately, she managed to withdraw her yuan qi in time and move to the side. The commotion was not small at all. The medicinal cauldron had exploded into pieces, much to her regret. This made Huang Beiyue couldn't help but feel bitter. These unscrupulous merchants, daring to swallow 50 of my gold coins for such a low-quality item. One must know that the stalk of snow ji grass was the most expensive, costing over 2,000 gold coins, and now it had been blown to smithereens. Just then, Yem's voice suddenly rang in her head. Your innate yuan qi is very strong. It's only natural that this shabby medicinal cauldron would explode. Find a higher quality. Easier said than done. Do you think high-grade medicinal cauldrons are like cabbages in the market? Yem then gave a hint. The Duke of An's residence has a pure lotus flame cauldron of not bad quality. It's their residence guarding treasure. Huang Beiyue also remembered and couldn't help but be intrigued. Not bad. That medicinal cauldron will definitely suit my taste. Huang Beiyue, that's someone else's residence guarding treasure. It's precisely because it's a residence guarding treasure that I like it, she said. What do you do if you like it? Even if you have the strength of a 9-star summoner, the Duke of An won't just give you the pure lotus flame cauldron. Who needs to give it? If I set my eyes on something, I'll just go and snatch it myself. Towards this woman, Yem was completely speechless. Her personality was truly fierce. Scene changed to the next day at the Bogart auction house. Huang Beiyue, in her identity as Lord Shitian, had also come here. As soon as they saw her, the guards immediately invited her in respectfully. Please wait a moment, Lord Shitian. Young Master Lack Lack will be here shortly. Very quickly, Lack Lack, having just heard the news, ran over to meet her. He was slightly out of breath, apologizing guiltily. I've made you wait. It's fine, Huang Beiyue asked coldly. Are there many people attending the auction? Many, an incredible number of them. Our expert appraiser has confirmed that the Hongshu is a level 11 spirit beast, or more precisely, an 11th rank beast. As soon as this news spread, almost all the nobles and dignitaries in the imperial capital came. The auction house has no empty seats left. Huang Beiyue nodded slightly and asked, has the auction started? It's about to. Let's go to the VIP room. Following Lak, the two also arrived at another grand hall. The incredibly vast auction hall was completely packed with people, all of them waiting with great interest. This was because just by possessing a level 11 spirit beast, one's strength would increase by 7 to 8 parts, and they might even advance a full summoner rank. Seeing the familiar figure before them, someone immediately recognized him. Lord Shi Tian is truly majestic. Young Master Lak also looks very imposing. To reveal a little something, Lak is already 13 years old, so he is still older than the female protagonist. Just then, several other people appeared at the door. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, and even the 6th princess has come. Royal brother, this place is so vast. She also scanned the entire place with curious eyes. Your Highness the Princess is too kind. The old man walking beside them is Zai Si of Bogart, assigned with the task of escorting the two of them. The Bogart family's wealth rivals that of a nation. This princess wouldn't dare to mock. I heard that you people don't even fear the royal family. Zai Si humbly replied, I wouldn't dare. This humble one is merely a merchant. It is the royal families of the various nations who show us some consideration. After being glared at coldly by Zhang Yi, Princess Ying didn't dare to continue discussing the matter and immediately changed the subject. That level 11 Hong Beast. This princess likes it very much. With so many people here to bid, do you expect this princess to compete with him? The Hong Beast is of the lightning attribute. Even if you buy it, it will be of no use to you, Zhang Yi said faintly, his tone slightly displeased. But I like it. Can't I even buy something I like to play with? Princess Ying Yi said capriciously. Zai Si then shared something special. Today, Lord Shi Tian has also come in person. I have already arranged VIP room number 3 for him. Upon hearing this name, the image of that fiery red hair from that day appeared in his mind, and he felt a little expectant, his expression unchanging. Zhang Yi also walked straight towards that room. Meanwhile, on this side, Lak had just seen someone and called out, "Father." So that recently appeared 9-star summoner, Shi Tian. Huh? Princess Ying Yi asked arrogantly. The 6th princess is indeed overly pampered to dare speak in such a manner to a 9-star summoner. A royal princess versus a 9-star summoner. This looks interesting. Lak stepped forward and said, Your Highness the Princess, the Hong Beast being auctioned today was subdued by Lord Shi Tian himself. I naturally understand that. I like it very much. Why don't you just not auction it and sell it directly to me? I will pay a high price. Hearing this, Lak was also a little displeased. That Hong Beast has already been entrusted to our Bogart auction house. If Your Highness the Princess likes it, please follow the normal auction rules. I'm a princess. If I say there's no need to sell it, then there's no need to sell it anymore. The shrewish Princess Ying Yi said while glaring at Huang Beiyue. Well, will you agree or not? Seeing his younger sister acting presumptuously, Zhang Yi, who was standing behind, stepped forward to stop her. Royal brother, this person doesn't respect me at all, Princess Ying Yi said angrily, pointing. Despite this, Huang Beiyue still appeared unconcerned and walked directly to VIP room number 3. And of course, this stubborn princess could not accept that. Helpless, Zhang Yi could only hold her back. Immediately after, he apologized on behalf of his sister. Ying Yi is still young and doesn't know any better. I hope Your Excellency will not take it to heart. Huang Beiyue also stopped and said softly, I don't bother arguing with 2 types of people. The first is the weak, and the second is the foolish. These somewhat blunt words made the entire group freeze in complete surprise. Only Zhang Yi, after being stunned for a moment, had the corners of his mouth lift slightly, carrying a faint smile. This Shi Tian appears cold and mysterious on the outside. I didn't expect him to have such a wicked side. In front of so many people, Princess Ying Yi was embarrassed and couldn't help but feel bitter inside. She pointed and declared, This princess will remember your face. No matter how hard Zhang Yi tried to remind her, this princess still refused to give up. Upon entering the room, her eyes also noticed several people nearby. I wonder if people from the Xiao family have come? At this moment, 2 men in front of her made Huang Beiyue curious. Yi, standing behind, introduced them that is the free and unfettered king, Songmi. And the young master in white with his back to us is the 9th prince of the northern Yao nation, Feng Liani. He is currently a hostage in the southern Wing nation. In her memory, the free and unfettered king was a reclusive master, the president of the Alchemist Association of the Southern Wing Nation. Looking across the entire Khadr continent, he could be considered at the top. This person relied on his talent to look down on others, with his eyes higher than his forehead, and did not like to associate with others. Even the royal family might not be given any face by him. Just by casually refining a few medicinal pills, he could cause the nobles of various nations to fight to the death for them. Songmi is currently a 6th grade alchemist. To think that he could actually chat so cheerfully with a hostage from an enemy nation. The auction was about to begin when suddenly someone pushed the door open, entered, and whispered a few sentences close to Lak Lak's ear. Hearing this, he also gave an order. Lord Shitian is not receiving guests at the moment. Go and report back to the Duke of An. Upon hearing this name, a cunning smile appeared on the corner of Huang Beiyue's mouth. He's arrived right on time. Young Master Lak Lak, please invite the Duke of An in. Although he was a bit confused, he still did as he was told. Just a moment later, the Duke of An entered with a cheerful expression, leading his son Bei Shuecha. This humble one is Shui Yang, fortunate to be acquainted with Lord Shitian. Hearing this, Huang Beiyue snorted coldly, thinking to herself, now he calls himself this humble one, but back at the eldest princess's residence, he was always saying this duke. His attitude changes as fast as a spinning top. Putting that aside, she also replied seriously, Duke of An, there's no need to be so polite. This is my humble son, Shuecha. He admires your excellency greatly, so I brought him here to pay his respects. As soon as the words were finished, he was seen proactively bowing respectfully. This humble one, Shuecha, pays his respects to Lord Shitian. Seeing this, Huang Beiyue thought to herself, the woman he divorced has now become the object of his worship. If he knew, he would surely be so angry he'd cough up several liters of blood. It's just a pity that with one divorce letter, all grace and righteousness were officially severed. The vital energy on young master, Shui, must be of the lightning attribute. These words of hers left Shuecha stunned for a moment. To know his vital energy's attribute with just a single glance was truly on another level. Shuecha was so excited he was speechless and just nodded his head repeatedly in confirmation. That Hong beast is also of the lightning attribute. If young Master Shui can form a contract with it, your strength could probably increase by 1 star. He was overjoyed to hear this and thought to himself, is Lord Shitian concerned about my strength? Thank you for the reminder, Lord Shitian. I will definitely try my best to win that Hong beast in the auction. In his eyes, Lord Shitian was like a divine being who would absolutely not collude with someone like Shuecha to do evil deeds. Therefore, if Lord Shitian reminded Shuecha, there must be a reason. At this moment, the auction hall, which had been a bit noisy, became unusually quiet. It turned out that it had officially begun. A beautiful female auctioneer stepped onto the stage, while an assistant behind her pushed a black cage. This cage had been set up with a vital energy restriction, so no matter how much the Hong beast struggled, it could not escape. Upon seeing it, no one could hide the greedy look on their faces. Everyone wanted to possess it. Just by forming a contract with this Hong beast, one could fight against opponents who were 5-star summoners or high-level warriors and below. Shuecha, in the VIP room, also looked down with a covetous gaze. Father, as long as I can get it, I will definitely become even more powerful. The Duke of An stroked his chin and nodded slightly. That's right. No matter how high the price, we must obtain this Hong beast. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, Princess Ingyi was also looking at it intently. Royal brother, did that Shi Tian really take down this level 11 Hong beast in just one move? Those mercenaries weren't lying to us, were they? Zhang Yi reminded her, Lord Shi Tian's strength is very powerful. You must show him some respect. How was I supposed to know that the famous Lord Shi Tian would be so small? Princess Ingyi pouted and explained, if you dare to speak to Lord Shi Tian like that again, I won't take you out of the palace next time. Hearing this threat, she could only back down and accept. If it were you, royal brother, could you defeat it in just one move? Ingyi asked curiously. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and replied, killing it wouldn't be difficult, but taming it would be nearly impossible. If spirit beasts were really that easy to tame, the summoner profession would no longer be so noble. Spirit beasts are naturally proud. They would rather die than submit. If the summoner and the spirit beast are not on the same level, it is very difficult to make it submit willingly. During a battle, the force a summoner unleashes must be extremely subtle, just enough to severely injure the spirit beast, but also make it feel immense fear. When pushed to the brink, if it doesn't want to die, its only choice is to submit. To be able to make a level 11 spirit beast submit, that Lord Shi Tion's strength is truly unfathomable. Returning to this side, the beautiful auctioneer also announced in a clear voice, today's auction officially begins. This level 11 Hong Beast can allow a low-level summoner to advance 1-star rank. Not only that, but warriors or even ordinary people can also control the spirit beast. There is only one. The starting price is 8 million gold coins. Please place your bids. 8 million? Hearing this price, Huang Beiwei couldn't believe it, because this price completely exceeded her initial expectations. Lord Shi Tian, are you satisfied with this starting price? Lak asket gudio sili. She also replied that she was satisfied, but in her heart, she was more than satisfied. She thought it would sell for about 1 million gold coins at most, but who would have thought it would be 8 times that amount? Young Master Lak, how would you like me to thank you after this auction? He shyly scratched his head and refused. There's no need. Your presence at our auction house has already helped us a great deal. On the contrary, we should be the ones thanking you. Huang Beiwa nodded and thought to herself, if there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay him. At the same time in the auction hall, the price of the Hong Beast had already reached 15 million gold coins, and it was still continuing to rise. The Duke of An sighed, not to be outdone, bid 20 million. But then the price of 22 million also caught everyone's attention. It turned out to be an acquaintance. I didn't expect even Xiao Yun to be here. I clearly remember that Xiao Yun's vital energy is of the ice attribute, and this attribute combined with the lightning attribute doesn't produce a very significant effect, only slightly increasing its damage output. Wasting money just to buy a lightning attribute spirit beast. Concubine Shui is truly spoiling her rotten. It makes sense though. This mother and daughter are spending the tax money from my Qinga County. Just as Xiao Yun thought she had victory in her grasp, a price of 25 million gold coins was heard from the adjacent room. And the one who bid this time was Princess Ingyi. She couldn't help but be amused. So it's the concubine's daughter from the Princess Royal's manor. You like this spirit beast too? Then have a bidding war with this princess. Those two words, concubine's daughter, were like a fatal stab, making Xiao Yun extremely uncomfortable. I still hope your highness the princess will show mercy. I don't want to show mercy. If I were to lose to a concubine's daughter like you, I'd be laughed to death by them at school tomorrow, she said. Huang Beiwei also got to enjoy the drama. So this Princess Ingyi was naturally so shrewish, fond of scolding people. Moreover, her words were laced with sarcasm, every sentence poking directly at Xiao Yun's sore spot. It was truly interesting. Concubine Qin, standing behind, also began to mock. I'm telling you, second young miss, how can you possibly compete with Her Highness the Princess? If a concubine's daughter like you dares to make her lose face, the Emperor will blame us. Concubine Shui immediately cut in. That won't happen. It's just child's play. Oh my, child's play? Could it be that elder sister Shui doesn't know that Princess Ingyi is the apple of the Emperor's eye? Master, wouldn't you agree? Although Xiao Yuan Cheng didn't say it explicitly, he deliberately tried to dissuade her. Yinner, don't bid anymore. Your attribute is ice. So what do you need this lightning attribute spirit beast for? Despite that, Xiao Yun remained stubborn. Father, you clearly promised to buy it for me. Yinner, don't be naughty. It's just a Hong beast. Your father will buy you something better. Concubine Shui quickly interjected. With no one on her side, Xiao Yun was so angry she was fuming. Hearing the commotion over there, Huang Beiwei thought to herself, if I had known they were coming, I would have set a trap earlier. Just then, she seemed to have thought of something and waved Lak to come closer. She also took the initiative to lean close to his ear and whisper. But what caught his attention was the faint fragrance of a young girl with a hint of medicinal herbs. The mere thought of this startled him, and he blushed with embarrassment. Just as Huang Beiwei was about to ask for confirmation, she saw Lak standing motionless. It's nothing, he said, then quickly turned and ran away. Seeing his foolish appearance left her speechless. What's wrong with this guy? Now the auction had reached its most intense stage. The fewer the bidders, the smaller the increment of each bid. Princess Ingyi still had no intention of giving up and bid 60 million gold coins. Truly Her Highness the Princess, calling out such a high price without any hesitation. Thinking this, the Duke of An bid 65 million gold coins. The Duke of An bids 65 million. Is there anyone with a higher bid? The female auctioneer asked. As soon as the words were out, Princess Ingyi was seen bidding 70 million. Just like that, the two went back and forth until the price reached 75 million. This one-upmanship couldn't help but annoy the Duke of N. This arrogant princess doesn't understand anything. What the hell does she need a lightning attribute spirit beast for? She's only good at causing trouble. For the Duke of N, money was not an issue. What he wanted was formidable strength. He then made a final bid of 99 million. At the same time, a man also took the initiative to approach Zhang Yi and report. As soon as he finished speaking, he also noticed the figure of Huang Beiyue standing on the opposite side. At the same time, he nodded to confirm something. He also tried his best to persuade his younger sister to stop. As expected, Lord Shi Tian will help me. Xueche couldn't help but rejoice upon seeing this. And the resentful attitude of Princess Ying Yi was also unavoidable. 99 million gold coins. Is there anyone with a higher bid? The auctioneer asked for confirmation. Although it had exceeded their expectations, it was still acceptable. The Duke of N and his son smugly believed they had victory in their grasp. Then, at this very moment, someone from the side bid 100 million gold coins, causing the old man to startle and spit out the tea in his mouth. He angrily questioned, "Who is it?" Looking at the handsome face before her, the female auctioneer couldn't hide her infatuation. The free and unfettered king bids 100 million. Is there anyone else with a higher bid? From above, he spoke politely. Many thanks to the Duke of N for yielding. This also caught Huang Beiyue's attention, but the person she was more interested in was the man in white. Although the Duke of N was furious, he dared not show it. Free and unfettered king. As an alchemist, I wonder what you need this Hong beast for? The free and unfettered king gave a faint smile and explained. This king has heard that even a non-summoner can form a contract with a Hong beast. This king, as an alchemist, is very weak, so I decided to buy it. What a lame excuse. As one of the top alchemists on the Carl continent, there's no shortage of experts hoping to follow him. What danger could he possibly be in? This is clearly just looking for trouble. And so the bidding chase continued, going from 110 to 120 million one after another. This scene caused the people there to buzz with discussion. Rich people are really different, increasing the price by 10 million at a time. On top of that, the son kept babbling non-stop about how getting it would be like a tiger growing wings, and his strength would increase greatly. It's almost 200 million gold coins now. This is a huge sum of money. If the price continues to rise like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to buy it. The Duke of N worried. While he was getting anxious, there was no movement from Song Mi's side. Your Majesty, our Highness has left. Hearing this, he slowly approached the go board, carefully examined it for a moment, then made another move. Once finished, Song Mi returned to his previous position. This nonchalant attitude made the Duke of N even more furious. What is this bastard, the free and unfettered king, trying to do? Is he deliberately picking a fight with me? I'll pay a really high price to make your eyes pop. Thinking this, he decisively bid 250 million gold coins, causing those present to gape in astonishment, as this was not a small number. Without him noticing, a smile appeared on Song Mi's face. This person doesn't seem desperate to buy the Hong beast, yet he's bidding such a high price. He must be setting a trap for the Duke of N. This person is quite interesting, Huang Beiyue mused. And just at that moment, Song Mi took the initiative to speak. The Duke of N is truly generous. Well then, this king cannot afford this spirit beast. Congratulations to the Duke of N for acquiring it. From now on, the Southern Wing Nation will have another expert. Many thanks to the free and unfettered king for yielding. On the surface, the old man looked normal, but deep inside, his tears could form an ocean. 100 million gold coins should have been enough, but this bastard dragged the price all the way up to 250 million. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. Seeing no more bids, the female auctioneer decisively brought down the hammer. Congratulations to the Duke of N for acquiring this level 11 spirit beast. After the full payment is made, Lord Shi Tian will help you complete the contract with the spirit beast. Putting the money aside, finally buying it made the father and son duo extremely happy. Just then, a woman also stepped onto the stage carrying an item. Everyone, today we have an unexpected surprise. As you all know, Lord Shi Tian's spirit beast is one of the 5 great spirits, the Ice Spirit Phoenix. Yesterday, he used one of its feathers as a weapon to subdue the Hong beast. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their attention to it. Unable to wait any longer, the auctioneer immediately pulled down the cloth covering the tray. A dazzling, ice and snow-colored object appeared. An ice feather. It's definitely an ice feather. Could it be from the Ice Spirit Phoenix? This ice feather is the very weapon Lord Shitian used to subdue the Hong beast yesterday. It is not only extremely precious, but also has commemorative value. Father, that's an ice feather from the ice spirit phoenix. Xiao Yun jumped for joy upon seeing it. Huang Beiyue happened to hear this, and the corners of her lips curled up in satisfaction. An ice attribute summoner with a high-level weapon will have their strength doubled. It is the key to deciding victory or defeat in battle, helping a summoner deal with someone 1 star higher. The female auctioneer then announced, Lord Shitian has decided on a starting price for this ice feather of 1 gold coin. Please place your bids. Upon hearing this, the area below began to buzz with excitement. What? Only 1 gold coin? Truly worthy of Lord Shitian. Though it sounded low, the price was immediately pushed up to 1 million gold coins. Hearing those numbers continuously rising, Huang Beiyue couldn't help but sneak a smile, avoiding Lac-Lac's gaze. Bing! I didn't think your feather would be so valuable. I guess I won't have to worry about money anymore. Although the Ice Spirit Phoenix was not here, Huang Beiyue could still communicate with it telepathically. Whatever she said, the Ice Spirit Phoenix could naturally hear. Hearing this made it a little scared, thinking to itself, is Master planning to pluck me bald? If so, my lifelong dignity will be completely gone. Master, actually, there are many medicinal herbs and spirit stones more valuable than my feathers. I'll take you to find them next time. Huang Beiyue immediately retorted, What's the point of finding them? Your feathers are enough. I have such a miserable fate, running into a girl who loves to stir up trouble. Hearing the continuous calls of bids, Xiao Yun couldn't help but become frantic. Father, you absolutely must buy this ice feather for me. Before making a decision, Xiao Yuan Cheng glanced over at the adjacent room. It seemed Princess Ing Yi wasn't interested in this item, so he agreed right there. All right, no matter the price, I will buy it for you. Hearing this, Xiao Yun was immediately overjoyed and directly bid 50 million gold coins, causing the others to stare with their mouths agape. Is she crazy? Although the feather of an ice spirit phoenix is very rare, spending that much money to buy it is a bit excessive. It's probably because they share the same attribute that she bid so high. After waiting for a while with no movement from below, the female auctioneer announced, Congratulations to Miss Xiao Yun for acquiring the ice feather. This made Xiao Yun incredibly smug. From now on, it officially belonged to her. An hour passed since the end of the auction. In the rest area, the Duke of An and his son were already waiting to sign the contract with the Hong Beast. Also present were Zai Si, the head of the Bogart family, the female auctioneer, Crown Prince Zhang Yi, and Princess Ing Yi. It was locked inside an iron cage, a red glow faintly visible on its body, filled with killing intent. Its eyes, full of hatred, stared at the crowd around it. Seeing this, Xueche's expression became even more excited. So powerful. It seemed to know its fate and became extremely aggressive, its front legs constantly slamming against the iron cage, as if it wanted to rush out and tear him to pieces. At this sight, Xueche had to swallow a few times to calm himself down. The inner energy of a level 11 spirit beast is truly formidable. Just then, Huang Beiyue and Lac-Lac also appeared. As soon as she entered, the Hong beast voluntarily shrank into a corner and couldn't help but tremble. This made even Zhang Yi watch intently. This Shitian was indeed very formidable. Only a spirit beast subdued by him would know how terrifying his strength was. An excited Xueche immediately went over to bow. Lord Shitian, you finally arrived. Huang Beiyue nodded slightly and told them to begin immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened the elemental energy defensive layer on the iron cage. This action made the people in the room's hearts skip a beat. Princess Ing Yi loudly reminded, Hey, be careful of its lightning. You could get hurt. It's fine. Her voice now was countless times gentler than when she had spoken earlier. And of course, the princess also noticed this. This person is so strange. Why has his tone become gentler? The iron cage was opened, and Huang Beiyue reached out her hand to place it on the Hong beast's back, a seal clearly visible on the back of her hand. Zhang Ye's gaze was unconsciously drawn to this. Shitian was indeed a woman, and a very young one at that. Where on earth did she come from to have such formidable strength at such a young age? If she wasn't from a great clan with an expert's guidance, it would be difficult to cultivate to such a realm. Huang Beiyue turned to Xueche and urged, Come here quickly. Will getting this close make the Hong beast angry? He thought worriedly, but if he showed weakness, Lord Shi Tian would surely be very disappointed. His bright future would be ruined because of this. Xuecha grit his teeth and finally dared to step forward. All right, begin the contract. Trembling with fear, Xuecha approached and slowly reached out his hand to place it on the Hong beast's back. Confirming that nothing was wrong, he began to recite the contract text, signing a life-bound contract with it. A faint golden light flowed from his palm, silently merging into its body. While no one was paying attention, a faint black aura from Huang Beiyue's hand also quickly blended in. You dare to oppose me? You might as well just wait for death. It's a success. Xuecha felt it and couldn't help but rejoice. I've finally become the master of a level 11 spirit beast. In the Southern Wing Nation, I can be considered an expert. A red light bloomed, and Xuecha immediately bowed 90 degrees towards Huang Beiyue. Thank you very much, Lord Shi Tian. No need to thank me. Congratulations, young Master Shui. She gave a nod and turned to leave. But before she could take a few steps, she was called back by Lak Lak. He took out a blue card with the Bogart family symbol. This is today's auction money, not including the fee, a total of 300 million gold coins. Huang Beiyue took it, feeling a little joy in her heart. She had earned so much in just one day. She had finally escaped a life of poverty. She didn't forget to pat Lak Lak on the shoulder as a sincere thank you. This action made him blush with embarrassment. No need to thank me. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Before Huang Beiyue could reply, the voice of Crown Prince Zhan Yi came from behind. Your Excellency Shi Tian, I hope you can attend the palace banquet tonight. I will be there. Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness the Crown Prince. But Your Excellency Shi Tian, you can't attend the palace banquet in these all-black clothes, Princess Ingyi reminded. Her words made her reconsider. Indeed, this cloak was too old. It was truly unsightly. She simply nodded with an and turned to leave. Lak Lak said, a little displeased, Lord Shi Tian looks very good dressed like that. What's there to criticize? I wasn't talking to you, Princess Ingyi retorted petulantly. As soon as she finished speaking, she and her royal brother also left. After everyone had gone, Zai Si spoke up in praise. Lak Lak, you did very well this time. If that's the case, then father, please allow me to become a mercenary. He took the opportunity to propose a condition. Zai Si thought to himself, being a mercenary is very hard, fraught with danger, and a wandering life. Lak Lak is still young now. Only when he grows up will he understand the hardships of a father. We'll talk about being a mercenary later. Right now, father wants to give you a mission. His words made Lak Lak instantly happy, and he immediately asked his father what the mission was. That Lord Shi Tian's strength is formidable. Father hopes you can interact with him more. It would be best if you could recruit him into our family. Interact with him? Thinking of something improper, Lak Lak's face became a little unnatural, and he unconsciously blushed. This made Zai Si ask with confusion. It's nothing. Father, rest assured, I will definitely become friends with Lord Shi Tian. Become friends? Zai Si smiled wryly in his heart. How could a 9-star summoner easily become friends with a kid who hadn't even reached 1 star? This child was good at everything, except his thoughts were too naive. Meanwhile, Huang Beiyue was walking out of the Bogart marketplace, wondering where to go to buy some clothes, when a horse-drawn carriage suddenly stopped beside her. Lord Shi Tian, where do you live? Let me take you back. Xiaoyan stepped down and offered. I live in the Grand Princess's residence. Do you dare take me back? She thought, but Huang Beiyue still bluntly refused. Concubine Shui also got out of the carriage and invited her enthusiastically. Lord Shi Tian, we feel extremely honored to have obtained your ice feather today, so we would like to invite you for a meal. I wonder if your lordship could do us this honor? I am Busa. Leaving behind those 2 cold words, Huang Beiyue turned and walked away. Xiaoyan watched her retreating back and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly the demeanor of an expert. She was both admiring and envious. Mother, when can I become a 9-star summoner? Rest assured, Mother will do everything to help you achieve your wish. The refining King Si Jiao is also here today. Mother has sent someone to prepare a grand gift to ask him to refine a marrow cleansing pill for you. A marrow cleansing pill? Xiaoyan was both happy and extremely surprised. Mother, are you serious? Is it the kind of medicinal pill that consumes many precious medicinal ingredients and must be refined at the time when the stars shift, the sun and moon alternate, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is most abundant? To succeed? As far as she knew, the marrow marrow cleansing pill could compensate for the shortcomings of innate talent, cleansing the marrow and altering the meridians. Even an ordinary person could become a genius just by eating one. Concubine Shui sighed, but the refining King Si Jiao doesn't easily help others refine pills. He might not even agree for the emperor. Then what should we do? Xiao Yin asked worriedly. Rest assured, if I wasn't sure, how would I dare to send someone with a grand gift? Hearing this, Xiao Yun became happy. Mother, you have a plan? Concubine Shui, afraid someone might overhear their conversation, pulled Xiao Yun into the carriage and lowered her voice. Well, the Grand Princess was alive. She once did a favor for the refining King Si Jiao. Because of that, he once said that as long as the Grand Princess asked, even if it were a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, he would jump in without hesitation. Mother, how do you know so much? She then shared, I followed that bitch Huiwen for many years. These things couldn't escape my eyes. But the Grand Princess is dead now. Concubine Shui retorted, she's dead, but her daughter is still alive. The refining King Si Jiao is a man who values relationships. As long as Huang Beiwei asks, he will definitely agree. Guessing what her mother was about to assign her, Xiao Yun became extremely resentful. You want me to go find that piece of trash again? She's clearly just garbage, yet she dares to occupy the status of the legitimate daughter. How hateful. Concubine Shui patted her shoulder comfortingly. Yinner, you must learn patience to achieve great things. Wait for mother to find out the refining King Si Jiao's whereabouts. Then we'll bring that piece of trash to meet him. You must make a good impression. Mother, the refining King Si Jiao has money, power, and the illustrious status of a pharmacist. He's much better than that Xuecha, Xiaoyin said shyly. Concubine Shui understood with a glance. Do you think I don't know what's on your mind? If you can marry the refining King Si Jiao, then mother won't have to stay in the Shao family trying to please others anymore. That bitch only needs to whisper a few words in your father's ear, and he'll listen. Mother truly has no more hope for him. I can only rely on you. Rest assured, I will definitely make the refining King Si Jiao fall for me. However, don't be so quick to give up on that Xuecha. After all, the power of the Duke of An's residence is immense. I know, with my charm, I will definitely make Xuecha pursue me relentlessly, and the refining King Si Jiao will have no choice but to marry me. Despite their caution, every word the two had just said was heard by Huang Beiwei. As long as the ice feather was with Xiao Yun, the ice spirit phantom bird could know everything that happened through its soul. This was one of the abilities of a super spirit beast, the soul point technique. An ice feather exchange for 50 million gold coins, and it can even monitor this mother and daughter pair at any time. Silly girl, you want to use me? Watch me play you to death. A moment later, Huang Beiwei also walked out of the Bogart marketplace. Just a low-grade storage ring cost over 10 million gold coins. How much more expensive would a high-grade storage ring be? Even with over 300 million gold coins, she still felt very poor. After tossing all the miscellaneous items into the storage ring, she returned to the Grand Princess's residence. As soon as she reached the entrance of Lu Yun Pavilion, she saw Dong Ling anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Coincidentally, she had bought some things. She might as well take the opportunity before the palace banquet started to show them to her. Thinking of this, she called out, Dong Ling, I have something to show you. Miss, as soon as Dong Ling saw her, she rushed over. You're finally back. What happened? Did someone come to Luyin Pavilion to bully you again? I clearly told Bei Xiang to arrange for the servants to cause trouble at Luyin Pavilion. Can't she even handle such a small matter? Bullying me is one thing, but bullying her is absolutely not allowed. Who bullied you? Let me go teach them a lesson. Her words made Dongling pause. Then she shook her head and denied it. No one bullied me, and the people in the residence haven't been actively causing trouble for me like before. Then what exactly happened? Huang Beiwa wondered. Just now, the second young miss sent someone to deliver these things. As she stepped through the door, she saw 2 new sets of clothes and some women's accessories laid out neatly on the bed. As expected, they're giving gifts to curry favor with me, just as she had guessed earlier. She picked up one of the outfits to examine it. The material isn't bad. It's all patterned silk gauze. Only young ladies from wealthy families can afford to wear such things. This mother and daughter duo are certainly well prepared to meet the refining king. Dong Ling, looking a bit worried, said, The second young miss wants you to dress up nicely to attend the palace banquet tonight. What? Didn't they say I have a serious, contagious illness and shouldn't leave the house? I asked the same thing, but the second young miss said that no matter what, you must go. Huang Beiwei thought to herself, This is a difficult situation. Should I go to the palace with concubine Shui as Huang Beiyue or as Shi Tian? I can't refuse either. Causing friction with Xiao Yun and her mother will affect my plans. If I don't want to make a big scene, I can only reveal my identity as Shi Tian. But that won't do either. If my identity is exposed this early, I'll have to deal with Xiao Yun and concubine Shui quickly, and that would be letting them off too easily. They were the ones who harmed Huang Beiyue before. And then there's the matter of the Grand Princess's grudge. I must make these people pay 1,000-fold. After a moment of calculation, she took out all the things she had just bought from her storage ring, making Dong Ling's eyes widen. Miss, is that a storage ring? It's just a low-level storage ring. Dong Ling, things have come to this, so I won't hide it from you anymore. I will attend the palace banquet tonight, but you need to go too. Hearing this, Dong Ling nodded. I will follow and serve you, Mississippi. I definitely won't let you lose face. I don't want you to go to serve me. Hearing her master say this, she asked in confusion, then what must I do? We'll talk about that later. First, try on this outfit and see if it fits. As soon as Dong Ling put it on, she realized, Miss, this is clearly a man's attire. Huang Beiyue nodded and told her to quickly put on the hat so she could see. It fits perfectly. The black male attire makes Dong Ling look quite heroic. It's no wonder she learned some martial arts as a child. However, she's still lacking a bit of a killer aura. Miss, what exactly are you planning to do? Huang Beiyue replied, I want you to wear this outfit to attend the palace banquet. And this is the invitation from Crown Prince Zhang Yi for me. With this, you can get inside. The gold-plated invitation shone with a brilliant golden light, instantly making their simple room splendid. Dong Ling stared with wide eyes. Opening it to take a look, the line Your Excellency Shi Tian made her curious. Huang Beiyue explained, Shi Tian is me, but no one knows that Shi Tian is Princess Beiyue. Do you understand? Dong Ling understood immediately. Shi Tian is the alias you use outside Mississippi. That's right. I have to go to the palace with Xiao Yun, so you will take my place using Shi Tian's identity. Remember this well. No matter what, do not take off your cloak. Don't let anyone see what you look like, and don't talk to anyone. However, Dong Ling was still afraid. Miss, the palace is an extremely formal place. It's impossible not to take off one's cloak. Just trust me. As long as you hold this invitation, no one will dare to stop you, Huang Beiyue said, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Dong Ling anxiously clenched her fists, her small body trembling slightly. Once you put on this outfit, you can't be afraid anymore. Miss, maybe we shouldn't. I don't even know who Shi Tian is. If I'm discovered while pretending to be him in the palace, it won't be good at all. Huang Beiyue felt a bit helpless. In such a short time, she had no way to change Dong Ling's mind. After thinking for a moment, she called out in a low voice, Bing, come out. Bing here is the nickname for the ice feather phantom bird. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Dong Ling looked around in a daze. But just a second later, her eyes widened and her mouth gaped open wide enough to fit a chicken egg. In the courtyard, the figure of a giant spirit beast suddenly appeared, flying down. Miss, run! Dong Ling shouted in panic, her only thought being to protect her miss. Seeing her react this way, Huang Beiyue and the ice feather phantom bird looked at each other silently, at a loss for words. After she calmed down, Huang Beiyue walked straight over and introduced it. Its name is Bing. It's my spirit beast. Hearing this made Dong Ling so startled she almost fell backward, her body trembling uncontrollably from the shock. Master, I think I might have scared her too much, the ice feather phantom bird said worriedly. It's all right, she'll calm down soon. Huang Beiyue sighed. Seeing that Dong Ling was still dazed, she went to change her clothes first. Although the clothes Xiao Yun sent were made of high-quality material, the style was very plain. Sitting before the mirror, she carefully examined her reflection, a small, pure, and innocent face without a trace of makeup. Her eyebrows couldn't hide her lively and delicate features, and her silky black hair fanned out on both sides of her cheeks, revealing a pair of bright, spirited eyes and sweet, rosy lips. All this ethereal beauty was present on a face that was only 12 years old, like a beauty stepping out of a painting, yet also faintly reminiscent of her past life's appearance. Stroking her hair, Huang Beiyue felt a bit helpless. The clothes were wearable, but her hair was another story. For the past 2 days, she had just casually tied her hair up before going out, and no one paid any mind. But since she was going to the palace, she had to groom herself a little. While she was racking her brain over what to do, a pair of cold hands gently took the comb from her hand. After so many years, today is Dong Ling's happiest day. Revenge? Huang Beiyue's brows furrowed slightly as she tilted her head and asked, Dong Ling's hands suddenly stiffened. She hurriedly knelt before her, crying as she spoke, "Miss, Her Highness the Grand Princess did not die from an illness, but was murdered by someone. Just as I thought." She wasn't very surprised. From what she could remember, Grand Princess Hui was gentle and beautiful, always caring for and protecting her. Even though she was a useless piece of trash, both weak and incompetent, the Grand Princess had always loved her dearly. "Beiwei, as long as Mother is here, no one will dare to bully you." The gentle voice seemed to still echo in her ears, but who would have thought fate could be so cruel? The Grand Princess couldn't wait for her weak daughter to grow up. She passed away at a very young age, taking so much regret and worry to her grave. And Huang Beiwei, so young at the time, was so scared and bewildered. Clenching her fists, Huang Beiwei asked again, "Dongling, what else do you know?" The Grand Princess was poisoned and died after drinking medicine given to her by concubine Shui, but the master didn't investigate at all. Moreover, a war was happening at the time, so the emperor and the empress dowager didn't pay attention to this matter. The master took that opportunity to hastily bury the Grand Princess. "You were too young then, miss, so I didn't dare to speak up. I could only endure and wait for you to grow up before telling you. I deserve to die." Huang Beiwei immediately refuted, "No, you did the right thing." She thought to herself, if Dong Ling had told the truth to Huang Beiwei back then, given her weak personality, even if she didn't die of anger, she would have alerted the enemy and been completely eliminated by concubine Shui. "I had suspected the same things you just said. I will thoroughly investigate my mother's death, and I will make them pay for their actions. Do you understand?" Dong Ling understood clearly. Killing them with a single strike would be too lenient. Harming the Grand Princess is a grave crime. The whole world must know of the atrocities they have committed. Huang Beiwei nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect this little maid Dong Ling to understand my intentions so well." The truth behind the Grand Princess's death must be clarified, and justice must be served for the original owner of this body who suffered for so many years. "It's good that you understand. So you know what to do tonight, right?" Dong Ling nodded firmly in confirmation. "Never mind just pretending to be someone to attend a palace banquet. I would be willing even if you asked me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. My miss is so intelligent, meticulous, and thoughtful. Her future will surely be extraordinary." Putting on the new clothes, Huang Beiwei thought to herself, "Is this what concubine Shui wanted? By wearing these expensive but plain clothes, others can't accuse Princess Beiwei of being mistreated, yet will still highlight Xiao Yun's beauty. Such a meticulous plan. It's fine. I'll play along with your ideas. I'll let you soar to the clouds before kicking you back down." The sky had already darkened, and a maid sent by concubine Shui was standing outside the door, urging her. Huang Beiwei casually grabbed a blue cloak and put it on, not forgetting to remind her, "Remember, no matter what anyone says to you, just nod and let it pass. You don't need to reply. Just act as arrogantly as you want, even if it's the emperor." Dong Ling understood and acknowledged. "Don't worry, I'll be at the palace banquet too. I'll be watching you the whole time. If anything happens, I'll help you resolve it." After giving her instructions, Huang Beiwei slowly departed. For today's palace banquet, the entire Grand Princess's residence was invited. However, concubine Xin and concubine Shui, having the lowly status of concubines, were not qualified to enter the palace without an imperial edict according to palace rules. Therefore, Xiao Yuansheng only brought a few of the young misses and young masters from the residence to the palace. Xiao Zhongqi and Xiao Yun were of course indispensable. In addition, there were the fourth young Miss Xiao Rou, daughter of concubine Xin, the second young master Xiao Zhonglei, son of concubine Shui, and the eldest young Miss Xiao Ling, daughter of concubine Fang. In his youth, Xiao Yuansheng was very handsome and dashing, tall and imposing, and his concubines were all beauties. Therefore, the children they bore were naturally not bad-looking. They were all handsome young men and beautiful young women. The carriage stopped in the front courtyard. The young misses and young masters had all arrived, with only Huang Beiwei slowly approaching. Seeing this, Xiao Yun proactively suggested they ride in the same carriage. She, of course, was not afraid and climbed right in as soon as she was invited. Sitting in the carriage, Huang Beiwei secretly calculated again. Dong Ling's skills were too weak. She must have some way to guard against the unexpected. Thinking of this, she quietly communicated with the ice feather phantom bird. "Bing, you go protect Dong Ling. If there is any danger, You must act immediately. You absolutely cannot let her get hurt. Master, what about you then? It asked worriedly. She confidently affirmed that she didn't need protection for the time being. Not to mention her skills were not weak. She could basically handle it. The carriage was a bit bumpy, and Huang Beiwei, whose eyes had been half closed, opened them again, just in time for her gaze to sweep over the ice feather weapon worn at Xiao Yun's waist. A summoner's weapon was mostly placed inside a storage ring, and they normally wouldn't carry a weapon around dangling like that. Only those who couldn't afford a storage ring would hang their weapons on their bodies like this. And Xiao Yun was clearly not some poor thing. She had a high-grade storage ring, with enough space inside to hold an entire city. This was clearly meant to be shown off. And this gaze also caught Xiao Yun's attention, who then asked, Beiwei, what do you think of this ice feather of mine? It's very beautiful. She replied, it's not just beautiful. You must know about the 5 spirits, right? This ice feather is from the ice feather phantom bird, on par with His Highness the Crown Prince's purple flame fire Qilin. Although it was a bit of a headache to hear, Huang Beiwei still had to offer her some praise. Although you have a noble status, it's a pity you have no strength. On the Cart Continent, if you don't have strength, no matter how high your status is, it's all useless. Hearing this only made Huang Beiwei laugh to herself. How ridiculous! If I don't have strength, who does? Xiao Yun continued. Do you know that a Lord Shi Tian has appeared recently? That is a 9-star summoner. Grandfather has sent someone to deliver gifts to this Lord Shi Tian. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be my master in the future. Hearing this made Huang Beiwei exclaim in surprise. Master? Seeing this, Xiao Yun became even more smug. Of course, I'm the female genius of the Southern Wing Nation. Lord Shi Tian will definitely think highly of me. What kind of damn genius? Only reaching the realm of a 3-star summoner at 16? Dream on. If based on this era, I was already a 3-star summoner at 5. If second sister can become Lord Shi Tian's disciple, her future will surely be limitless. Of course, Xiao Yun glanced at Huang Beiwei with some contempt and said, Third sister, second sister won't forget you when there are good things, so you shouldn't forget second sister either. Huang Beiwei nodded vigorously, affirming that of course she wouldn't forget. The carriage entered the palace, and after a few checks, it finally arrived. The people of the Xiao family also slowly got out of the carriage, heading together towards the Radiance Hall, which was also the place for the banquet. Along the way, they met many madams and young misses from the great families in the imperial capital. After a while, everyone had an audience. Your Majesty the Empress, long may you live, long may you live. After that was done, they sat at the tables. Xiao Yun calmly sat in the position of the legitimate daughter of the Grand Princess's residence, without even a hint of embarrassment. As soon as she was seen, several people took notice. They didn't expect Xiao Yun would dare to do so. She hadn't sat like that during her previous visits to the palace. Huang Beiwei frowned slightly, but didn't make any drastic moves, sitting down with a calm expression. However, before she could even warm her seat, she heard the shouting of Princess Ingyi. Are you even worthy of sitting in this position? A concubine's daughter daring to step over Commandery Princess Beiwei. Who do you think you are? Being called out, Xiao Yun was startled and hurriedly explained, I accidentally sat in the wrong seat. I hope the princess will forgive me. The wrong seat? What are you pretending for? The commotion on this side was too loud and naturally alarmed the Empress, causing her to come over and remind, Ingyi, you must not be unruly. Imperial Mother, I am not being unruly. The people from the Grand Princess's residence don't understand hierarchy and rules. I am just teaching them a little lesson. Hearing the 3 words Grand Princess, the Empress's gaze swept over Huang Beiwei with some complexity. This little girl is Huang Beiwei, the Grand Princess's daughter? Huang Beiwei on this side also recalled, and she raised her head. The moment the Empress's gaze swept over, she met it head-on, without any avoidance. In her memory, this Empress disliked Huang Beiwei very much. After the Grand Princess passed away, she hadn't had the chance to meet this Empress again. It seemed that until now, that hadn't changed. In the end, it was dislike but not harm. Today is a palace banquet, so there's no need for so many rules. On her way away, she thought to herself, how could that weak Princess Beiwei look at me with such eyes? I must have seen it wrong. Because of this, the gazes of everyone in the Radiance Hall all turned to Huang Beiwei. So this was Commandery Princess Beiwei. She didn't look as useless as the rumors said. Looking closely, she bore some resemblance to Grand Princess Huiwen of that year. She would definitely become a beauty in the future. What's the use of being beautiful If you can't practice martial arts, you'll just be a laughingstock for the world. Just as she was about to glare at the idle crowd, a somewhat shrill voice rang out. The emperor has arrived. There is no need for ceremony today. My dear subjects, please rise. Everyone present bowed respectfully to thank him. Huang Beiwei also took the opportunity to raise her head and glance at the emperor. After all, the image in her memory was different from seeing him with her own eyes. Moreover, several years had passed, and this monarch was no longer as young and vigorous as he was back then. And on this side, Prince Xiao Yao had just arrived, making the nearby young girls fall head over heels. Prince Xiao Yao is so handsome, His Highness the Crown Prince is just the same. The emperor walked with the gait of a dragon and the stride of a tiger to the dragon throne and sat down, flicked his sleeve, and said, "Have all the guests arrived?" Hearing this, the eunuch immediately said respectfully, "Reporting to your majesty, Lord Shi Tian and the 9th prince of the northern Di Yao nation have not yet arrived." Songmi on this side came forward to help, reporting to your majesty, "The 9th prince has recently been afflicted with a serious illness and could not arrive on time. I respectfully ask for your majesty's pardon." Hearing him say this, the emperor had to give him some face. "It's all right, it's still early. We will wait for the esteemed guests together with our beloved subjects." Everyone shouted in unison, "Long live," and then the emperor let everyone sit down. Xiao Yuan Cheng on this side saw Xiao Yun's aggrieved expression, and his heart couldn't help but burn with anger as he asked, "Yinner, what's wrong with you?" Yinner understands that she is just a concubine's daughter. Just now, she only accidentally sat in third sister's seat, who would have thought she would be reprimanded by the princess. Father, Yinner was truly thoughtless. Xiao Yuan Cheng was already holding a bellyful of anger towards Huang Beiwei, and at this moment, hearing Xiao Yun's complaint, he immediately flew into a rage, glaring fiercely in her direction. Huang Beiwei showed she was not to be trifled with and glanced at him coldly. "Prince Consort, we are currently in the palace. The difference in our status is very far. You should pay attention to the rules. If an imperial censor happens to see you being disrespectful to me, he will denounce you before the emperor tomorrow." Xiao Yuan Cheng was so angry his face turned purple. He had never thought that this weak waste would one day dare to speak to him in this tone. They were currently in the palace, and although Xiao Yuan Cheng was very angry, he could do nothing but let out a cold snort. On this side, as soon as Princess Ingyi sat down, she immediately asked, "Imperial brother, this is Imperial Aunt's daughter, Huang Beiwei. Do you still remember?" Out of respectful etiquette for the deceased Grand Princess, Zhang Yi also showed some concern. "I heard your health is not good. Has it gotten any better?" He was always like this, with a naturally cold temperament. Huang Beiwei felt a little warmth in her heart and nodded slightly. "It's a little better. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Her voice was soft, but had a somewhat familiar feeling. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look at her. He felt that she was very different from what he remembered. Previously, when the Grand Princess brought her into the palace, just a few harsh words from him could scare her into crying her eyes out. Yet now she could look straight into his eyes without a trace of weakness or shyness. People often say that women are fickle. It seems that after the Grand Princess passed away, she also began to change, no longer the same as before. At this moment, the little eunuch from before ran in again to report, "Your Majesty, Lord Shi Tian has arrived." The Radiance Hall instantly fell silent. Even the Emperor stood up joyfully, quickly walked down, and personally went out to welcome him. This surprised Huang Beiwei a little. As expected, all nations valued masters and talented people. Here, she also noticed several people in ornate clothes sitting with the old royal princes and nobles on the opposite side. Each of them stood up solemnly. Although those few people did not reveal any killing intent, their temperament was profound and restrained, something that only belonged to masters and could not be hidden. It seemed these people were all masters of the Southern Wing Nation. Based on this kind of aura and their gait, one could judge that their strength was probably at the 8-star level or above. She faintly heard Xiao Yuan Cheng, who was sitting next to her, whisper to Xiao Yun, "Yunner, your grandfather is over there. Remember to go over and pay your respect to him later. Your grandfather also came to attend the palace banquet. It seems he has broken through to the 8-star summoner level. Grandfather's summoned beast is the Raging Fire Leopard, a 12th rank, level 12 spirit beast." Huang Beiwei's impression of the Xiao family's old master was was not very deep. He hated the fact that Xiao Yuan Chung marry the Grand Princess, which was to marry into her family and become the prince consort. This was truly a disgrace to the Xiao family. Because of this, he also disliked her very much. The old master lived in the main courtyard of the Xiao family. In so many years, Huang Beiwei had not gone over many times. Even if she did, she was always frightened by his sternness and did not dare to raise her head. So she didn't know what the Xiao family's old master's face looked like. She guessed that the white-haired old man was the Xiao family's old master, Xiao Kaiyuan. Returning to this side, the emperor had already reached the door, with several royal princes and great ministers trailing behind. A small, indistinct figure in a black robe slowly appeared in everyone's sight. "Your Excellency Shi Tian, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Everyone cupped their hands and greeted respectfully. The dignified king of a country actually cupped his fists and bowed. It could be seen that his love for talent was not fake. In this situation, Dongling said nothing and simply nodded. "We are very happy that your excellency has come to attend this palace banquet." Seeing this, the emperor was not angry at all, but was instead delighted and personally led Shi Tian to his seat. It was also the seat next to the crown prince and Princess Yingyi. Just then, an announcement came from outside the door. "Prince Yi has arrived." A man wearing a moon-white long robe that highlighted his handsome, gentle as jade beauty entered. Huang Beiwei was stunned the moment she saw him. Wasn't this the mysterious man who had appeared in the Grand Princess's ancestral hall before? He was clearly a master who could appear in a tree without anyone noticing. Even she hadn't detected him. But seeing him again now, he gave off a completely different feeling. That day, although he was handsome, he was filled with a demonic aura. His expression was decisive and murderous. He was definitely a dangerous figure. But today, he seemed like a modest gentleman. As soon as Feng Lianyi arrived, several nobles from the Southern Wing Nation rushed over to greet him, apparently on quite good terms. "It turns out I'm not the only one wearing a mask," Huang Beiwei thought to herself, chuckling inwardly. After the greetings were over, he walked towards where Prince Si Jiao was seated. "I thought you wouldn't come," Prince Si Jiao said in a low voice. Feng Lianyi smiled faintly and replied, "I heard an ice spirit beast has appeared, so I wanted to come and see for myself." However, the person he was looking at was not the mysterious, black-robed Shi Tian, but Huang Beiwei. His pair of purple pupils were filled with a faint, smiling intent. This cold and heartless little girl is truly interesting. The distinguished guests have all arrived, and the emperor took the initiative to speak. "To have your excellency Shi Tian's help, I feel extremely honored. I would like to toast this cup to you, your excellency." Hearing this, Dong Ling stood up, raised her wine cup, covered her face with her sleeve, and drank it all in one go, causing the crowd of officials to praise her. Lord Shi Tian has a great tolerance for alcohol. Praising his tolerance after just one cup, these civil officials are only good at flattery, causing Xiao Kaiyuan to snort coldly in annoyance. A person beside him saw this and said, "Old brother Xiao, I heard you just came out of seclusion. You must have reached the 8-star summoner realm, right? Why don't you go up there and test the depths of that Shi Tian's power?" This old fox was not so easily fooled. He also stroked his beard and said with a laugh, "I'm old now. Why would I compete with these young juniors? It would be foolish to fight a summoner with a divine beast, the ice spirit phantom bird, that can instantly kill a level 11 red beast in a flash. Old Xiao doesn't dare, but I'm different. Just an overhyped child. Let me go up and compete with that Shi Tian." The moment he was seen, someone recognized his identity. It was Sima Gayan. He is a top master in the Southern Wing Nation, his strength second only to the Crown Prince's master. However, he has a hot temper, is easily provoked, arrogant, and always thinks he's the best in the world, looking down on most other masters. This aura also surprised the emperor, who asked, "Minister Sima, is something the matter?" Sima Gian also walked to the front and bowed. "Your Majesty, it's rare to have such a full palace banquet like this. Why not let this subject liven things up for everyone?" Hearing this made the emperor's face light up with joy. How does Minister Sima wish to do so? He then arrogantly pointed straight at Dong Ling and said in a stern voice, "This subject wishes to challenge His Excellency Shi Tian." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Radiance Hall immediately fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned towards him. It was not strange for him to challenge the most noticed person here. For the past few years, whenever a master appeared in the Southern Wing Nation, this Sima would go and challenge them. Moreover, he had never been defeated. People often called him the undefeated general of the Southern Wing Nation. Huang Beiwei had also heard of this person's great name. It was said that his strength would soon break through the 9-star level to enter the Huang rank, becoming the first Huang rank master in the Southern Wing Nation in 50 years. He possessed terrifying brute force. A lightning attribute user, he also possessed a level 11 spirit beast of the same system, the raging 7-tailed dragon. Although it was not one of the 5 spirits, the dragon clan was inherently the strongest fighting species among spirit beasts. With such strength, even she might not be able to win, let alone Dongling. This proposal made the emperor hesitate, thinking to himself, although he also wanted to see this Shi Tian's strength. If he were to anger him, it would be a great loss for the Southern Wing Nation. Waiting for a long time without any movement, the people below began to discuss animatedly. This match will definitely be spectacular. Lord Gaiyin is about to enter the Huang rank, and the raging 7-tailed dragon is also very formidable. But Lord Shi Tian has the ice spirit phantom bird. Oh my, it was truly worth coming to the palace banquet today. In the end, the emperor also knew this match was hard to avoid. This Sima Guiyin was too unruly. And at this moment, inside the black robes was a Dongling who was trembling nonstop. That's the famous undefeated general of the Southern Wing Nation. This is no different from seeking death. What should I do? Young miss, please think of a way. Prince Jiao was also very curious and turned to ask Feng Liani, who do you think is more formidable? He indifferently stated that it was very difficult to determine. Since when did you become so indecisive? How about we make a bet? If I win, you have to play 20 games of chess with me. How about it? Hearing this condition from Prince Jiao made Feng Liani smile and ask back, then what if I win? If you win, I will do one thing for you, anything. All right, then I bet that Shi Tian will win. In that case, I choose the undefeated general, Sima Guiyin. Crown Prince Zhangyi on this side was also a little worried and reminded, Your Excellency Shi Tian can refuse the challenge if you wish. Princess Ingyi standing beside him was just as anxious. Imperial brother, if he refuses, His Excellency Shi Tian will lose a lot of face. Beiwei, you want to watch too, don't you? Huang Beiwei looked at Dongling, the corners of her lips curling up faintly as if to let her sister hear. Of course, I think it will definitely be spectacular. Although Lord Guiyin's raging 7-tailed dragon is very formidable, Lord Shi Tian's ice spirit phantom bird is one of the 5 spirits. The outcome is still hard to say. She also thought to herself, Dongling, don't be afraid. Just go up. If there's any problem, I'm here. Hearing her master's words, Dongling understood in her heart. The young miss must have a plan. She stood up straight without any hesitation. I accept the challenge. His Excellency Shi Tian is indeed a straightforward person, earning Sima Guiyin's admiration. The emperor, with a satisfied expression, did not forget to remind them, you should not strike too heavily to avoid disrupting the harmony. As Dongling walked past, Huang Beiwei also began to think of a plan. She immediately awakened Yin, who was in the Blackwater prison. You have a way to deal with this, right? It's fine if you want me to help you, but you must agree to my initial condition. I'll consider it. I still have to see what you can do, but you'd better do it quickly. Otherwise, if I have to make a move myself, there will be no consideration. You cunning little girl. Yin, in a weaker position, could only accept. I want to borrow your black jade for a moment. Pour all the yuan qi in your body into it. Huang Beiwei heard this and did it without any hesitation. The moment her yuan qi entered, a vortex formed in the endless dark space of the black jade, spinning continuously, growing larger and larger. So comfortable, after so many years, I can finally feel the breath of freedom again. What are you so proud of? The seal isn't completely opened. You haven't been officially released, Huang Beiwei said with a cold smile. Even if it's just for a moment, freedom is still freedom. You haven't experienced being imprisoned in darkness. You wouldn't understand how warm and pleasant the sunlight truly is. Except for her, No one could see the dark aura silently seeping into Dong Ling's black robe. On the dueling stage, Sima Yan glanced at the small figure on the opposite side with some arrogance. "Don't cry later if it hurts too much." "Cut the crap," Dong Ling retorted sharply. These slightly rude words made him laugh loudly. "Come out, my friend." Following his call, the originally quiet sky suddenly rumbled with thunder, and a bolt of lightning struck the arena, a dazzling white light. A giant dragon, its entire body covered in electric light, also slowly appeared. It was the raging seven-tailed dragon, the level 11 spirit beast mentioned earlier. The giant dragon flew and roared with a fierce aura. As it flew past Sima Guiyin, he leaped onto its back. So powerful, Dong Ling thought in fear, reminding herself, "I can't let the young miss lose face. My presence can't be weaker than his." Just as she thought this, an intense wave of extreme, cold energy surged from behind her, and a massive ice spirit phantom bird also descended from the sky. Its whole body seemed to be condensed from ice and snow, and every time its ice wings opened and closed, they created a gale that spread in all directions. It proudly raised its head, sweeping its tail towards the raging seven-tailed dragon, causing it to nearly fall flat on its face. The raging seven-tailed dragon immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning from its mouth in retaliation. Immediately after, its massive body spun once in the air and then shot straight up into the sky. Dong Ling did not delay. She just glanced at the huge body of the ice spirit phantom bird and nimbly jumped on. The moment her hand touched it, a sharp pain shot through. The extreme cold energy on the ice spirit phantom bird's body was too frigid. The hand that just made contact was instantly frozen. "I have to endure it." With a flap of its ice wings, the ice spirit phantom bird immediately soared up, closely pursuing the raging seven-tailed dragon. Huang Beiwei, watching from below, felt a little worried. The first time she touched the ice, her palm was also frozen by the cold energy to the point of blistering. Dong Ling must be experiencing the same thing now. This battle must be won quickly. Thinking of this, she urged Yin, "You'd better stop dawdling. Go teach him a lesson." Yin confidently asserted, "This is a piece of cake. Just a 9-star summoner plus a level 11 spirit beast." As soon as Yin finished speaking, Crown Prince Zhang Yi beside them suddenly stood up in surprise. The surrounding people also let out a collective gasp of astonishment. They only saw Sima Guiyin on the back of the raging seven-tailed dragon, his hands quickly forming seals. The speed was astonishingly fast, truly worthy of being a master of the Southern Wing Nation. He immediately activated his ultimate skill, Heaven and Earth Net, instantly weaving a massive net of lightning. The dazzling light pushed back the darkness of the night, enveloping the massive body of the ice spirit phantom bird within it. This made Huang Beiwei, standing below, even more worried. The close cooperation between a summoner and their spirit beast is indeed a terrifying combination. If it were just dealing with the raging seven-tailed dragon, the ice spirit phantom bird could beat its teeth out. But with the help of the summoner, the difference in power is too great. Princess Ying Ye's eyes widened as the others also began to gossip, as expected of the undefeated general of the Southern Wing Nation. That Shi Tian is still far too lacking. After all, he only just signed a contract with the Ice Spirit Phantom bird not long ago. With insufficient combat experience, how could he be a match for Lord Guiyin? At most, he could only force him to hastily use his ultimate skill, the Heaven and Earth Net. Coincidentally, this smile happened to fall into Feng Lianyi's sight, causing his heart to stir. So beautiful. To think a little girl of only 12 could be so beautiful. It looks like you're sure to lose. You won't be able to escape those 20 games of chess. Prince Xiao Yao said smugly, looking at the situation. Feng Lianyi smiled faintly and replied, "That's not necessarily true. You seem to have a lot of confidence in that Shi Tian, don't you?" Of course. The Ice Spirit Phantom Bird has been fighting from start to finish, but that Lord Shi Tian has yet to make a move. Feng Lianyi said confidently. Now that you mention it, Prince Xiao Yao frowned. This is not good. This prince is lost this time. Before his words had even finished, a wisp of black chi suddenly appeared within the Heaven and Earth Net created by Sima Guiyin's lightning. The black chi rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the entire lightning net. Sima Guiyan's expression changed drastically as he felt this pressure. Even the raging seven-tailed dragon felt it, causing it to tremble. Under that immense pressure, it couldn't even move a muscle. The previously fierce bolts of lightning were now like trembling lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Completely devoured by the black chi, the ultimate skill, the heaven and earth net was shattered in an instant. The raging seven-tailed dragon had long lost its ability to fight under the immense pressure. Now being pulled so forcefully, its massive body tumbled a few times in the sky before falling straight down. And below was the Radiance Hall. The people below all scrambled to flee for their lives. The speed of its fall was very fast, and moreover, it was heading right for the Grand Princess's residences section, so Huang Beiwei had not yet realized the danger. Xiao Ling and Xiao Rou, who were naturally timid, screamed in fear. At this very moment, a cold voice called out, "Yin, come out now." Just as Huang Beiwei was about to confidently save herself, she was suddenly swept into the arms of Zhang Yi. In an instant, the purple flame, fire Qilin urgently flew into the sky, carrying them both out of the affected area. "Heavenly Snow Cat, come out." Xiao Yin also shouted, summoning her own ice attribute spirit beast. A snow-white cat immediately appeared before them. Its tail swept powerfully behind it, pulling the members of the Xiao family away from danger. Just a second later, the raging seven-tailed dragon crashed to the ground, creating a huge commotion. The ice spirit phantom bird had wanted to fly to its master's rescue, but seeing that Crown Prince Zhan Yi had already made a move, it breathed a sigh of relief and flapped its wings to fly up again. Although this unexpected accident caused some damage to the Radiance Hall, fortunately, no one was injured. Sima Guiyan slowly crawled out from the rubble. Seeing this, the Emperor immediately ran over to check on him. "Minister Sima, are you all right?" "This subject is fine." Sima Guiyan was still shaken at this point. He never expected that he, the great undefeated general, would lose so miserably. Both he and his spirit beast were knocked to the ground. He raised his head to look up and admitted, "Your Excellency Shi Tian, I have lost." Dongling's expression was impassive as she waved her hand coolly and left with the ice spirit phantom bird. No matter how the emperor below called out, it was no use. This also made him a little disappointed. He just left like that. Huang Beiwei guessed that Dongling's hasty departure was likely because her body had been injured by the ice's cold chi. She didn't notice that Xiao Yun, standing to the side, was stomping her feet in anger. When the incident happened, she was clearly sitting next to Huang Beiwei, yet His Highness the Crown Prince only saved that wench, completely ignoring her. The purple flame, fire, Qilin slowly landed on the ground. Zhang Yi said in a low voice, "Forgive my rudeness," before Huang Beiwei could react. He had already wrapped an arm around her waist and jumped down. Only after landing successfully did he let her go. A warm feeling filled her heart. For what she remembered, Crown Prince Zhan Yi was not close to Huang Beiwei at all. Perhaps he thought she didn't know martial arts and was also weak, which was why he summoned the purple flame fire Qilin to save her. Regardless of whether it stemmed from his relationship with Grand Princess Huiyun or feelings for her. In short, her favorable impression of this cold young man had increased greatly. Not only was he the youngest 9-star summoner on the Cart Continent, but the appearance and inner character of this noble crown prince were not things those people could compare to. His Highness the Crown Prince merely saved you out of convenience. You shouldn't have any fanciful dreams, Xiao Yin said with some jealousy. Huang Beiwei gave a faint smile and retorted sharply, "I was the one who was saved. What does it have to do with you, sister?" Utterly embarrassed, Xiao Yun was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, she saw Prince Xiao Yao and the 9th prince of the Northern Yao nation walking in their direction. "Prince Xiao Yao is here. I must put on a good performance." Remembering her mother's instructions, Xiao Yun hurriedly grabbed Huang Beiwei's hand. Her tone was gentle and concerned as she asked, "Third sister, were you frightened by what just happened? Are you injured anywhere?" Huang Beiwei's personality was cold and proud, and she disliked physical contact with others. So when Xiao Yun touched her hand, she immediately shook it off. The suddenness of it caught Xiao Yun completely off guard, and she stumbled backward, accidentally falling right into the arms of Prince Xiao Yao. He also asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" This somewhat intimate action made Xiao Yun blush unconsciously, and she stammered that she was fine. Xiao Yuansheng, who was already holding a bellyful of anger towards Huang Beiwei, took this opportunity to erupt in fury. Beiwe, your second sister was only worried about you. What kind of attitude was that? Hearing his roar, she sneered inwardly, but her voice was 10 parts gentle, like an aggrieved child. Just now, I was almost crushed to death by the giant dragon, yet father didn't care at all. Now you're this angry just because I lightly pushed second sister. As soon as her words fell, people began to point and whisper. We've long heard that Commandery Princess Beiwe's life in the Grand Princess's residence is worse than even a servant's. It turns out to be true. It makes sense. The prince consort hates this daughter the most. The Grand Princess died early, leaving behind a child who is constantly ill and despised by her own father. How truly pitiful. These words made Xiao Yuansheng feel a little guilty, and his expression became extremely ugly. He was not unaware of her situation in the residence these past few years. He was so angry that his whole body trembled and blood rushed to his head. In this situation, he couldn't control himself and instinctively raised his hand to slap her. Huang Beiyue's eyes turned icy, but before she could make a move, a hand had already accurately grabbed Xiao Yuansheng's wrist. It turned out to be Feng Lianyi who had stepped in to help. He also gently reminded, Prince Consort Xiao, we are in the palace. These ice-cold words startled him awake. He had almost done something terrible. Xiao Yuansheng thought in fear. The 9th prince of the northern Yao nation has always been famous for being refined, gentle, and erudite, but why was his gaze just now like that of an Azura from hell? Seeing the old man's trembling limbs, Feng Lianyi took the initiative to let go of his hand, took a step back, and smiled nonchalantly at Huang Beiwe. Commandery Princess Beiwe must have been overly frightened just now and unintentionally pushed the second miss. Isn't that right? Although she knew he was trying to help her, she still said coldly and directly, I just don't like people touching me. Feng Lianyi's eyebrows twitched slightly, the smile on his lips becoming even more pronounced. As expected, a girl with very high self-esteem. She doesn't even want a bit of pity from others. This little girl was making him more and more interested. Meanwhile, upon hearing Huang Beiwe say this, Xiao Yun's heart bloomed with joy. So stupid, not knowing how to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Serves you right, you only deserve to be a piece of trash your whole life. Thinking this, she nestled close to Prince Xiao Yao and said melancholically, Third sister, no matter what, second sister is very concerned about you. As long as you're not hurt, I can rest assured. Huang Beiwe looked on, rendered speechless. This father and daughter pair, one is foolish and dull, the other only knows how to put on an act. Don't they get tired of this? She was just about to turn and leave when someone called out to her. Prince Xiao Yao decisively pushed Xiao Yun away and walked over, calling out her. Hearing him call her by this intimate name surprised her a little. I wonder what guidance Prince Xiao Yao has for me. What guidance? Prince Xiao Yao laughed and continued. When you were little, the Grand Princess said she wanted to marry you to me. Yet I just returned from a trip to the Western Rong Nation to find you're already engaged to that brat from the Shui family. That makes me very heartbroken. These words made Huang Beiwe question her existence. What the hell is this now? She didn't remember anything about him. When Huang Beiwe was young, Prince Xiao Yao was already roaming the world. He only returned once for the Grand Princess's funeral. At that time, she was very young, both timid and weak, only knowing how to sob all day, and didn't know what he had said to her then. However, one thing was certain. She was not close to him at all. Thinking of this, she put on an emotionless expression. This made Prince Xiao Yao a little frustrated. Could it be that his charm was no longer as potent as before? Putting that aside, Prince Xiao Yao got to the main point. Your body is too weak, perhaps because you haven't trained since you were young. Moreover, you're of school age this year. Would you like to go to Ling Yang Academy to study? Ling Yang Academy? This name was not unfamiliar to Huang Beiwe. It could be said that this was the best academy in the Southern Wing Nation. All those with strength and ability could enter to study here. The academy specialized in training summoners, martial artists, alchemists, and illusionists. As long as one passed the academy's examination, they could be admitted. The status of Ling Yang Academy in the Southern Wing Nation was second only to the royal family, completely overshadowing the great families. It was filled with masters as numerous as clouds, and was also an important place for cultivating talent for the Southern Wing Nation. What? Huang Beiwe is just a piece of trash. How could she possibly enter Lingyang Academy to study? Xiao Ling, standing beside her, suddenly pointed straight at her face and screamed, her face showing undisguised disgust. Xiao Yuancheng hurriedly and sternly reprimanded, "Linger, shut your mouth for me." Even so, she was still unwilling. "Father, even I don't have the qualifications to enter Lingyang Academy. So how can she?" Qualifications? Prince Xiao Yao, who had always been gentle and refined, suddenly let out a cold snort. His handsome face suddenly darkened. "If she isn't qualified, then are you? Who taught you to be so ill-mannered?" "Prince Xiao Yao, please forgive me." Xiao Yuancheng broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear, and he hurriedly pushed Xiao Ling to her knees. "My young daughter is arrogant and ignorant of propriety and etiquette. It is all because this humble general has not disciplined her well." The reason for such fear was that he was only a prince consort and held the military rank of captain. But none of that was worth a penny in front of Prince Xiao Yao. Prince Consort Xiao is quite good at raising his daughter, isn't he? Prince Xiao Yao said slowly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Xiao Yuancheng was so scared he was sweating profusely, wishing he could strangle this useless and tactless girl, Xiao Ling, on the spot. The stupid thing only knew how to cause trouble for him. Such a large commotion here naturally alarmed the emperor and the empress, who came over with Princess Yingyi and the crown prince to see what was happening. "What happened?" he asked calmly. "Reporting to your majesty, it is this subject who has failed to discipline his daughter well, causing her to offend Prince Xiao Yao." Xiao Yuancheng hurriedly knelt to apologize, sighing inwardly. If he had known things would turn out this way, he wouldn't have brought Xiao Ling along. Now, it was just great. He had thoroughly offended Prince Xiao Yao, whom even the emperor had to respect. The emperor was already very dissatisfied with Xiao Yuancheng, and now seeing him offend Prince Xiao Yao, the royal visage instantly grew furious. Prince Xiao Yao did not want to pursue the matter further, and his voice returned to normal. "It was just a small matter, yet it has alarmed your majesty. This is this subject's fault. Prince Xiao Yao is magnanimous and doesn't fuss over trivialities. He shouldn't concern himself with such childish matters. Your majesty is absolutely right." At this, Prince Xiao Yao turned his gaze to Huang Beiwei and said with a smile, "This subject has a matter for which I wish to request your majesty's approval." "What is it, Prince Xiao Yao? Just speak your mind." He thought to himself, "This is the first time he has asked me for a favor. Of course I must do my best to grant it. In a few days, Lingyang Academy will begin its entrance examinations. This subject wishes to recommend a person for admission." Upon hearing this, the emperor became quite pleased. "Isn't this a very simple matter? We grant our approval. We just don't know if this person cultivates the martial path or—" Prince Xiao Yao said frankly, "She's just an ordinary person." This startled the emperor. No wonder he wanted to ask for my approval, but having an ordinary person enter Lingyang Academy was just a small matter. The academy has an imperial college that specializes in teaching the children of the royal family and nobility, covering poetry, literature, etiquette, military strategy, horsemanship, and archery. Arranging for the person Prince Xiao Yao wanted to enroll to study, there would be fine. These words from him made Prince Xiao Yao beam with a radiant smile, and he did not forget to thank the emperor. "Beiwei, why don't you hurry over and pay your respects to the emperor?" Huang Beiwei looked up at him. Towards this overly enthusiastic man, she truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't even asked if she wanted to go to Lingyang Academy before making the decision. However, the 7 towers in the academy held countless ancient texts. Perhaps there would be records of the person Yin had mentioned, who was the previous master of the myriad beasts' boundless territory, you know? Upon hearing this name, the emperor was startled and hurriedly approached. He grasped her hand tightly and asked excitedly, "You are Beiwei?" Seeing her thin and frail appearance, he suddenly became furious. He turned and sent Xiao Yuancheng, who was kneeling on the ground, flying with a kick. "Bastard, you scum! Every time we asked you how Beiwei was living, you always said she was very well. We told you to bring her in for us to see, but you said she didn't want to enter the palace. We instructed you to take good care of her, but what have you done?" Seeing the emperor's fury, All the civil and military officials inside the Hall of Radiance immediately knelt in unison and shouted, "May your majesty quell your anger." Reporting to your majesty, Beiwa has been frail since childhood. This subject has invited many famous doctors, but they were all helpless. It is this subject who has failed your majesty's expectations. This subject knows his crime. Sweat poured down Xiao Yuanqing's forehead like rain, and the members of the Xiao family all knelt on the ground, anxious and uneasy. You still dare to deceive us? If you took good care of Beiwa, why is she so thin? The empress, who was gently trying to placate him from behind, was also pushed away by the emperor. It was the first time Princess Ingyi had seen her imperial father so angry. She only dared to hide behind Zhang Yi and watch. Xiao Yuancheng trembled inwardly. He had specifically instructed concubine Shui to give the finest silks, jewels, and ornaments to Huang Beiwei, so she would look beautiful today, at least fitting for her status to enter the palace. But he never thought the emperor's concern for her would be so deep. When Huiyuan was alive, the emperor doted on Huang Beiwei. If he knew how she had been living, beheading the entire Xiao family would not be enough to atone for the crime. He had originally thought that since Huang Beiwei's body was so weak, she wouldn't live much longer. When she died, the matter would be over. He never expected something like this to happen now. Xiao Yin knew that they were in big trouble this time, and hurriedly knelt to speak up for him, reporting to your majesty, "Father truly treats Commandery Princess Beiwei very well. The Commandery Princess's body has been frail since childhood, and all the great physicians were helpless. He instructed the kitchen every day to stew nourishing soup for the Commandery Princess, but because her body is too weak, too much nourishment becomes harmful, making her even weaker." Seeing this, Father was also very worried and had my mother personally brew medicine for the Commandery Princess to drink every day. This humble girl does not dare to lie. "Commandery Princess, please say a few words for Father. After all, we are one family, related by blood. Being so filial, you wouldn't want Father to worry, right?" Xiao Yun was quite silver-tongued, leaving Huang Beiwei with nothing to say, as what she said was not wrong. The physicians had indeed said her body was too weak to handle nourishing foods, and concubine Shui did indeed personally bring her medicine to drink every day. The deep bond between father and daughter, so beautifully spoken, I was almost moved myself. The emperor didn't bother with more words and asked directly, "Beiwei, just tell us the truth. How does this Xiao Yuanqing treat you? With us here, you don't need to be afraid of anything. If he dares to treat you poorly, we will immediately have him beheaded." Hearing this, Xiao Yuanqing's limbs went soft, almost losing all strength. He was dead for sure. For the past few years, the girl had lived in a manner worse than a servant. If she told the emperor, today would truly be the day the Xiao family was exterminated. Xiao Yun's entire face turned pale in an instant. A single sentence from Huang Beiwei could decide the life and death of the entire Xiao family. I never thought that this piece of trash would one day become so useful. If I had known, I would have treated her a little better. Thank goodness. With the emperor presiding over justice for her, my feeling of guilt will be lessened a bit, Prince Xiao Yao thought to himself. Feng Lianyi looked at Huang Beiwei's small, cold face and had a premonition that this proud little fellow would not easily accept help from others. She calmly looked at the members of the Xiao family kneeling on the ground, a hint of bitterness in her heart. If the real Huang Beiwei were still here, perhaps from now on she would no longer have to suffer so much. If she could have just held on for a few more days, she could have had a peaceful and carefree life. Unfortunately, she couldn't hold on any longer. A few days ago, she was driven to her death by those people from the Xiao family in front of Grand Princess Huiyuan's memorial tablet. I will absolutely not let you all off so easily. Thinking of this, she smiled gently and said, "Of course, Father, my older brothers and sisters, and my aunts all treat me very well." Hearing this, Xiao Yuancheng couldn't help but look up in astonishment. Huang Beiwei looked at him and smiled nonchalantly. There was an unpredictable, eerie quality to her smile that sent a chill down his spine. Prince Xiao Yao frowned, somewhat displeased, and came forward to remind her, "Beiwei, with me here, you don't need to be afraid." She replied, "I am not afraid at all. They really do treat me very well." Her words held not a trace of fear or falsehood, causing Prince Xiao Yao's heart to sink a little. Could he have guessed wrong? He vaguely felt that this matter was perhaps not as simple as it seemed. Just as he was about to speak again, Feng Lianyi pulled on his sleeve to stop him. "She knows what she's doing. Just trust her. Prince Xiao Yao was a little surprised. It seemed Feng Liani understood Beiwe very well. If he said so, then he would just watch quietly for now. On the emperor's side, his royal expression softened slightly, but he still held a trace of suspicion. Then why have you been unwilling to enter the palace to see everyone for so many years? Huang Beiwe's eyes filled with sorrow, and she lowered her head, saying, "The palace holds too many memories related to Mother. Every time I remember, my heart aches unbearably, so I dared not enter the palace. I have made your majesty worry. This is Yueter's fault, so that's how it is. Even we could not believe that our imperial sister passed away so suddenly." At this, the emperor's anger subsided. They had originally thought that after the grand princess passed away, she would become a helpless orphan, but who would have thought the emperor cared for her so much? It seems that from now on, this commandery Princess Beiwe cannot be underestimated. The empress, having witnessed everything, had to sigh in admiration. This girl was not simple at all. "Your Majesty, it is getting late today. Commandery Princess Beiwe's body is so frail. Why not let the commandery princess return to rest first?" Hearing her words, the emperor agreed. It was indeed too late, but we are not at ease letting the child go back alone. After a moment of consideration, his gaze fell upon the crown prince, Zhang Yi. Just as he was about to ask someone to take Huang Beiwe home, he was interrupted by Prince Xiao Yao. "Your Majesty, I was also about to leave the palace. How about I escort the commandery princess back to her mansion?" He secretly thought it was too absurd. Who would let the crown prince escort commandery princess Beiwe back? If that happened, who knows how many people in the court would secretly reprimand her for not knowing her place, and the empress and the crown prince would likely harbor resentment in their hearts. He didn't want her to offend so many powerful figures at such a young age. In that case, I'll have to trouble Prince Xiao Yao to take Beiwe back. This also put Huang Beiwe more at ease, as having Crown Prince Zhang Yi take her back would not be appropriate at all. However, perhaps due to their blood ties, she felt that this emperor was very good and could sense that he was very fond of her. A moment later, the horse-drawn carriage slowly left the palace, and just like on the way there, Xiao Yun and she sat in the same carriage. The atmosphere was unusually quiet. Huang Beiwe closed her eyes to rest, while Xiao Yun was somewhat lost in thought. What was wrong with this good-for-nothing today? Why was she so foolish? No, that's not right. Huang Beiwe was no longer as foolish as before. Xiao Yun also tried to probe. "Third sister, are you asleep?" Not yet. Although she responded, she didn't bother to open her eyes. In a few days, Lingyang Academy will start its term. If you want to enter the Imperial College to study, you don't need an assessment, but you must buy some school supplies. I will have Mother send someone to bring them to you. Regarding this offer, Huang Beiwe did not refuse at all. After all, it was her own money. Why be a fool and not spend it? Seeing that she didn't refuse, Xiao Yun felt a bit more at ease, thinking that she was indeed grateful for her mother bringing medicine every day. In the entire Grand Princess's mansion, she was the only one who feigned concern. It would be strange if she wasn't grateful. The worries in Xiao Yun's heart also vanished from this point on. A moment later, the carriage stopped in front of the Grand Princess's mansion. These servants did not know what had happened in the palace. They still thought that this Huang Beiwe was the same good-for-nothing young miss as before. One of Xiao Yun's maids said irritably, "What are you dawdling for? Get your ass down. Do you want our young miss to wait for you?" The moment she finished speaking, a whip struck her straight across the face, causing her to fall to the ground, holding her face and wailing. Xiao Yuancheng angrily shouted, "Are you blind? How dare you speak to the commandery princess like that?" This action stunned the servants, who were so frightened their whole bodies trembled. Prince Xiao Yao, sitting on his horse, calmly observed everything. Xiao Yuancheng then ordered, "Hurry up and help the commandery princess down from the carriage." Beixiang heard this and ran over to support her down. "Commandery princess, please be careful." This overly fake behavior made Prince Xiao Yao suspicious. He decisively leaped down and pulled Huang Beiwe to a corner to question her. "Are you in some kind of trouble? Tell me. With me here, no one can bully you." "Your Highness, please look straight into my eyes. Look very carefully. I am completely serious. I can deceive others, but I will never deceive myself. Hearing this, Prince Xiao Yao was more at ease. You truly surprise me. However, you're still very young. If there are things you can't handle, just come find me. I promised the Grand Princess that I would take good care of you. Don't worry, things that I can't handle, Prince Xiao Yao probably can't handle either, Huang Beiyue said confidently. Even if the soul trembles, the heart remains as steady as a rock. The sword in hand never wavers. The two of them just stood there looking at each other for a moment. At this moment, Huang Beiyue also saw Feng Lianyi parting the carriage curtain and looking over, a hint of a smile in his light purple eyes. This person is not simple at all, she silently assessed. Although she didn't know if Prince Xiao Yao understood this person, seeing how much he cared for her, it was best to give him a little reminder. Thinking of this, she walked past him and said softly, "Your Highness, that Feng Lianyi is not simple. It's best to be careful with him." Just like that, Huang Beiyue walked straight into the Grand Princess's mansion, leaving a surprised and frozen Prince Xiao Yao behind. He thought to himself, "Is she concerned about me?" As soon as she entered the gate, she met several maids waiting. The master feels that Luyan Pavilion is very remote. Now that the third young Miss's health has improved, she should move to Shuangyu Terrace to live, so it will be easier to take care of her. However, this suggestion was flatly rejected by her. No need, you can all leave. She was worried about Dongling's injuries and had no energy to deal with those people. She could only sternly send them away and return to her room to check, but she didn't forget to close the door tightly. Dongling was currently writhing on the bed, her white undergarments stained red with fresh blood. Seeing this, Huang Beiyue hurriedly took out the jadeite, due that the crown prince had given her last time, and carefully helped Dongling apply it to her body quickly. She opened her eyes slightly, her breath weak as she said, "I'm sorry, young miss. I really couldn't hold on any longer. I could only come back." "It's okay. You did very well. Thanks to you, I could be at ease. The emperor has agreed to let me enter Lingyang Academy." Hearing this, Dongling thought to herself, Lingyang Academy is a place so many people want to get into but can't. The eldest young miss, Xiao Rou, begs the master every year but still can't pass the assessment and can't get into the academy. Does the young miss want to take the assessment too? Seeing through her thoughts, Huang Beiyue said, "The place I'm entering is the Imperial College. No assessment needed. Entering the Imperial College is also good. Princess Yingyi and His Highness the Crown Prince both study at the Imperial College. I saw today that those two treat the young miss very well. They're indeed not too bad." Dongling continued to advise, "Young miss must still be careful after entering the academy. There are many disciples inside who are highly talented masters. If you don't want to expose your identity, it's best to keep a certain distance from them. I know that. It's just that life in the academy probably won't be very peaceful," Huang Beiyue said. "Xiao Zhongqi, Xiao Yun, and Xue Che all study at Lingyang Academy. I don't believe they won't cause trouble for me, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I, Huang Beiyue, have never been afraid of anyone." At the same time by Shui courtyard, the sound of things being smashed echoed from a room. After returning, Xiao Yuanchang flew into a rage. "That which Huang Beiyue is really pissing me off." The maids were terrified by the sight. The master had suddenly flown into a rage today, smashing everything in the room. After he finished venting, concubine Shui came over to console him. "Master, calm down. You shouldn't let that girl affect your health." Xiao Yuanchang grunted heavily, his face slightly twisted. "For so many years, I have truly underestimated her. It's clear this girl is completely different from before. Master, don't worry too much. No matter how capable that girl is, she's just a 12-year-old little girl. What waves could she possibly make? It's true that girl can't do anything, but the people behind her can. The emperor and the empress dowager are one thing, but now even Prince Xiao Yao is on that girl's side." As soon as this name was mentioned, a sharp glint appeared in concubine Shue's eyes. Prince Xiao Yao is only doing it because of his past friendship with the Grand Princess. Perhaps that's why he cares about her. If Prince Xiao Yao finds out what happened back then, our Xiao family is definitely finished, Xiao Yuancheng said worriedly. How could Prince Xiao Yao find out? That girl hasn't said anything yet. After all, we are one family, bound by blood. Just because that girl doesn't say it doesn't mean others don't know. Too many people in the mansion know the secret, so it's hard to keep. I can't rest easy. At this point, a murderous glint appeared in Xiao Yuancheng's eyes. I've decided I can't let that girl live any longer. Concubine Shue's heart trembled. Her gaze towards the master was somewhat complicated. People often say even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cub. No matter how much he hated the Grand Princess, Huang Beiyue was still his biological daughter, yet he was so ruthless. However, things had come to this point, the die was cast, and it was too late for her to change her mind. What does the master plan to do? This girl's body has always been weak. If she suddenly dies an unexpected death, it would be normal. We can't let her die in a mansion, otherwise the emperor will not let our Shao family off. What does the master mean? Concubine Shui asked with some curiosity. Xiao Yuancheng stated directly, "Let this girl die accidentally outside, then no one can blame us." Then what is the master plan to make a move? Of course, the sooner the better. Concubine Shui reminded him, master should think this through carefully. There could be absolutely no mistakes. She said this, but in her heart, she didn't want Huang Beiyue to die right now, because then she couldn't borrow Prince Xiao Yao's power. 2 days passed in a flash, and it was finally the day Ling Yang Academy opened. At the crack of dawn today, after getting ready, Huang Beiyue and Dongling walked from Luyan Pavilion to the front courtyard. This year, Xiao Zhongqi and Xiao Rou both got into Ling Yang Academy, so everyone in the Xiao family came out to see them off. The moment Xiao Yuancheng saw her, he hurried over to ask with concern, "Beiyue, the people inside the Imperial College are all from the Imperial family. You must be a little careful. Don't offend them." After the incident at the palace banquet, Xiao Yuanqing's treatment of her had improved greatly. A few days ago, he even sent people to clean Luyan Pavilion, which prevented her from peacefully studying the Black Jade. It seems he's grateful she didn't expose him to the Emperor that night. She couldn't be bothered to expose his pretentious act. Thinking this, Huang Beiyue calmly walked past him. As a commandery princess, I naturally know how to maintain the dignity of the Grand Princess's mansion. Father is worrying too much. As soon as she got into the carriage, she signaled to leave immediately, not hesitating for a single moment. Watching the carriage gradually disappear, the servants started to gossip. Has the third young miss been possessed by an evil spirit lately? She's been speaking so boldly these days. That's right, she doesn't even respect the master anymore. Xiao Yuanqing's face turned ashen. Her words, just now, were nothing short of a reminder to him. He was just a prince consort who married into the Grand Princess's mansion. Even though she had passed away, the authority in the mansion did not belong to him. Every year, just after spring passes, is when Ling Yang Academy begins its term. New students only need to pass an assessment to be admitted into the academy. As for the returning students, they will undergo an assessment to be sorted into different levels based on their performance. Currently, Ling Yang Academy has 4 main subjects: martial arts, summoning arts, alchemy, and illusion arts, recruiting talents from all over the country. When Huang Beiyue arrived at the main gate of Ling Yang Academy, she couldn't help but be overwhelmed. All around, numerous carriages bustled back and forth. These were all used to escort the young masters and young misses of various mansions to their studies. The main gate of Ling Yang Academy was incredibly vast, with over 100 steps leading upwards. The jet-black shrine before the gate was filled with an intimidating presence, with dense yuan qi flowing above it, looking truly magnificent. This was the Academy's protective shield. If an external enemy were to invade, this shrine would deploy a protective shield made of yuan qi, which those with strength below 8-star would be fundamentally unable to break through. Huang Beiyue also slowly stepped down from her carriage. Just as she reached the stairs, a loud, arrogant shout came from behind. "The carriage of Nguo Gongfu is here. Get out of my way." All eyes turned towards the carriage that was speeding over. These new students from outside were seeing someone from Nguo Gongfu for the first time and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The figure of Xue Che also slowly stepped out, possessing a handsome and dashing appearance that stirred people's hearts. The young maidens standing nearby couldn't help but be smitten upon seeing him. Seeing him show off like that also made Xiao Zhongqi lose interest, which was understandable. Clearly, both were young masters of a great family, but just because he wasn't a summoner, his status was lower than his. And this scene was also noticed by Huang Beiyue. She had originally thought that Xiao Zhongqi and Xue Che would be very close, but unexpectedly, it was the complete opposite. At this moment, Xue Che also turned around and very delicately helped a beautiful girl of about 14 or 15 years old down from the carriage. The girl was dressed in green robes, holding a long sword inlaid with gems in her hand, exuding a certain heroic aura. She was Xuemeng, Xueche's younger sister. Seeing this young lady get out of the carriage, Xiao Yun, with a smiling face, immediately went forward to greet her. Ming'er, when did you return to the imperial capital? I just got back too, but as soon as I returned, I heard the news. It seems we're about to become one family. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. Xiao Yun had a shy expression. Seeing this, Xuemeng didn't tease her anymore. Since when did you become so thin-skinned? At this moment, Xuemeng happened to see Beiyue walking up the stairs and pointed her finger. Is that Commandery Princess Beiyue, the one my older brother broke the engagement with? Although Huang Beiyue heard everything, she acted unconcerned, pretending not to hear. Seeing this, Xiao Yun hurriedly pulled on Xuemeng's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about your recent happy news. I can't believe even you are afraid of her. Father said that piece of trash dared to humiliate my older brother in front of everyone. So I came to see for myself what kind of person she is to be so arrogant. Meng'er, I'll tell you later." Xiao Yun knew Xuemeng's temperament well, so she immediately pulled her away lest she cause a big scene. As Huang Beiyue slowly walked up the stairs, she tried to recall this person. Xuemeng was the young miss of Ngua Gongfu, Xueche's biological younger sister, so their temperaments were not much different. Both were arrogant and conceited and liked to bully the weak. This time, Xueche had just obtained Hong Chou, so she feared he would become even more arrogant. It was Huang Beiyue's first time here, and moreover, she was recommended by Prince Xiao Yao. So as soon as she entered the gate, someone was specially assigned to lead her to meet a few instructors inside the Imperial College. Today, Academician Shun, who taught the zither, was ill, so another instructor would be substituting. The closer she got, the clearer the sound became. Obviously, someone was testing a zither. Very good. Stopping here is fine. A man's voice also rang out. Huang Beiyue felt this voice was somewhat familiar, but didn't think much of it. Her gaze shifted to a wisteria vine, just in time to see a man in white robes turning around, his long black hair fluttering gently in the wind. Feng Liani? Why is he here? While Huang Beiyue was in a daze, the old man also announced in a low voice, "Commandery Princess Beiyue has arrived. Greetings, mister." She greeted politely, her eyes also becoming indifferent. Feng Liani looked at her for a moment, then said gently, "Hurry and go to class." Huang Beiyue nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave immediately. Dong Ling hurried to follow behind, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "It seems young miss doesn't like this person very much. He's not as simple as he appears. Be careful if you meet him in the future." Approaching the registration desk, the instructor also gave a briefing. The curriculum of the Imperial College included 10 subjects: zither, chess, poetry, painting, mathematics, military strategy, etiquette, horsemanship and archery, literature and history, and medicine. Students did not need to learn all of them. They only needed to choose 3 to 4 subjects they liked. After a moment of thought, Huang Beiyue immediately chose 4 subjects: horsemanship and archery, military strategy, medicine, and literature and history. These 4 subjects are mostly chosen by male students, and even if they do, they wouldn't dare to choose 4 such difficult subjects at once. Most would combine them with zither, chess, poetry, and painting, the instructor reminded her. Just register me for those subjects. Huang Beiyue thought to herself, what's the point of learning zither, chess, poetry, and painting? I don't want to be a sheltered young lady or a virtuous wife and good mother. My goal is much higher than that. Today's first class was horsemanship and archery. Huang Beiyue had changed into riding attire, her hair tied up high, and confidently walked to the learning area. In this era, every nation valued martial arts. Those with talent went to the East Courtyard of Lingyang Academy. Those without talent who wanted to learn some basic skills mostly chose this horsemanship and archery course. This was also the most popular course among the 10. A group of noble young masters and misses were gathered in small groups, chatting endlessly. This scene didn't look like a riding field at all. It was more like an outdoor banquet. She felt a little regretful here. If she had known, she wouldn't have chosen this course. The so-called fundamentals were basically useless to her. She just felt that this body was too weak and wanted to train it a bit, but she didn't expect this. While she was feeling frustrated and resentful, a call suddenly came from afar. A group of young masters and misses saw her and all bowed in unison. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess. Rise. Princess Ying Yevavit Headhunt Jaswali. She ran over and took Huang Beiyue's hand. I was very surprised when I found out which subjects he chose. Your health isn't very good. Why didn't you choose lighter subjects like zither, chess, poetry, and painting? I've been at home for a long time, so I want to learn something new. Huang Beiyue randomly made an excuse and said hurriedly, "Class is starting. Let's hurry over there." Today was the first day, and there were quite a lot of new students. So Academician Gua, the instructor for horsemanship and archery, planned to take everyone to the East Courtyard to see the real masters and encourage their fighting spirit. Oh, if it isn't Academician Gua. Academician Lei of the martial arts department saw him and took the initiative to greet him. Academician Lei, today is the first day of school, so I'm bringing the new students to visit the martial arts courtyard to broaden their horizons and see what real masters are like. You've come at the right time. Is Academician Gua interested in having our two sides spar a little for an exchange? Spar with people from the martial arts courtyard? You got to be kidding. Upon hearing this, the faces of the noble young masters and misses turned pale. Academician Gua replied, "A spar isn't necessary, but a little guidance would be fine." Academician Lei couldn't help but laugh, waved his hand, and called out, "Minger, come and give them some pointers." Xuan Ming, who was surrounded by a group of young talents like stars around the moon, stepped forward as arrogantly as a princess. "Just casually perform a few moves for them to see." Academician Lei instructed. Xuan Ming understood and nodded. She also bowed towards where Princess Ingyi was standing before going out to demonstrate a few moves. Dressed in light green robes, her sleeves fluttering, her slender waist moving, she was the picture of aesthetic beauty, causing the young men standing nearby to exclaim in admiration. Academician Lei also stroked the short beard on his chin and nodded. Not bad, truly worthy of being his prize student. After her performance, Xuan Ming turned her gaze to the people nearby and asked, "These moves are very simple. Does anyone want to practice with me?" Xuan Ming's methods were already known throughout Ling Yang Academy. Her temperament was no different from her older brothers. Both were extremely arrogant and loved to crush the self-esteem of new students. It was recently heard that a very beautiful female student with extremely high talent had just enrolled this year. Upon hearing the news, Xuan Ming led a group of people to beat that female student until she couldn't get up, and she was carried home on her very first day of school. Although many were dissatisfied, she was powerful and had a superior background. On top of that, she was beautiful, so no one had the courage to stand up and criticize her. Even her master protected her. She was just asking for show. In reality, Xuan Ming had already targeted Huang Beiyue. "Commandery Princess Beiyue, I heard you are very smart. You must have already learned such simple moves, right? Why don't you come up here and practice with me?" Princess Ingyi stepped forward at this point. "Beiyue's health is not good. Go find someone else." This shrewish and unpredictable princess suddenly interfered. Last time at the auction, it was said she also went against her own father. How hateful. Despite her bitterness, Xuan Ming could only grit her teeth and endure it. Just when it seemed the suggestion would fail, Huang Beiyue unexpectedly spoke up. "Do you really want to practice with me? If Commandery Princess Beiyue's health is not good, then forget it. I don't want people to say I'm bullying you." Xuan Ming retorted in an annoyed tone. She also said seriously, "I'm fine. I remember a little of the moves just now. I can manage to go up and practice a bit." Hearing this, Princess Ingyi intended to stop her, but was interrupted by Huang Beiyue. "It's just practice. Your Highness doesn't need to worry." This made Xuan Ming feel smug. This girl really was as stupid as Xiaoyan said. She was about to let her off, but she walked right into the trap herself. If she gets beaten badly later, she shouldn't complain. Without waiting long, Huang Beiyue also pointed to the nearby Lei Tai and suggested, "People won't be able to see clearly here. Why don't we go up there?" Xuan Ming also looked at her with astonished eyes. "She wants to compete with me? Could she be so stupid that she doesn't know what a Lei Tai is? Once you're up there, you can't blame anyone even if you die." The people present were also frightened by her words. Academician Gua immediately tried to stop her. "You can't. The Lei Tai is not a place for practice." Regardless, Huang Beiyue took the initiative to step closer and provoke her. "What's wrong, you don't dare? As long as we're up there for a spar, even if one injures or even kills the other, no one will be held accountable." Xuan Ming thought to herself, "This is the first time someone has dared to challenge me. And with such an arrogant tone. How dare a piece of trash speak to me like that? If you die later, don't blame me." Once a martial arts duel on the Lei Tai is agreed upon by both parties, outsiders absolutely cannot interfere. Although this isn't any kind of law, it's a rule that everyone has followed since ancient times. Down below, Princess Ing, you didn't know what to do. If something happened to Beiyue, her imperial father would surely be heartbroken. Her imperial aunt in the underworld would be saddened. Thinking of this, she ordered a guard. Quickly, go inform my imperial brother. Tell him to come here at once. Hurry. He didn't dare to delay and immediately ran off. On the Lei Tai, Huang Beiyue and Xuemeng were now facing each other. Commandery Princess Beiyue is truly a fool, daring to challenge someone on the Lei Tai. Looks like she's about to suffer. I hope Xuemeng can be merciful. What nonsense are you thinking? The entire academy knows the Xue sibling style. It won't be easy for her to be let off. Up on the stage, Xuemeng also took the initiative to speak. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. As long as you beg for forgiveness, I will call off this match. Admit defeat? Why should I admit defeat? Huang Beiyue crossed her arms, her expression cold as she retorted. You little brat, you have a sharp tongue. We'll see how you beg me in a moment. She snorted coldly and took a ready stance. Across from her, Huang Beiyue mirrored the exact same movement, causing Xuemeng to sneer in disdain. You learn quickly, don't you? Without waiting long, Xuemeng took the initiative to close the distance and unleashed a continuous barrage of moves. Huang Beiyue didn't fight back at all, only trying to dodge. At first glance, it looked very simple, but it was highly effective. This left Xuemeng utterly stunned. Am I too slow, or is she too agile? In a moment of carelessness, Huang Beiyue seized the opportunity and stomped hard on her foot. Even though she was pinned in place, the two continued to exchange blows. At this point, Xuemeng began to doubt her life, using 70% of her strength, yet still unable to land a hit. Breaking free, the two continued to exchange moves, with no clear winner or loser. Down below, Academician Gua and Academician Lei reminded them both to go easy and avoid injuring their opponent. But Xuemeng wouldn't have it. Go easy? How ridiculous. If I don't beat her until she kneels and begs for forgiveness today, then I'm not Xuemeng. While she was preoccupied with this thought, Huang Beiyue swiftly kicked her in the face. This sent Xuemeng stumbling back a few steps, unable to believe her eyes. To be kicked in the face by a piece of trash, this was something she could not accept. Huang Beiyue landed a hit, but Xuemeng is about to become an intermediate warrior. How could this happen? The disciples below couldn't imagine it. Princess Yi, on the side, clapped and cheered incessantly. Excellent, excellent. Academician Gua let out a hearty laugh. Old Lei, your martial arts courtyard seems to be getting worse and worse lately. Hearing this, Academician Lei's face turned pale with anger. He had originally intended to stop the match, but now he wouldn't bother. Xuemeng clutched her face and slowly regained her composure, believing that the last blow was just a lucky shot. Meanwhile, Huang Beiyue beckoned provocatively. Let's continue. Are you scared? Overcome with anger, Xuemeng didn't think twice and rushed forward to attack. Facing this, she was surprisingly calm, seeing nothing but openings. Just then, a dagger suddenly appeared from under her sleeve. Huang Beiyue quickly detected it and dodged the fatal blow. Seeing her use a killing move, Princess Ing Yi cried out in protest. Ignoring this, a cold smile appeared on Huang Beiyue's face. She circled behind Xuemeng and at the same time grabbed the string on her wrist. She gave it a sharp tug, causing the dagger to slice a clean line. It was so fast that Xue Che only noticed when he saw blood spurt in front of him. Just at that moment, Xue Che was walking over, laughing and talking. We're late, I wonder how it's going. My little sister understands me so well, she'll definitely vent my anger for me this time. But the scene before him was strangely silent, looking like the end of the world. Xuemeng's throat had been slit, and Huang Beiyue's hand was still gripping her sleeve, making it look as if she had cut her own throat. Witnessing this scene, Xue Che was stunned and called out, Minga. You reap what you sow, Huang Beiyue sneered coldly. She let go of her hand, and Xuemeng's body went limp, falling from the Lei Tai. Immediately, a pool of fresh blood spread across the arena, causing everyone to take a step back in unison. Everything happened in an instant, and no one had time to react. Xue Che was dumbfounded, his grief and rage nearly overwhelming his reason. This was his sister, the sister he had doted on since childhood, and now she had lost her life here. "You brat, prepare to die." Shueche's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with ferocity. Without another word, he immediately summoned his red beast. Its true form was immense, its giant red body nearly as large as the Lei Tai itself. Its appearance made everyone flee in terror. This was the martial arts courtyard. Everyone here was a warrior, not on the same level as a summoner. Academician Guo on the side urged, "Your Highness the Princess, please leave this place." In contrast to everyone's panic, Princess Ying Yi was incredibly brave, pointing and questioning. "Shueche, you dare to act so recklessly?" But Shueche was now extremely enraged and couldn't hear her voice at all. He directly commanded the Red Beast to kill Huang Beiyue at all costs. Following the command, it rushed towards her at full speed. But on her side, the corner of Huang Beiyue's mouth curled up slightly. Her body remained motionless as she thought. "Even you, Shueche, want to seek death? If I kill both of Duke and Guo's precious children in one day, I wonder how that old fatty will react." Xuemeng's actions today were obviously tacitly approved by Duke and Guo. "We should have minded our own business, but since you dared to provoke me, don't blame me for pulling out the weeds by the roots." Huang Beiyue stood motionless as the giant red beast's head drew very close to her. Just as she was about to summon the ice spirit phantom bird, a terrified scream suddenly came from the fleeing crowd. Immediately, a dazzling red light appeared, and a dangerous, scorching sensation began to rush forward. Flames like a roaring, crazed dragon swiftly struck the red beast's head. It let out a terrified shriek, its two front legs scorched. Shueche showed a look of terror, falling from the red beast's back. Half of his clothes burned away. "Imperial brother." Princess Ying Yi was overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he arrived in time. The purple flame, Fire Qilin, landed on the Lei Tai. The pressure of a super-level spirit beast made the red beast retreat step by step, not daring to advance and compete. "Your Highness the Crown Prince," Shueche trembled all over, raising his head to speak. "You must seek justice for my sister. Commandery Princess Beiyue dared to kill someone in the academy, an unforgivable crime." Crown Prince Zhang Ye's face was ice cold as he simply stated, "On the martial arts stage, life and death are not questioned. No one can be blamed. She clearly did it on purpose. Huang Beiyue, you deliberately set a trap to lure my sister in." She gave him a cold look, then turned away in disdain. "So what if it was a trap? If you get on the Lei Tai, the first thing you must remember is that you might die." Thinking this, she spoke bluntly. Where was the trap? Look closely. She ended her own life. The scene before him left Shueche unable to argue. His body trembled violently as he pointed his finger. Huang Beiyue took the opportunity to continue. "I'm just a new student who enrolled this year, yet Xuemeng, an intermediate warrior, used a weapon while sparring with me. In the end, she reaped what she sowed. Who can be blamed for this?" Those words immediately reminded everyone of what had just happened. Every one of Xuemeng's moves was vicious and cruel. At the end, she even used a weapon, wanting to kill her opponent. The Xue siblings were used to being arrogant, and now they had brought this upon themselves. Hearing this, Shueche's face immediately flushed red. "Huang Beiyue, I will make you pay dearly for the grudge of killing my sister," he declared fiercely. He jumped down from the red beast's back, picked up his sister's body from the ground, and left. Huang Beiyue laughed coldly in her heart, truly overestimating his own strength. "This was my goal, to kill Xuemeng, without letting the people from Duke and Guo's residence pin the blame on me. They can only watch helplessly." Princess Yingyi ran up to the Lei Tai and asked with concern, "Beiyue, are you all right? Were you scared by that guy?" Huang Beiyue shook her head, saying she was fine. She thought to herself, even if Crown Prince Zhang Yi hadn't come, that red beast wouldn't have dared to do anything to me. Including the time in the misty forest, this was the third time he had helped her. Whether she was Shi Tian or Huang Beiyue, he wasn't just cold, but also had a hint of gentleness. Just then, Zhang Yi also turned his head to look back. He didn't forget to remind her, "Don't be so reckless next time." "Imperial brother." This time it wasn't Beiyue's fault. That Xuemeng challenged her first. If she didn't accept the challenge, people would laugh at our imperial family later, Princess Yingyi quickly explained. Zhang Ye's expression darkened as he chided softly. "Even if you accept the challenge, there's no need to go onto the Lei Tai." Princess Yingyi shrank back, and Huang Beiyue also stuck out her tongue and made a face. She suddenly felt childish. It was as if she were truly a 12-year-old girl who had done something wrong and was being lectured by her elder brother. Familial affection. It had been a long time since she had felt this. The next day, the news of Commandery Princess Beiyue's martial contest with the legitimate young miss of the Shui family quickly spread throughout Lingyang Academy. Huang Beiwei also returned home that day. Xiao Zhongqi and Xiao Yun had just returned when they heard a guard announcement. Young master, young miss, it's not good. The third miss killed Duke and Guo's daughter. The old master is furious inside right now. Xiao Yun also thought to herself, I'm about to marry Shui Che, and now this happens. Duke and Guo won't want me anymore. Damn, that Huang Beiwei. At the same time, in the front courtyard of the princess residence, Xiao Yuanqing's furious roar echoed. Go to Duke and Guo's residence and admit your mistake yourself now. Even if they make you work like an ox or a horse, you will do it for me. Huang Beiwen narrowed her eyes coldly, asking faintly, why should I do that? Why? You still ask why? What you've done has angered Duke and Guo. How will the Xiao family find its footing in the imperial capital from now on? No matter how thunderous his rage, Huang Beiwei remained indifferent, pondering the two words Xiao family he had just mentioned. I remember the plaque outside the main gate bears the 4 words, Princess Residence, personally written by the emperor. What does it have to do with the Xiao family? Prince Consort, are you mistaken? Xiao Yuanqing's eyes widened, his face turned purple, and his whole body trembled, leaving him speechless. She laughed coldly and continued, Mother has passed away. I will handle the affairs of the princess residence myself. Whatever consequences come from angering Duke and Guo, I alone will bear them. This has nothing to do with the Xiao family, so the prince consort can rest assured. Concubine Qin, who was sitting to one side, suddenly stood up and said in a shrill voice, Commandery Princess Beiwei, what princess residence, what Xiao family? In this residence, everyone is one family. We share blessings and bear misfortunes together. Dong Ling, standing behind, couldn't help but speak up for her young miss, madam. What you said is not right. The third young miss has royal blood. Although the old master and the other young masters and misses live in this residence, their statuses are very different. They all bear the surname Xiao. They are people of the Xiao clan. As for you, madams, she paused for a moment at this point, then finished the rest, that you were not properly married to the old master, nor are your names recorded in the Xiao clan's genealogy. Therefore, you are not one family. You wretched slave, is there a place for you to speak here? Concubine Qin, having been struck a sore spot, raised her hand to slap Dong Ling. But before she could do anything, Dong Ling grabbed her hand tightly, causing her to cry out in pain, looking no different than a clown in a play. Just then, Xiao Zhongqi, who had just entered the door, was slightly startled and rushed over to intervene. You wench, who gave you such audacity? Seeing his figure rushing forward, Huang Beiwei quickly pulled Dong Ling towards her. This unintentionally caused him to lose his balance and fall flat on the ground. Elder brother, what are you doing? She questioned. If you don't discipline this wench properly, let me help you teach her a lesson. You, after all, have the status of a high-level warrior, praised by His Highness the Crown Prince, and have military achievements. Perhaps the Emperor will even bestow a reward upon you. If you were to strike a maid who can't even trust a chicken now, and this news were to spread in the army, reaching the ears of His Highness the Crown Prince or the Emperor, what do you think would happen? Hearing these words, Xiao Zhongqi immediately stopped all his actions, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. Concubine Qin was no fool either. She knew her son's future was the most important thing, and said, Zhongqi, your status is very noble. There's no need to stoop to the level of this little maid. He angrily flicked his sleeve and returned to Concubine Qin's side. Xiaoyan was a bit calmer. As soon as she entered, she questioned Huang Beiwei. Aren't you afraid of Duke and Guo's revenge for acting like this? What's done is done. What is there to be afraid of? My hands are now stained with blood. From now on, there is nothing I wouldn't dare to do, she declared boldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the cowardly concubine Qin immediately hid behind Xiao Zhongqi. Huang Beiwei gave them a cold glance and then left with Dong Ling. As soon as she was gone, Xiao Yuancheng immediately slammed the table fiercely. What an insolent brat. Old master, what should we do now? The power of Duke and Guo's residence is not something we can afford to provoke, Concubine Qin asked worriedly. Xiao Yuancheng was fuming, but in the short term, he couldn't think of any suitable solution. Concubine Shui on the side also suggested, why don't you send someone with gifts to meet the steward of Duke and Guo's residence later, old master? Ask asked him to explain that the recent incident was caused by Huang Beiyue and has nothing to do with us, while also expressing our condolences for the death of young Miss Shui. As long as we sever all ties, if Duke and Guo wants to settle scores, he will look for Huang Beiyue, not us. Hearing this idea, Xiao Yuanchang nodded slightly in agreement and immediately ordered a guard to go, lest it be too late. On this side, Huang Beiyue had returned to Luoyuan Pavilion and couldn't help but chuckle. Through Bingwu, she had heard their entire conversation. Want to stay out of it? It won't be that easy. She then put on Shi Tian's black clothes, told Dong Ling to be careful at home, and quickly flew out. Strolling around the Bukir market, Huang Beiyue paid special attention to a tavern frequented by mercenaries. Yin, do you really sense that Shui will come to this place? There is the aura of the black jade in the Hong bracelet. I can feel it nearby, Yin said lazily. Hearing its confirmation, she pushed open the door and went inside, looking around. She accidentally spotted a familiar figure on the second floor, and an enigmatic smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The mercenaries, who had been arguing loudly, fell silent the moment they saw the person, only daring to murmur the 4 words, Lord Shi Tian. The waiter in the tavern hurried over and asked, Lord Shi Tian, may I ask what I could do for you? The tavern was packed. She deliberately sat down at the table of the dead drunk, Shui, and coldly instructed the waiter, bring a jug of purple grape. Shui, still not realizing, slammed the table hard. I told you not to bother me. Get lost, all of you. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, what's wrong? Can I sit here? Hearing someone still lingering after being told off, he was about to stand up angrily to pick a fight, but then he saw a familiar figure. His throat made a few gurgling sounds, but no words came out. My apologies for the disturbance. Huang Beiyue stood up, pretending to leave. Shui sobered up and hurriedly chased after her. Lord Shi Tian, please stop. This lowly one has eyes, but failed to see, not knowing it was Lord Shi Tian who had arrived. Please have a seat. Then, my thanks. She sat down once again. Young Master Shui, please sit as well. This place was originally yours. This small gesture of concern made him overjoyed. To think he could sit and drink with Lord Shi Tian. He didn't notice the corner of Huang Beiyue's mouth curve into a smile. The prey had easily fallen into the trap. Just then, the waiter brought the purple grape she had ordered. Despite its fancy name, it was actually just grape wine. She casually poured herself a cup. The rich aroma of purple grapes wafted out intoxicatingly. Shui watched with some surprise. So, not all experts liked expensive wine. Lord Shi Tian was just drinking fermented purple grapes. Although its price was cheap, when poured into the transparent wine cup in Lord Shi Tian's hand, it exuded a kind of noble elegance. If I sit here posing for a little longer, this guy will probably praise me to the heavens. Seeing his hesitation, Huang Beiyue asked directly, Young Master Shui, is there something you wish to say? Hearing this startled him. He was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly knelt before her. Lord Shi Tian, please accept me as your disciple. Behind her cloak, Huang Beiyue almost burst out laughing. Young Master Shui, if you knew that the person you're begging right now is me, Huang Beiyue, you would probably bang your head against that pillar outside and kill yourself. Composing herself, she bluntly refused, I do not accept disciples. Hearing these words, a look of despair washed over Shui's face. If he couldn't become the disciple of a powerful expert like Lord Shi Tian, he could never dream of confronting Crown Prince Zhangyi in his entire life. Just as he was about to give up, she unexpectedly continued, but I prefer making friends. Shui's eyes lit up. Making friends? Did Lord Shi Tian mean that he could be friends with him? Many thanks, Lord Shi Tian. Shui was overjoyed and kowtowed decisively. I wonder why Lord Shi Tian has the leisure to come here for a drink. I came to the market to look for some medicinal herbs. Huang Beiyue replied coolly. Medicinal herbs? Shui was slightly suspicious. Why would a summoner be buying medicinal herbs? If one wanted pills, couldn't they just find an alchemist? Could it be that Lord Shi Tian also knew alchemy? Impossible. The power of a 9-star summoner was already terrifying. If he was also an alchemist, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? Thinking of this, he cautiously asked, I wonder what medicinal herbs Lord Shi Tian is looking for. Perhaps I can be of assistance. No need. I have found enough medicinal ingredients. Later, I will walk around and see if there are any good medicinal cauldrons to buy. Hearing the 2 words medicinal cauldron, Shui confirmed his earlier suspicion was correct. If it were just buying medicinal herbs, he wouldn't be be sure. But a medicinal cauldron was different. On the continent, only one profession needed it. Lord Shitian, you know alchemy? Huang Beiwen nodded modestly and said, I know a little. Not only a powerful 9-star summoner, but also an alchemist. Such a talent. The Duke and Guo residents must win him over to their side, so they could rely on him in the future. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he took the initiative to speak. Speaking of medicinal cauldrons, our Duke and Guo residence has quite a few. If Lord Shitian doesn't mind, you can come to our residence to have a look. It's not quite appropriate for an outsider like me to view the treasures hidden in your esteemed residence. Huang Beiyue replied hesitantly. Not at all. Not at all. It's no trouble at all. We don't have any alchemists in our residence. That pile of medicinal cauldrons is just stored by my father. My father often says that no matter how precious a treasure is, it can only be used by a worthy person. Duke Nguo is truly a noble person. I would also like to pay him a visit, Huang Beiwei suggested frankly. You're too kind. You're too kind. If Lord Shi Tian graces our humble abode, my father will surely be overjoyed. As he said this, Xueche's face darkened in an instant. It's just. Is something the matter? Huang Beiwei asked, despite knowing full well. His body couldn't help but tremble as he called out the 3 words, Huang Beiwei. Calling my name is useless. Who told you to be so unlucky as to provoke me? She thought with amusement. Regarding today's incident at Lingyang Academy, I wonder if you've heard, my lord. That one Huang Beiwei has a vicious heart. She deliberately plotted to cause my younger sister's tragic death. My father is old. Today, he was so heartbroken by this matter that he has become bedridden with grief. I'm afraid he won't be able to entertain you personally, my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, she said in a choked voice, a life for a life. Isn't that only natural? That's precisely her cunning. She arranged for my sister to go onto the Lei Tai, and the result is, as you know. What's even more hateful is that even His Highness the Crown Prince protects her. I can't even get my revenge. Huang Beiwei had long known that Xueche would definitely embellish the story to win her sympathy. Therefore, she just smiled faintly. In that case, that when Huang Beiwei is indeed detestable. I will remember this grudge. I will absolutely not let her off. Suikia Firmid. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. Young Master Shui should still think it over carefully. Lord Shi Tian is truly a person who understands righteousness. I greatly admire you. Young Master Shui is too kind. After talking for just a short while, Xueche already completely saw her as a confidant. Lord Shi Tian, the horses are ready. Let's go quickly. As soon as they left the Bukir market, the two quickly set off for the Duke and Guo residence. Along the way, he kept rambling on about the pure lotus flame cauldron being the residence's guarding treasure. When they reached an intersection on the street, a cavalry unit also appeared before the two of them. They all wore black armor, iron masks, long swords at their waists, and rode fine steeds that were also pure black, exuding a solemn and cold aura. And leading them was a young man in an exquisite black long robe, his handsome face unusually cold and cruel. It was none other than Crown Prince Zhang Yi, riding the purple flame Fire Qilin. His gaze also swept lightly over her and Xueche. What bad luck to unexpectedly run into the Crown Prince in this situation. I want to use Xueche, but I don't actually want them to misunderstand that I'm on their side. Zhang Yi only glanced once before leaving, and it was unknown what he was thinking. I want to be free, not belonging to any faction. No one can order me around. However, there were too many people at this moment, and it was not convenient to talk with Zhang Yi, so Huang Beiwei did not refute anything, only urging her horse to go straight ahead. Xueche noticed this, his heart filled with excitement. This move by Lord Shi Tian must mean he wants to join the Duke and Guo residence. Crown Prince Zhang Yi has always been that arrogant and conceited. He never deigns to pay any mind to the heroes of the world. Scene changed to a while later at the Duke and Guo residence. Eldest Miss Xue Meng's sudden tragic death caused the entire place to be shrouded in a mournful atmosphere. The mourning hall was set up in the rear hall, not affecting the front courtyard. The butler, upon seeing Xueche return, respectfully ran out to greet him. Young master, you have returned. He waved his hand and said, I have an honored guest. Report any matters later. And where's my father? Quickly go and call him for me. Tell him that Lord Shi Tian has arrived. Hearing this, the butler also glanced over at Huang Beiwei once. but then immediately hurried away. In the study of the Duke and Guo residence, there were countless precious treasures, so luxurious that they dazzled the eyes. To dare display so many treasures, it was clear that Duke and Guo was extremely confident in the residence's defenses. Huang Beiwei had no interest in these things, only casually glancing over them, pretending to carefully appraise a painting. Not long after, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside the study. Huang Beiwei turned around and saw the portly figure of Duke and Guo striding quickly over. Lord Shi Tian's grand arrival at my humble abode. Is this a dragon visiting a shrimp's home? Huang Beiwei gave a faint smile and replied. The Duke and Guo residence has countless precious treasures and is resplendent in gold and jade. How can it be called a humble abode? This sentence of hers was extremely light and casual, with an added touch of intimacy that made Duke and Guo, who had just lost his beloved daughter, unable to help but feel pleased. Shueqi, standing beside them, also smiled and said, Father, Lord Shi Tian is also an alchemist. Is that so? Truly a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. The father and son both had brilliant smiles on their faces, making Huang Beiwei a little suspicious. Could it be that she had dropped the wrong person in the arena? Or was that Xueming not Duke and Guo's biological daughter? Why do you not look sad at all? Putting this thought aside, she also replied modestly, You praise me too much. You praise me too much. I only have a rudimentary understanding. Lord Shi Tian is too humble. At this moment, the father and son also exchanged a meaningful glance. They were used to colluding to do bad things, so of course, they understood with just one look. Duke and Guo then walked to a row of calligraphy scrolls, and it was unknown where he touched. The wall behind the row of scrolls then split to both sides, revealing a very large secret chamber. Shueqi carried a lantern and introduced her. Lord Shi Tian, inside is where the most precious medicinal cauldron of our Duke and Guo residence is kept. Please come in and have a look. Huang Beiwei thought as she walked. That Duke and Guo is really fat. He actually managed to block my entire view. I really didn't see what he did with the mechanism just now, but as long as I know where the entrance is, that's enough. For this father and son to dare let me in to see, besides the purpose of establishing a close relationship with me, it also proves that they are very confident in the residence's defenses. After walking for a while, the three of them had set foot inside the treasure pavilion. The four walls were hollowed out into many small square compartments, in which countless true treasures were displayed. And in the very center of the room, a stone platform made of white jade slowly radiated a faint blue origin chi in all directions. On top of the jade platform, a stream of clear water trickled and spread out, glinting with a golden hue. Duke and Guo then turned and took down a purple medicinal cauldron. One look, and you could tell it was a high-quality item. He also introduced it here. This medicinal cauldron is named the Purple Gold Furnace. It was refined from 66 purple gold stones, which are hard to find in the world. Although I have just met Lord Shi Tian, it feels as if we are old friends. Moreover, last time, Your Excellency even helped tame that red beast for Chair. Consider this purple gold furnace as a small token of my appreciation for Your Excellency. It takes 66 purple gold stones to refine it. The materials alone are already extremely precious, not to mention how difficult it must have been for the refining master to create it. Duke and Guo is too generous, Huang Beiwei silently assessed. Such a precious item, I will accept it today. In the future, I will definitely repay Duke and Guo. She also smiled and accepted it, thinking to herself, using this to refine medicine, it probably won't explode like last time, right? At this moment, Yan's voice also began to ring out. This medicinal cauldron is indeed not bad, but it's still far inferior when compared to the pure lotus flame cauldron. Everything must be done step by step. I am determined to obtain that pure lotus flame cauldron. When Duke and Guo and his son saw her so easily accept the purple gold furnace, they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Normally, high-level summoners not only have powerful strength, but most also have accumulated piles of wealth, making them very difficult to bribe. In this world, anyone who can be bought with money is very easy to deal with. The most feared are those who have no interest in money and material possessions at all. Duke and Guo then laughed out loud. Lord Shi Tian is truly a straightforward person. I just like to make friends. That's right, it's just making friends. Huang Beiwa looked at the purple gold furnace, then suddenly took the initiative to suggest, I've heard that there is also a supreme treasure cauldron in the Duke and Guo residence. I wonder if I could have a look at it? Hearing this, Duke and Guo did not refuse at all, and happily replied, since Lord Shi Tian wishes to see it, I naturally wouldn't dare to refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, he also walked to the front of the jade platform. His chubby hand instantly reached into the trickling stream. Immediately, a streak of white light that was not too dazzling slowly appeared. Right after that, the shape of a medicinal cauldron also gradually became clear. The medicinal cauldron shimmered with a radiant light, its surface coated with a layer of gold, and carved on it were patterns of large, dark-colored lotuses, all of them blooming flowers. Even someone like Huang Beiyue, who had seen countless rare and exotic treasures, couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was indeed the treasure artifact, the pure lotus flame cauldron. This expression made Duke and Guo feel much more at ease. It seemed that Lord Shi Tian also coveted it. Shi Tian has such powerful strength. If he wanted to snatch it, no one would be able to stop him. At this moment, she also asked directly, has this pure lotus flame cauldron acknowledged a master yet? She thought to herself, if it really has, then it's a bit troublesome. Through blood recognition, unless the master is dead. Otherwise, no matter where it goes, the master can sense it. Moreover, a non-master cannot use it. He then replied, one who is not an alchemist cannot make the treasure cauldron acknowledge a master. My family has not had any alchemists. In his heart, he also secretly thought, if Shi Tian can become my confidant, then it's fine to let His Excellency use the pure lotus flame cauldron in the future. With this treasure artifact, along with Shi Tian's identity as an alchemist and a 9-star summoner, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for the Duke and Guo residence. It still hasn't acknowledged a master. What if it gets stolen? Huang Beiwa wondered. Hearing this made Xueche laugh out loud. Your Excellency, rest assured, there are many mechanisms set up in this secret chamber. Even a 9-star summoner cannot enter. And even if they could get in, there's also an origin chi restriction added to the water on the white jade platform, which only recognizes the aura of one person, my father. So that's how it is, Huang Beiyue silently considered in her heart. This place is like a modern secret room, and it even has an identification code. But compared to modern secret rooms, this place is still far behind. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Thank you very much, Duke and Guo. Duke and Guo also put the pure lotus flame cauldron away again by gently stirring the surface of the water. It thus sank down below, returning to the same state as when they had just entered. It's rare to have the opportunity to meet and talk with Lord Shi Tian like this. I have instructed the servants to prepare wine and food. Let's go out to the living room for a meal. Huang Beiwe also went along with his wishes and stayed at the residence for a while. The more Duke and Guo talked with this Shi Tian, the more satisfied he truly became. It was already dark, and the Duke and Guo residence was still busy with funeral arrangements, so Huang Beiwe took her leave. The father and son also personally saw her to the gate. Returning to Luoyuan Pavilion, Huang Beiwe immediately took out the set of clothes she had ordered from the clothing store a few days ago. The design was no different from modern clothes. Dongling couldn't help but be surprised upon seeing them. Young miss, what country's attire is this? Why have I never seen it before? It's from a distant country, Huang Beiwe said casually, not intending to explain much to Dongling as she wouldn't be able to understand anyway. And have you prepared the thing I told you to get earlier? Yes, I have. This is the jade pendant that the eldest young master always wears. It's said that he never takes it off. Very good. This time, both the Xiao family and Xiao Zhongqi are in big trouble. Immediately, a small figure stealthily left the commandery princess residence. Her movements were swift and fluid, her exquisite black long robe fluttering in the darkness of the night. After a few ups and downs, she arrived outside the study of the Duke and Guo residence without making a single sound. The light was still on in the study, and a voice could be faintly heard from inside. Congratulations, father. With such an expert's help, ascending to the emperor's throne is only a matter of time. Xueche laughed heartily, not hiding his arrogance in the slightest. I didn't think that Shi Tian fellow would be so sensible. Heaven is truly helping us. Father, with Shi Tian's help, why don't we eliminate the crown prince soon? Duke and Guo's expression darkened slightly at these words. Shi Tian has only just met us, so we cannot ask him to deal with the crown prince. Father is right. I was not thinking things through. But Meng'er cannot have died in vain. That Huang Beiyue must pay with her life. Duke Nguyen nodded, his cunning eyes narrowing as he said, "That girl doesn't know her place. She must be taught a lesson. Send more people this time, and remember not to leave any evidence. If she dies in the Grand Princess's residence, the blame cannot be placed on us. I understand. It's getting late, and father is still grieving, so you should go back and rest first." Duke Nguyen let out a sigh, his mouth also whispering a sentence. "Oh, my poor Meng. Father, don't be sad anymore. I will definitely avenge Meng'er for you." After the person left, Huang Beiyue also began to act, successfully opening the room's door with just a few tricks. Even without looking, I can still remember the position. She stood in the same spot where Duke Nguyen had stood, quickly calculating in her mind the width of his plump body and the curve of his arm as he raised it, correspondingly moving her feet and raising her own hand. Seeing no reaction, she realized something was wrong. The mechanism was not actually on the wall. A thought quickly flashed through her mind, and the tip of her foot slowly moved across the floor. At the same time, a very faint sound of movement came from the wall. This made the corners of Huang Beiyue's lips curl up slightly. She hadn't expected this old fox to have so many tricks up his sleeve. The real mechanism was under his feet. Right there, she directly stomped on it with her foot. The secret room's door thus opened quickly. Luckily, I'm quick-witted. I was almost tricked by that old man. Usually, people would think the mechanism is on the wall or definitely where he touched, so they would pay attention to his hands. But in reality, the mechanism was under his feet. If a normal person stepped on that tile, the door still wouldn't open, not even if a very heavy person stepped on it. This mechanism is quite sophisticated, but against me, it's useless. From her storage space, she took out a glowing spirit stone. This is a type of stone that can emit a moonlight-like glow in the dark. Although not very bright, it was still enough to see everything clearly. A very long passage in the secret room was filled with traps. However, when Duke Nguyen entered, he had deactivated all the mechanisms, which was why they could enter so easily. But I won't turn it off. That foolish shout, Zhongqi couldn't possibly have such clever methods. At this point, she proactively activated the mechanisms, nimbly dodging all of them, and in the blink of an eye, she had passed through half the passage. The triggered mechanisms began to take effect. Pitfalls on the ground, sharp swords shooting out, and giant rocks falling from above. There was also a stone gate blocking the way ahead. All the mechanisms carried a powerful primordial energy. Even a slight touch would be unbearable. Too slow. With just a few movements, Huang Beiyue safely passed through the trap-filled passage and arrived in the treasure room. And to think that Xueche dared to say that not even a 9-star summoner could break in. Modern technology couldn't stop me, let alone these backward traps. The treasure room glowed with all kinds of rare and exotic treasures, so clear that no auxiliary light stone was needed. A fluorescent glow appeared on the jade stone table, and a faint light of primordial energy slowly floated up from the clear water within. She smiled, took a few strands of hair from her storage space, and threw them into the flowing water. I deliberately sat and drank with that old man Duke Nguyen until late tonight just to get a few strands of his hair. Luckily, Xueche mentioned today that this white jade table needs Duke Nguyen's aura to open. If I just barged in, I could only have smashed this jade table with brute force. This thing is just like modern technology's fingerprint verification or iris scanning. Breath analysis is much simpler. Immediately, there was a movement from the jade table. The water's surface slowly parted, and something was slowly brought up from the bottom. But something wasn't right. Huang Beiyue immediately felt doubtful. This morning, when the pure lotus flame cauldron came out, wasn't there a faint golden light? But now the water's surface was completely transparent. The smile on her lips slowly vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression on her face. A small jade tray gradually rose from the water, but there was nothing on it. I've been tricked by that old fox. But on second thought, she felt something was wrong. Although Duke Nguyen was cunning, he had immense faith in the mechanisms of this treasure room. He would absolutely not think of moving the pure lotus flame cauldron elsewhere. The few traps I encountered on the way in, thinking back now, were also a bit too simple. In just an instant, countless pieces of information flashed through her brain. Huang Beiyue fiercely slammed a fist on the white jade table. Damn it, someone got here first. Who could it be? One step ahead of me. Just then, a teasing laugh suddenly echoed in the quiet treasure room, Very clever. Huang Beiyue's eyes froze, her body reacting faster than her brain. She turned and attacked the dark corner where the voice came from. The hem of a black robe flashed from a nearby hidden spot, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the entrance. Feng Lianin turned around, the smile on his face carrying a demonic aura. First come, first served. Do you want to rob me? Under the glow of the room, full of rare and exotic treasures, such an enchanting temperament, majestic and imposing, was completely unlike his usual gentle and refined self. Feng Lianin, why is it him? No one has ever been able to snatch away something I want. Huang Beiyue felt a surge of anger, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. This person knows too many of my secrets. Letting him live will sooner or later become a problem. Feng Lianin smiled faintly, his eyes twinkling as he glanced at her. If that's the case, then come and take it. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he quickly darted outside. Huang Beiyue snorted coldly and pursued without hesitation. Both of them were extremely fast, reaching the outside of the secret room in the blink of an eye. In the pitch-black study, relying on their keen senses, the two exchanged a couple of moves. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. After all, this 12-year-old body was too weak. This level of strength was not enough to fight against others, and her opponent clearly knew this weakness, so after a few moves, he had a slight upper hand. Huang Beiyue secretly held a grudge against him. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge 10 years later. She would make him pay once she became stronger. Spotting an opening, she quickly aimed a kick at Feng Lianin's waist, but his steady force sent her staggering back a few steps. In a moment of carelessness, his hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder, and with a spin, he slipped behind her. Wanting to defeat me at such a young age? Perhaps you should wait until you're a little older. Humph. Huang Beiyue let out a cold laugh. The ninth prince of Beiyao Nation truly hides his skills well. Wearing so many masks. Be careful, or your face might rot off. We're both the same. A hint of cunning appeared in Feng Lianin's eyes. This little girl truly made him both delighted and alarmed. This kind of skill was absolutely number one in the Southern Wing Nation, just lacking a bit in strength as she was still young. After all, suddenly, a glint flashed in Huang Beiyue's eyes, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. In an instant, she lifted her head and jabbed her elbow forward. Startled, Feng Lianin tilted his head to dodge, but her other hand had already quickly sent a palm strike towards his chest. He also reacted quickly, his body retreating fast, so she couldn't land the hit. But next, she unleashed a series of extremely ruthless close combat moves, catching him off guard in a short amount of time. Feng Lianin hastily retreated backward, defending as he went, while simultaneously unable to avoid a sense of dread in his heart. Very formidable. Compared to her previous moves, her speed became even faster. She no longer focused on strength, instead using a very fast fighting style that left him unable to counterattack. Hand over the item. A final, heavy punch landed fiercely on his shoulder. Having gained the upper hand, Huang Beiyue slipped behind him, holding a knife threateningly against his waist. All right, you win. I'll have to give it to you then. Feng Lianin sighed helplessly. With a thought, he took a brocade box from his storage space and threw it backward. Huang Beiyue reached out to catch it and simultaneously opened it to check. But inside was not the pure lotus flame cauldron, just a fist-sized bead that radiated a purple light all over. You dare to trick me. Huang Beiyue angrily swung the knife to attack. But Feng Lianin easily dodged it. It's just a meeting gift for you, just accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly jumped out of the study window. Huang Beiyue's eyes narrowed. You dare to mock me? I'll show you. As soon as the thought finished, she shouted loudly, Guards, there's a thief. Feng Lianin was stunned when he heard it, then immediately gave a wry smile. This girl is really something else. This immediately alerted the guards in Duke and Guo's residence. An expert guard stationed nearby rushed over, just in time to come face to face with Feng Lianin. Who are you? His eyes darkened, a murderous intent flashing. Before he could utter another word, he was killed by him. Immediately after, his figure continued to move, gradually disappearing into the night. Huang Beiyue had just run out, and her heart couldn't help but be horrified. If he had used such ruthless methods when fighting her just now, she wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand. The guards outside the study quickly gathered here. In Duke and Guo's residence, torches and lamps were suddenly all lit, and everyone ran in this direction. Realizing this, she took out Xiao Zhongqi's jade pendant and casually tossed it on the ground. Once that was done, she flew over several rooftops and quickly left without leaving a single trace. What on earth happened? Duke and Guo, with his plump figure, rushed over supported by his guards to check the situation. Seeing the study door broken, he was startled to see the secret room's door wide open. Duke and Guo cried out in alarm and immediately rushed into the secret room. The mechanisms in the passage all showed signs of being triggered, but there were no signs of anyone being injured. Duke and Guo's heart was in great turmoil. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. His plump body trembled. In the treasure room, he saw that the white jade stone had been raised, and it was empty on top. "My pure lotus flame cauldron!" He screamed miserably. His vision went dark, and his chubby body fell backward. "Father!" Xueqie hurriedly ran to catch him. But with over 100 caddies of fat suddenly falling, even Xueqie couldn't support him and was pinned underneath, his head spinning. "Quick, chase after the thief!" Xueqie, still clear-headed, immediately shouted the order. Duke and Guo groaned and came to, his lips trembling as he said, "Chair, quickly go see if the pure lotus flame cauldron is still there." Xueqie se fez twisted in agony. To confirm, he stood up and walked to the white jade stone to take a look. There was nothing on top of the jade platform, and the inside was also empty. The restrictive elemental energy was still there, the faint blue elemental energy flowing gently, but the pure lotus flame cauldron had vanished. "Damn thief!" Duke and Guo was once again so enraged that he spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report, "My lord, the water-repelling pearl is also gone." "What?" Duke and Guo roared, his eyes closing as he was about to faint again. Xueqie could no longer be patient and personally gave chase. But just as he reached the secret chamber's door, a guard rushed in to report. They accidentally collided, causing several large bumps to form on Xueqie's head. "Can't you open your eyes and watch where you're going?" he angrily yelled. The terrified guard immediately knelt and cowed out. "Please spare my life, young master. This servant just found this outside. It might have been dropped by the thief." Hearing this, Xueqie hurriedly urged,